You have a mom. Your mom has a chihuahua that poops bigger than it is. Yeah, but at the very least, that chihuahua could live in a small space, right? Like, there's a family that lives on the second floor on the other side of my building, and they have a dog that's about that big. He's about this big, named Poof Poof. And he's like a ball of fur, and he's brown. He's adorable. And then they have Pama, who's this big. And she's also big floof. And they both wear little boots. And they're adorable. And Poof Poof spins. He doesn't walk in a straight line. He goes, like the spinning top. He's a very funny little dog. Even though he's like a spherical ball of fuzz. I don't know what he is. He's kind of like a red-brown color. He's kind of got sort of curly hair. I've never asked what breed he is, but he's like roughly the size of this plushy rat. And he's full grown. He's tiny. And like another one of my neighbors up on the third floor, Alex and I guess his wife now because they're married. They have a miniature Shih Tzu who could literally sit on my hand, named Roman. He's probably the most aggressive dog in the building. He is very funny. He just sits up there and barks at anybody who walks by in the summer. Like, my mom comes to visit, she walks on my patio, and you just hear, ruff, 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 from the top. Yeah, he is itty-bitty. I mean, it's definitely a Pom something. It's not a straight Pomeranian. The coat's wrong to be a Pomeranian, but it's a Pom something, for sure. I don't know. If it's bigger than a cat, it's probably too big for these buildings. Everybody just calls him Poof, but they say his full name is Poof Poof. I like to think that his first name is Poof and his last name is Poof. So I don't think it's like Poof hyphen Poof. I'm pretty sure it's Poof. Name's Poof. Poof Poof kind of deal. This is a really weird spot for the sponsor. Yeah, I don't know. I live, for clarity's sake, I live in an apartment building that is condos, right? Like very, very, very small units. Like the smallest unit in this building is like 300 square feet. I'm not in the smallest unit, and I'm in a one-room unit. For his coat and face. To be honest, those owners don't like me that much, but if I get an opportunity to snipe a photo of them, I will. We have a fragile alliance, to put it simply. Not that I've ever done anything like that. They don't like my guerrilla gardening. I'll put it that way. They don't like me just going around planting garlic everywhere. Specifically because I don't share. If that makes any sense. Because my guerrilla gardening rules are pretty clear. If I'm guerrilla gardening and you help, I will share with you. If you don't help, nah. Don't you think just because I'm growing, you know, I don't know, garlic or potatoes behind the hedges, no, that doesn't mean you can go take them. Punt-sized, best term for small dog as a car person? What, you mean like when you hit it with your car, they go, "Bwee!" Is that what you mean? I'm pretty sure actually it would just be like, splat. When I say guerrilla, I mean like, you know, guerrilla warfare guerrilla is the type of guerrilla I'm referring to. And when I say guerrilla gardening, I mean planting stuff illegally in places I'm not supposed to. Like, oh, cat person. I was gonna say, your typos are getting concerning right now. Like, geez, man. I think Bruce would get along real well with Chica, who's another, yeah. I have a solution for ducking, actually. Liberate the forks. If you add fucking or fuck and fucking, as this VOD is now demonetized on YouTube, whoops. If you add fuck and fucking to your contacts list on your phone, Google autocorrects it to the right word, from ducking, because it thinks it's a name. So I haven't had this problem with ducking auto connect or ducking audio connect or whatever in a very, very, very long time. So that's my solution to that. But Bruce would like Chica. Chica is one of my neighbors who's in on the hostile takeover of my building. Her chihuahua, who's like 14, and I think that dog forgets how to dog sometimes. Like, you start petting her and she just goes woof, and just like walks away from you. Like, she snorts at you and walks away. You want Planet of the Apes? Because that's how you get Planet of the Apes. No, it's less guerrilla gardening as in Planet of the Apes and more like turn that shit up. Guerrilla radio, turn that shit up. It's more like Rage Against the Machine, less Planet of the Apes. They'd be two peas in a grumpy pod, as in they'd sit on opposite ends of the room and glare at each other. Or pretend the other one didn't exist. Ignore each other and then talk shit. Yeah, they'd ignore each other and then somebody walks by and they both bark in unison. But yeah, that's been my solution for autocorrect for years, is whenever like I have a bunch of contacts in my phone with no numbers associated with them that are just like words that autocorrect is annoying about. Like, I also have the word autocorrect in my phone as a contact, because for years it would always autocorrect it to auto cucumber. And I got really, like, 2 words, auto cucumber. And I got really annoyed by this, so I added autocorrect to my contacts list. This taken from YouTube chat. Small dogs live forever. The more evil, the longer they lurk with us. My parents' cat's immortal. He's 22. He's getting close to 23. And he can barely see. He has really, 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 really bad arthritis, so he can't jump at all. So if he wants to get on something, he sits underneath it and meows upwards. He has dementia and stares in corners. Like, he'll just like walk up to a corner and stare at it. He can barely clean himself, so my mom has to give him hair trims, which he protests loudly about by meowing and walking away slowly, because that's all he can really do. He trips over rugs sometimes. Like, he'll just be walking, and there'll be like a rug on the ground, and he'll just like trip over the edge of it. And he still fights the dog for her food, and bullies the dog off the couch. Like, occasionally somehow manages to kill a rat. That cat's immortal as far as I'm concerned. He's forgotten how long he's been alive. That's how you know he's immortal. But he still likes people. Oh, and here's the thing though. Like, you say, "Aw, poor thing." He's still happy. Like, that cat is still happy. Like, you start petting him and he purrs so loud that he starts vibrating. Like, he's still a happy kitty. Even though he's like ancient and probably achy and sore and kind of like has a weird growth on his nose, and like his eyes just look white all the time and his pupils are always fully dilated, and when he's in the sun he squints. He's a very funny cat, but like, I don't know, he gets around just fine. He sleeps in the corner. He likes his heating mat. He has a little heat mat that with a blanket on it, and he lives on it, and every now and again the dog will just find it and be like, "Ooh, warm spot," and then the cat will walk up and just like start lying down on the dog, realize there's a dog there, and bite the dog. It's kind of funny. You know, that cat's an old retiree. I've literally seen him like start lying down on the dog and then realize he's lying down on the dog while the dog's just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Get him stoned, he'll feel better. I might kill him. No, honestly, that cat is... The running joke in the house at my parents' house these days with me and my sisters is he's not dead yet. How is that cat still alive? Like, for clarity's sake, right? I'm turning 30 this year, right? I'm 29. We got that cat when I was 6. Like, I don't know. I was about to turn 7 when we got that cat. Yes, that math is correct. I was about to turn 7 when we got that cat. That or I was about to turn 8, one of the two. The years are fuzzy. So, yeah, no, that cat's immortal. But no, he's just gonna keel over one day. Gonna be 36 this year. Did you get a cat when you were 6 that's still alive? He's a powerful old man. Yeah. There was one time, like, last year, like at springtime last year, so the cat was like 21. And my dad went out on a hike with me and my friend Kevin. We went on a hike that day. And my dad walked out to the car and drove away. Now, if you're not paying attention, this cat has this my dad went on a walk with the dog, let the dog into the house, got into the car, and then drove off to me and my friend. And the cat followed him on the hike, on the walk, right? Now, the cat has this habit. He'll follow you if you're going for a walk. And then when you walk inside, he'll follow you inside. But because my dad didn't go inside, he just went on the walk and then came back, got in the car, and drove off, the cat didn't get, like, the brain idea to go inside. So the cat got lost. So this is an old cat with dementia getting lost in, like, the suburbs, basically, where my parents live, which isn't that far from, like, major road. And so me and Dad and my friend Kevin are on our hike, and like, we left at about 11 in the morning, and it was like 3 or 4 p.m. when we're on our way down from the mountain, and my dad gets a phone call from my mom. It was, cat's missing. And we're sitting there going like, oh shit, cat's missing. That's concerning. So we start walking faster to get down, and my mom sends a text a couple minutes later saying, yeah, I'm going to go look for the cat. Okay. About 90 minutes goes by, we're almost back down to the car. And my mom sends another text saying, haven't found the cat. And my, lowering blood pressure or whatever? I think that's what that does. I don't actually know what that particular brand is. My dad drops me and my friend off at the train, and we go get beer. And my dad drives home to go help find the cat. And we're sitting there going like, oh my God, if that cat's gone, like, we're never going to be able to go on a hike again, because we're just going to, like, be kicking ourselves every single time. And my dad started retracing his steps and found the cat. The cat somehow managed to get into an enclosed chain link fence, because one of their neighbors 2 houses up has a, like, classic car. I think it's an old Mustang, and it's under a tarp. And it's been there for forever. And it has a chain link fence around the car specifically, with, like, a locked gate in the front of it that is too tall for a person to jump over, right? To basically stop people to fucking with this car. And it has, like, a tarp over the top of it. So it's, like, sort of like a shelter for this car to keep it out of direct elements. Somehow the cat managed to get in here, and he was sitting on the hood of the car inside of there just howling. And so they go up to the door, they knock on the guy's door, they're like, excuse me, like, I don't really know you, but I'm from a few houses up, and my cat managed to get stuck on your car. You have an elderly cat trap. So they were able to find him, thankfully, but, like, yeah, I don't know. Now he's not allowed outside when they go for walks. He's only allowed outside when everybody's in the house, so that he doesn't leave the property, because he just gets lost. Like, that would be the thing that would kill him, honestly, is him just getting lost somewhere and not being able to get home, because he doesn't remember how to get home now. Because, like, he does the kitty dementia thing where he just, like, walks into a corner and just, like, stares at it. Like, he gets stuck in a corner. Like, he'll just kind of follow walls, and he'll follow legs and, like, try and follow people. But, like, if he hits a corner, he'll get stuck. Like, he doesn't know how to turn around and get out of it. But morning, Martin. Hello. Also, hi, YouTube chat. I see you guys. It seems like we got enough people now. I worked at a recycling plant, and one dump truck rolls up, and a kitten runs out of the back under the axle, covered in grease, and runs up your legs, screaming at me. Yeah. You put him in a box and named him Axel, so you got a free kitten? Do you still have Axel, or did you take him to, like, a shelter? That's adorable. For reference to anybody who missed the beginning of that story, it's a story about my parents' cat who's still alive. He's currently 22, getting close to 23, and virtually immortal and extraordinarily stupid in his old age, but also still kind of adorable in an old cat way. He's still good for pets as long as you pat him on the head. If you pat him anywhere else, he bites you probably. But we should name one of the fortress cats Axel. It's a good dwarven fortress cat name. All right, chat room, let's play some Dwarf Fort. How about we do that? So, Twitch chat, just as a reminder, we are streaming on 2 platforms. We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube. If you would like to help out the YouTube chat, it's very easy to do that. Just simply click on this link and leave a like on the YouTube stream. The higher that number goes, the more YouTube is told and informed that they should promote it. So if you would like to, help me out in a way that costs you absolutely nothing except for some extra bandwidth, leave an extra tab up so that I get the extra view count, and leave a like on the YouTube stream. Maybe click that heart button a couple times next to chat. And good to see you, YouTube. Missed you guys. Haven't seen you since yesterday. This fortress, which is the fortress of Riverdepths, is a joyous wild biome with a waterfall on each side that I've split into a third waterfall, and one of them keeps freezing for some reason, and then not flying. Notakasa, it's good to see you. G-Fin as well, hello. How you doing? And of course, Mouse Beater. We were at the population cap, but I've raised it to 160. We have this little waterfall here, this little waterfall here, which is technically artificial, and this little waterfall here, which is natural. The fortress is slowly expanding and snaking its way around the waterfalls with ramps going up to the bedroom layer, which is also slowly expanding. And stuff. We have 2 metals on the map, or more specifically, 1 type of ore on the map, which is tetrahedrite. So we are limited to quite a bit of it, though. Limited to copper and silver. So we are using copper spears and silver warhammers and silver bolts. Those are going to be the weapons. We have 3 were creatures on the map, which I need to do something with. Currently, I haven't done anything with them. And I also need to expand the hospital again because currently part of it is clogged up with were creatures. As a defense against the were creatures, I put a goose on top of my side door, which hopefully will very quickly spot new were creatures if they show up again. So that's the hope. I didn't know you had COVID. Well, I'm glad that you can taste again. Hopefully your symptoms weren't too rough. We do have a tavern now. We didn't have a tavern for the first 3 years. I was starting to notice certain dwarves really wanted to make merry, so they now have a tavern. I was starting to feel a little bad. I'm also realizing I didn't put tables up here. Probably place those. I'm using more wood than I normally would. That sounded like a pun, but it wasn't intentional. We are, slowly expanding stuff. One of the things that I'm currently working on is I'm getting everybody chests, because I had almost no chests in the fort up until very recently. Also noticing a spot that needs a cabinet. There is quite a few named dwarves in the fort. We were doing the super limited naming initially, but now I'm back to the whenever there's a migrant wave, we're just doing the pick-me thing until I get tired of it. So currently the named dwarves are Aliastra, Amethyst, who's a were creature, Anaboth and Anander, as well as Bastet and Beef or Ian, and Big Bang A1, Black Flag Redneck, Black Gruel, Brahms, Chromois, and Commander Hops, as well as Darius Cardman, Death Bagel, Elfie Bean, and Fallout Rain, as well as Gazoom and Geotrack and Good Charles, and Holsky and Honey Von Holler and Hunter Meyer, as well as Iron Pit and Izini and Jack Tool and Jelly Belly, Jezza, Juice the Name, K-Nord, Killer Spud, Clockworks, Lazy Man, Mako Darkfire, and Montycore, as well as Mouse Beater, and Napalm Sideburns, as well as Neezer, and Neurokeys, and Power Tools and Beer, who is now the Lord of the Vaginal Band. So, yeah. Prue Prue and Pun Intentional, as well as Ranger Rick, and Sage Bitey, who's also been bit and is a were creature, as well as Sanyi, and Shark Jumping Walrus, and Stingray, and Stoned Hobo, Talon Artho, Walnut Bag, and that's everybody in the fort currently. We are playing in the experimental branch, which is actually quite stable at this point, and we have 2 main goals for this fort currently. I guess I should update the goals command. But we have 2 main goals for this fort, and that is find trolls and tame the gremlins. I've caught 2 gremlins. 2 gremlins. What's up, 8 Dimensionally? How's things? We have 2 gremlins in the fort. I'm hoping to catch a 3rd one because I know that there's a 3rd one in the vicinity. But we have 2 gremlins. They are a breeding pair. So we have a male gremlin and a female gremlin. I'm hoping that I can catch them both in cage traps. The easiest and most consistent way to do this is using a web spitter. So I'm kind of waiting for a web spinning forgotten beast. But if I don't get one at some point today, I'm going to attempt a drop cave-in trap. You literally just joined Twitch to look at my fort. Hell yeah. Welcome. I love it when people tell me that they made a Twitch account to watch my stream or some equivalent. I have this problem where I keep running out of rocks, so I've got a few spots where I'm digging out a whole lot of rocks. For more elaboration on that, this is what I mean. We've been digging out a whole lot of rocks. I'm also going to go up here again and just like low priority auto mine all of this ore because there's quite a bit of it. But we've got lots of quartzite and we're getting some schist over here, which is good. So we, really need the rocks. Aren't gremlins good for lever pulling? That's literally all that they do. But because gremlins are intelligent creatures that are pretending to be pets, they can be tamed, even though they're an intelligent creature. But you have to get them into a cage to be able to tame them. So it's something I'm trying to do. And it's something I've never successfully done before in my entire time playing this game. I have caught one before. I've never caught a breeding pair before. So this is a first for me. And something I would very much like to do, because I think that would be a lot of fun. You don't know how to trade them away? If you construct a cage, you can assign things to constructed cages, assign all of the dogs to the constructed cage, then, assuming they're tame, deconstruct the cage once all of the dogs are assigned to the cage. And then once you've done that, you can then sell the cage for the value of the dogs. That's how you sell animals to traders. You have a DF question? What's your question, my ocean cat? But let's do a real quick fort tour since we're in here now. This is the surface, of which I would like it to look more fort-ish. Currently, it's mostly, as you can see, just a couple bridges. Gremlins can show up anywhere, any cavern layer. The problem is they usually die in the cavern layers before they get to your fort. Because they're not exactly strong, and they stealth, so if you have levers that are accessible from the caverns, they will try and sneak into your fort and pull the levers. That is their whole goal in life. They try and pull a lever. You started a new fort last night and you got a notification that a cave has been found. Ooh. So if you got a notification that a cave has been found, do you still have the notification up on the list? Or can you find it in here? Because if you can find it in the, historical things, if you click on this little arrow, it'll jump to the location where that thing happened. It doesn't have a go-to button. Oh. Interesting. Go to the world map. Is there a cave on the world map? That seems illegal, Radbug. In my mind, Kremlin is just the holiday version of a gremlin, which honestly checks out. Because I wonder because I'm not entirely sure what this means, Rausch and Cat. It might be something on the overworld. You don't have it up right now? All right, look to see if it's on the overworld. because you didn't see one embarking. Yeah, no, that would make sense. I don't know what could expose that, though. I'll be honest, I've never had that happen. At least not outside of adventure mode. I've never seen that happen before, so that's something that's new to me. So, like I said, brief tour. This is the upper layer, and this is my lockdown zone. This is Joyous Wild, so I do have to be kind of careful about agitation, but I've seen so little agitation. I don't know, maybe they nerfed it too much. Maybe I've figured out how to just avoid it, but we have our farming kind of layer right here. This is the bedroom layer where all of the dwarves live and sleep, with the tavern in the middle of the bedroom layer. And then over here we have some temples, which are connected to the lower layer. Down here is the lower layer. In the center is where the military trains. We have our forge down here, which is connected to this waterfall, which provides some natural misting for the metalsmiths, as well as these bridges, which are underneath this waterfall, which also provides some natural misting. This is the artificial waterfall that I added. This one and this one are just part of World Gen. Although I have added some dams to lessen the water flow a little bit. Down in here, the main layer, we have our stone hauling or production area where we do all of our brickwork as well as some crafting work. Obviously, here's the forges where we only have a single anvil in the fort, and I haven't acquired another one yet. We've got our 3 smelters. Oh, also, it might be a while before we get to trade with the Mountain Home again because they, unless they show up in the next like 10 minutes, because they did kind of, the last ones kind of, well, sort of fell down the waterfall. So we got free stuff from them, which was good. But aside from that, you know, they kind of fell down the waterfall. That's bad. What's my feeling on 4x4 pump misters? Do I find them cheaty? I made the video that taught everybody how to use them. I don't know. Use them if you want. They don't bother me as much as some things in this game. Anyway, this was the kind of initial starting area, which I kind of need to rework. I need to get all of this like furniture storage and stuff out of here and like random item storage out of here. Like there's a lot of leather and stuff in here and clothing and things. Like I need to fix that. That area is bleh. I did have the kitchens up right here until very briefly, but the kitchens have now been moved down to here, which I'm now working on. We're also getting all the food moved down into here. This is my farming guild hall. We also have 2 other guild halls. These are the metalsmiths and armorsmiths guild hall. These are temples. This is the mayor's office. Up here these are dedicated temples that have been requested by religions. We have 4 different religions in this fort. 3 of them are the same god. Like these 3, all the same god. This one, separate god. I've got statues of the different gods. Also, these statues are not a mod. These statues are added sprites that came in with the experimental patch. So instead of just having those little squares for like statues with histories on them, they now have these like Rosetta Stones, which is kind of neat. So this is the god of like rivers and hunting, and this is the god of death. These are 3 different religions to the god of death, which I think is kind of great. And then down here is, you know, like I said, the kitchens. Down here is the prisons, which go up along here. And we did actually have a crime happen, and I'm waiting for him to come back. It was a zombie who, you know, convinced Dawson, who convinced one of my dwarves to steal an item, who we convicted, and this dwarf is this zombie here, Dawson Gosp, is the one who tricked him into stealing the item. This is the front door. This is our defensive area. We have dwarves that will stand here and shoot bolts at enemies that wander in. I need to go along. What I think I'm going to do here, actually, is I'm going to go along here and put drawbridges all the way along the bottom here, which will make the entryway safer. However, when there's a siege, I will remove those. So, you know, that's kind of my plan, is to make like retracting bridges on them or something. I may also get glass up and running today, too. There's a lot of ways for a dwarf to die. Dumb ways to die. Yes. And I am also in the process of moving my trade depot down here. And probably putting a doorway right there. So let's do both of those things. You have food now? What's the food that you have acquired? So I think an ad break is about to hit. Also, hello, Sanyi. Omelet. Ooh. Secretarian violence update when? That's actually already a thing that happens in Legends mode. And the way Dwarf Fortress development kind of works, Aimless, over on YouTube, is we get mechanics that are worked into Legends mode that sort of show up in Adventure mode, and then after that, they generally shift over to Fortress mode. It's kind of like a 3-step process during normal update cycles, but we haven't been in a normal update cycle in a very long time. So here's hoping we do get, like, it would be real fun to get a mandate saying, destroy this building. You know what I mean? And expel these 18 dwarves. That would be fun. Of adding, like, tater tots to omelets? Ugh. Not a fan of that personally, but I could see the appeal, I suppose. So I'm currently in an ad break. There is an aquifer right here. What I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to dig through it all and just replace it with a wall. Because I want walls in here anyway, so. I'm assuming tater tots. They're like little deep fried hash brown things. I've been told to read the thing from the Discord. If you would like to take part in the thing on the Discord, go to the add a word stories and add words to the stories so that and then make me read them every so often. Aggravated turtles hunt and devour multitudes of most tiny giants, fuzzy caterpillars, infighting, shrimp sauce, glazes, scrumptious shrimp fighting. Pizza needs hot ingredients to fully satisfy the reprobates in chat again. Exasperated intestines eventually cause liftoff from the ground using flatulence inherent in beans, fresh jello cubes. Creation pork chops cook. Deceitful apples all caught up. Or I can unpause the game. You have a mayor who's just cuckoo for statues? Honestly, jealous. That sounds awesome. Speaking of, I don't even know what my mayor wants right now. I can't export large gems. That's fine. Destroy this window from blocking this massive... See, now that I wouldn't be okay. That would be a rare instance of me firing a noble into a volcano. A very rare instance, because I don't really do that. Take potato, grate diced potatoes, squish diced potato into little cylinders around the size of a joint of thumb, fry them. Deep fry them, specifically. Don't you also have to, like... I mean, the way I would do... Yeah, it's like... It's more... I would only ever grate a potato to make tots, or to make homemade tater tots, anyway. But yeah, it's a very... It's the sort of thing... Tater tots are the sort of thing that you get in the freezer aisle at Costco in extraordinarily large quantities. And my first ever interaction and or knowledge of the existence of tater tots were Napoleon Dynamite. Also, yay, we get to trade. They didn't hate me for not trading them with them for a whole year. Or not trading with them because they fell in... Actually, hold on a second. Traders do not, under any circumstances, fall into the waterfall again. I'm watching you. No, I mean, mandates are a placeholder mechanic as kind of a idea for a future mechanic that never got expanded upon due to a multitude of reasons. As a Canadian, I am mildly disturbed by that statement. I'm not going to start a food war because I think food wars are stupid, but as a Canadian who's had proper poutine, that is mildly disturbing to me. I mean, sometimes you just gotta save a snack for later. You know, I remember almost nothing from Napoleon Dynamite, but I remember the tater tots bit. Give me some of your tots. Like, that's it. I've had like nicer tater tots in like as pub food. Is kind of also how I think of tater tots. Spitalier, thank you very much for the first subscription of the day, actually. Resub for 52 months. What's up, dude? I resubbed to somebody for 90 months this morning, which is kind of nuts. All right, I've got a bunch of goblets in this. You know what? Yeah, I'm actually gonna sell this bin. Nope. 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 You know, sometimes I feel like I should watch Napoleon Dynamite again, and then I snap back to my senses and go, no, I got better things to do with my time. It was one of those movies that, like, I hated it when I watched it when I was younger, but as an adult now looking back on it, I go, maybe I kind of get it. I don't know. You love pub food? Pub food has its place. I will say that. I'll see you later. 8-dimensionally. Thanks for swinging by. As a Polish person, you absolutely hate the fact that sausage in English is not the same thing as kielbasa. So here we have like wieners or like hot dogs and then proper sausage. Like when I say sausage, I think like kielbasa. Like I think of like proper sausage. It's sort of like the difference between like American sliced cheese and actual cheese. I mean, even American sliced cheese has its place, but I mean, salami is a different thing. Yeah, like there's shitty, cheap, processed sausage, and there's like good quality sausage. And also for me, like bratwurst is probably my go-to type of sausage, which I have to say in angry voice because German. I would argue that shitty hot dogs have their place in that they like cost $1.50 for 6 of them. Is it because I mean there was one video that got like 10 million views that came out recently about American cheese being made, so YouTube algorithm is just all horny for American cheese currently, I think. Sell them this gross goblin nail earring. I don't really want to sell them my gems, so yeah. I mean, one bin and a bunch of random crap. Seems good to me. Is beautiful people asking about the weather. You know, I always go back to the class of German I took when I was younger. I can understand German. I can say certain German words. I can't speak German. Or I can, if someone speaks German at me, I can understand about 80% of what you're saying. I can like get by, basically. Holy shit. This is my favorite fortress I've ever played in. So, the last outpost liaison died. In the waterfall. So they appointed a new outpost liaison. Holy shit. Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter if I had a ton of dogs because he's a member of the faction. Huh. What is that? Okay, after I finish posting this bullshit on social media services, I'll give you the TLDR. All right, so that is a Gorlak. A Gorlak is a Dwarf Fortress specific creature. It's one of the unique creatures in Dwarf Fortress. Gorlaks are one of the only lawful good creatures in Dwarf Fortress. They have the maximum empathy stat. This one has a spear too, so you know it's serious. They have the maximum empathy stat. They are the, and I think I guess this one wouldn't list it because I can't see his skills, but I think by default they also have very high skills in cooking. They normally show up as wild animals underground, which is a shame. They didn't always do that. They used to be more neutral, but so like livestock and dwarves will just get into fights with them. They usually show up in the caverns. They can sometimes show up as visitors, and essentially they're an intelligent creature that normally just like roams the wilderness alone. But they are like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. You know, like the friendly spirits in Spirited Away that are just like kind of weird looking, but like the nicest thing in the world. It's basically what these are. What's the worst thing you say to a Gorlak? You related to Mike Wazowski? I don't know. There used to be a tile set that swapped all Gorlaks for Mike Wazowski, which I kind of appreciate. Oh my god, actually, chat, can somebody make me a playable Yetis mod for Adventure Mode when it comes out on Premium, and a tile set mod to make Yetis and Gorlaks look like Mike Wazowski and whatever big guy's name is. Sully. Yeah, that's his name. Sully. So I can have Mike and Sully, and then we could just go and then have a friend who's a Yeti. We can just throw snow cones at people. Seems like a good April 1st stream. No, this isn't a visiting Gorlak. This is an outpost liaison, Lanix. This is my faction's noble. Which now has me wondering if my... Holy shit, my queen is a Gorlak. Whoa. So, I'm going to do a thing. I always freak out when I do this. So I'm just going to confirm first. I need to know. When did this happen? How the fuck did this happen? Yeah, no, absolutely. Quick dip into Legends mode. I'm going to split the save files and retire the fort. I need to know. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to zip the save file and upload it to Discord so you guys can go look at it. How the hell did a Gorlak become the queen of my faction? I will put it up in the save sharing room, by the way. Question, do you guys want me to zip and upload the save file with the fort still, or the won a cooking contest? God. It'd be even better if they won a foot race just because of how funny they look. I think elf kings are more common, actually. Like, elves becoming nobles of dwarves is a more likely thing. Gorlaks aren't immortal, I don't think. That's what I was thinking. You know, I wasn't planning on bringing this fortress to capital, but, like, I might have to now. Because then we would not have not one, but 2 Gorlaks in the fort. This might be my only chance ever. So, TLDR, my outpost liaison's a Gorlak. And I need to figure out how the hell that happened. Because I don't think my queen was a Gorlak initially. We must protect them? Yep. Produce hugs. Queen Gorlak demands empathy. They live from 110 to 150. Well, this one's in their 60s. 62 specifically. Nomas, the outpost liaison. Also, the queen, Gorlak, is a swordsman named Imo. Opakoti? Looking at Discord right now. I posted the screenshot there. Everybody else seems to be dwarves, though. Also, I'm going to back out of this real quick. I didn't see what the name of the save was. Hold on. Actually, let's just open the VOD. World on the region 1. Okay. Let me just open this up real quick. So you guys can dive into Legends 2 and also dig into this. Because I would have noticed this like yesterday, but I will send this to a zip file and stick it up on Discord. Give me like 10 seconds. It's going to go up in the DF save sharing room. You may need to retire the fort. I'm not exactly sure which one this is, but it's just called Gorlak Queen Legends.zip. No, you shouldn't need to enable the beta to open it. But it is a world generated in the beta, meaning you'll have the new features. Or rather, you'll have creatures better. The goblins and stuff will be spawned correctly, although vampires won't be hidden. But yeah, no, you can load it. Is the simple version. So IMO OPO CODI. IMO OPO female Gorlak, born in 147. Was a IMO Frostdive was a Gorlak. She was of an unknown parentage. She settled in Page Ferns. She became in the mid spring of 500. She became the sheriff of the Superior Rock. So when I So settled in a place called Page Ferns, and that's it. I'm gonna... Oh. Did my... Huh. So in 503, Ray's ores got taken over by the Bronze Scorpion, which is a goblin civ that I'm at war with. And took over it, and the new government was called the Deceiver of Crumbling. And somehow... Like, okay, so this is the fight from previous, right? First off, there's a lot of elves in Ray's Ores, which was one of my factions, right? I'm sorry, what? The goblin clashed with 5,056 goblins in Ray's Ores. Okay. Okay, so let's scroll up to the top. The passionate cloisters of the Emerald Irons founded Ray's Ores. Ray's Ores held the Warhammer throwing competition, typical. So this is a dwarven... This is like a fortress of my faction, right? So it was taken over, and they put a Gorlak in charge? Where's that other Gorlak? Nomos also settled. So there's two Gorlaks, Nomos and Imo. Huh. So Nomos, this is the one that is now my... It is... No, I don't disagree with that, that it's the best choice. It's just like, why did this happen? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so it was 503 that this all happened. And then they all started settling. So, like... So I guess they... Yeah, so both of these Gorlaks were members of the Dwarven civilization already. So, like, Nomos settled in Channel Listened, which is another one of the fortresses, became the sheriff, became the militia commander, became the expedition leader. Because I'm pretty sure that Channel Listened, yeah, was a Hillix that we reclaimed, right? Yeah, because they got attacked in the year 36 by the Bronze Scorpion, and the defenders were like, blah, blah, blah. Because it was routed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it was struck down. The Tangled Plates, so this place was reclaimed. I remember seeing this in the overworld. This place was created by us, and we reclaimed it right when I embarked. And so it was reclaimed. The Gorlak, this Gorlak here, and a yak bull. 2 yak bulls, or eventually. But literally just this Gorlak and one other dwarf live there after reclaiming it. So this Gorlak joined the faction and then settled here. My faction must be in a real bad time. Also, there's a Bronze Colossus here. Holy shit. Still alive. 35 notable kills, 18 others. Okay, so a Gorlak who was part of my faction voluntarily reclaimed a site by themselves with a yak, and that Gorlak became my outpost liaison. This has all happened after I've started this fortress, by the way. And who was the previous queen, I guess, is the next question. Because in 503, we got a new diplomat, general, baron. All of these characters are new. So who was the previous... queen. Also, black gravel left here. But yeah, no, we need to go to war. We need to stop these goblins, because these goblins are destroying the entirety of my faction. I'm very worried about the fact that that other Gorlak is, and Baron, Diplomat. So the dwarf niche ceased to be the outpost liaison. This was the previous one. Why did you cease to be the outpost liaison? I thought you drowned. So Nish was my previous outpost liaison. But they apparently are now the high tax of the Gilded Faith. Whatever that is. I wish I could search by queens. They don't know about the incident? Oh, possible. Actually. But yeah, that's the question then. If any of you guys in chat staring at the save file, if you guys can find who the previous queen was, I would love to know. Or previous king, rather. Because there's been plenty of, like, shifting here. I'm just scanning here. $3.99 was the victor. A lot of just, you know, pretty standard stuff. Yeah, Gorlaks can have kids if they have another Gorlak that they get married to, yes. So this dwarf, Olin, was the original queen, who died in 81 of old age. So 81. So there should be a new queen somewhere in the 80s. Oopsies. I really wish I could page up and page down in here with the arrow keys, because that would be way easier to just like go through instead of clicking and scrolling. I know that I can shift scroll, but that's too fast. Who became the new king? Okay, so the dwarf Stackhood became king. When did you die? 181. Okay, so 181 is where I need to go to next. Wait, what did you ask? It's a bit of a random question. You're planning on having the majority of my fortress be between the cavern layer 1 and 2, about 10 liters of solid blocks in between them? Cool. What are the necessary rooms the fortress would have? Tavern, place to pray, place to pray, bedrooms, and crafting. Although nothing is mandatory. That is purely up to you. And yeah, I know that I am actually very distracted right now because I'm trying to find this stuff. So 181. They constructed the rough tomb. Okay, so Churist became king. Trying to go through the full lineage here. Died in That's a awful name. The the king tourist fought in a battle in the vaginal jungle and died in 213 in the vaginal jungle. Wonderful. 213. Very unlucky year. Came queen. So then we got Kodal, who died in Joy Whip by an elf in 247. BRB for a sec. Alrighty. Some form of bookmarking. You know, honestly, once Putnam is finished making fort mode better, I want a bookmarks tab. I want search functionality. I want filtering. Rockcat, I think you know what's a mandatory room. Shit, what year was that? 240? The 280. I know I literally just said it, but oh, there it is, I think. There we go. Dwarf Ast became king, who died in 306, also fighting in Joy Whip. Also, 10 layers is tons of space, dude. Like, you're making 10 layers sound like it's no space. I think you already know the answer to that question. I'm very, like, I know that you know how to play this game. Like, you've been posting and you've been around here for a while. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to why you're asking me this. Like, I think you already know. Like, you're asking for confirmation. Exactly the rooms you think you need. If you're looking for ideas, I'm not the person to answer those questions. Especially when I'm trying to find queens. And also, I already answered that question anyway. Trying to just skip to the next one. There's no such thing as being disruptive in my chat, really, unless you're just, like, spamming emotes for no reason. But, like, I can't answer a question like that, dude. I don't know how else to tell you. You know how to play this game. You have 10 layers of space. That's tons of space. You're not even remotely limited. I already told you what's mandatory. As far as what's nice to have, I don't know, whatever you want to build. Be creative. It's the game. I'm not here to be creative for you. And what's funny is there's a dude in my fortress, this goblin, who's the leader of the guys that keep fighting with them. There we go. We got a new queen, Besmer in 452, who was struck down in 452 by Joy Whip. So became a queen and was struck down the same year. That's a very short-lived queen. Besmer became queen and then immediately died the same year. Then we got a king. Was devoured by an elf the same year. Being struck down by a leopard isn't too strange if you're at war with elves, which we are. Although the goblins appear to have taken over a lot of the elves, and the elves that they're fighting with are mostly actually goblin elves. Like, just skimming these, like, a lot of these are actually the goblin faction taking over elves. Considering the people that eventually took over Razors, which is my, or was my, I guess, mountain home. Irel. Died in 464. Considering, like, the person who, the faction that eventually destroys it was struck down by a grizzly in 478, was actually a goblin faction, not an elven faction. So Metob lasted till 479, was struck down by an elf. Jesus, man. Like, the average life expectancy for a royalty in this fort is awful. It was struck down in 480, which is like the year I was just on. So then we got a queen named Id, who lasted to 491. Then we got a king named Goden, who lasted until 503. So King Goden was struck down after clashing with 5,074 goblins. Slayed 8 of them. Wow. Worship the fated ghost, the god of death. Wow. You know, if adventure mode was in the game right now, you know what I would do, chat? I would start an adventurer, and I would venture into Rise Ors, where my Gorlak queen is currently living, and I would rescue them. I'd be like, you're gonna die, come with me. Or whatever. But currently my queen is a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, run by the Bronze Scorpion, who is the goblin faction that has been invading us. No, the first few rulers had much longer reigns than that. The first few had like 80, 90 year reigns. It was like the first one did. So if I attack Razors, I have a chance of killing my queen. But because adventure mode isn't in the game, I can't do it. We can save it for later. I'm not generating a new world. I literally wouldn't be able to touch this world for that whole time. Like, I would literally have to wait till April before doing anything in this world. Which, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really willing to do. I mean, I do have the manual save. Do you have a new side quest for the viewer? Sure. I mean, maybe with the split timeline, but I don't have the ability to do that. Won't the rescue prisoners missions bring her back? No, because she's technically a part of a faction that is hostile to me. So if I invade that location, they'll probably just kill her. I mean, I can try, but the other thing that I could do is okay, so I have 2 options of what I could try to do. I could crank my value up and just try and become a place where royalty just shows up. I could try and do that. Which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and just boost the value, gift a lot of stuff to the mountain home, and try and do that. to try and convince Eno to leave that group. Because if I attack that location, because... Hold on. Yeah, because... this is Razor's. This is where she is. And the place... Uh-oh. Here it is. Spikes mirrored. This is where the Gorlak is. She moved to the fort. No, totally. But basically it means I can't attack this location. But also, looking at this, I have no fortresses left. They've literally taken over everything. And in fact, if I look at news and rumors, yeah, well, currently I have none. I guess because I haven't had the meeting yet. But yeah, I have no fortresses left in this area. Up here, however, we do have this one, Calling Met, which has less than 10 people in it, which we've recently reclaimed. And we have this one, which is Spikes Mirrored. So I have 2 locations, which are 11 days travel up here that my faction has on its own reclaimed, but nothing else. Meaning I need a barony now to start getting any kind, like literally any kind of expansion. But places I can attack anywhere down here. But this is the faction that we're at war with. And there's 5,000 goblins there. Also, the reason goblin supremacy is so prevalent right now in this world is because they have trolls again. So, chat room, you have 2 jobs. Go download that save and take notes. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Even better, I'm going to make... or never changes indeed. I'm going to make a thread on Discord in DF save sharing under this... I've started a thread for DF save sharing underneath this save file. Post screenshots of things and legends in there. And let's try and build out this world a little bit. I'm trying to think, what else can I do? Well, actually, let's just let this go and follow the Gorlak. Oh, this is before the Gorlak arrived. I actually lost time. I should have gone to the manual save. Most recent one. Yeah, the 15th. I have a very small apartment, so... It's literally like 4 steps to the toilet. All right. So I need to wait for you to go attend this meeting. Slow to heal. I really wonder how the hell this happened. I tried to do that in Creature Keepers. Didn't pull it off. Good luck. Okay, well, the mayor's coming to conduct a meeting. Just waiting. What are you doing? I like how Gorlak goes to the kitchen first. I mean, that's not something you need to admit. Play it as a city builder. Play it the way you want to play it. Single player game, man. Got a minor in custody? What happened? I must have traded something I wasn't supposed to trade. Gotta get snacks? Do that. I think it might be. What I'm kind of planning to do with Creature Keepers, once I decide for certain that it's complete, is release the save file. I like how they're having a meeting through a wall. That's funny. Is release the save file with the current status of it and also the very beginning of it embarked already. So that you guys can just have the save file, because it's such a cool embark, but it's gotten super laggy on my machine, and I'm not entirely certain I'm willing to go through the like 40-hour process of defeating hell on it anymore. I'm your outpost. Text is a weird color. I'm your outpost liaison. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Yeah, no kidding. Tell me about it. Bring me anvils, please. Feel free to go over the documents. They need footwear and metal bars. Now let's check the world map again. Toad Malign Spray became the holy crypt of the cult of ghosts, replacing Onglo. Razors was conquered by the bronze scorpion. Yeah, became queen. Replacing Godin light trades. Exclamation point specs. Rock cat. Pre-Gorlak and post-Gorlak? Yeah, the age of the dwarf and the Gorlak. Actually, technically, the hard disk is now incorrect. I now have 20. I put 2 gigs in over the weekend. Okay, well, it's time to trade. You know what's really funny is there was a comment recently on the video with Putnam where, actually, I might highlight this discovery. There was a comment recently on the video I put up with Putnam the other day, talking about how they said that it is virtually unacceptable for Dwarf Fortress to inevitably end up at 0 frames per second. And Putnam responded with all of the improvements that have been made, right? This was a comment that was left, right? And I added on to the comment of, it doesn't matter how... No, my CPU is in there. It's the Ryzen 7. Ryzen 7 7800X3D is my CPU. If it doesn't matter how much they optimize this game, because you can change the population, the size of map, everything in the settings, right? The more they optimize it, the more players push the population count. 2 years ago, in version 47, you would never hear a player talking about anything above like 160 to 200 population. In fact, like the most common question was, how do I turn down my population? Now it's just in the game, right? So it's a setting and you can see that setting. So people naturally think, I'm gonna push the population. I'm gonna make it bigger, make it bigger, make it bigger, make it bigger. It is impossible for them to actually optimize this game because whenever there is an optimization, it becomes normal for people to have more dwarves. And then they complain about the frame rates again, right? So people complain about frame rate death because of the because the game runs better than it did a year ago, which runs better than it did 2 years ago, which runs better than it did 5 years ago. But every time they optimize this game and make it run better, people add more dwarves. Exactly, Clairvoyant. So it's literally impossible for them to actually properly optimize this game, because I get questions almost every day asking me, what is the highest population you've ever had? Which is a really silly question. It doesn't matter how much they optimize this game, because every time they optimize it, I mean, they should keep optimizing it for clarity, but it doesn't matter how much they optimize it, because every time they optimize it, more people will play and add more stuff. You hate that mindset? You hate my mindset, or you hate the mindset of players? Because my mindset is, yes, they absolutely should keep optimizing it, but it's impossible for them to perfectly optimize it, because people will always be like, game run bad. I mean, to give you an idea, Rockcat, before Premium, I never had a fortress with more than 170 dwarves. The maximum population I would ever allow in my fortress is 170. Because if I had more than 170, my frame rate would go below 15. Right? That was admittedly on a less powerful computer, but I would never have more than that many dwarves. Since Premiums came out, the frame rate got a little better. I would crank it up to 200 consistently. Now that we're in the era of multi-threading in SDL2 and Putnam's constant frame rate improvements, I will occasionally turn it up to about 230, 240. I'll never make it go higher than that, because that's ridiculous. Straight up, like, that is ridiculous. I'm buying these bucklers, buy these metal caps, buy these helms made of iron, steel gauntlets. But people always ask me, they're like, have you ever had more than 500 dwarves? It's like, no, that's stupid. I wouldn't want to play that. That would run awful. Okay, I don't need all of these anvils, but I do need some of them. Let's just remove the steel anvils so I can increase production. And that's probably everything I'm buying. I uncapped my population. Game devs need to optimize video game. Please respond. And it's like, you wonder why the game runs bad when you set your game so that you can have 360 dwarves. Get to 150. And then once you're at 150, if it still runs well, set it to 200. And if it's still running good, set it to 210. And if it starts running bad, stop complaining, because you've set your game to run bad. Goblins are CPU amazeballs. So I don't know. People perplex me. But Animal, how you doing? It's good to see you, man. People like people will always say that game needs optimization. The game runs like 100+% better than it did in version 47 right now. But people will still complain that the game needs to run better. So, I'm gonna bring one less anvil. Trade all of this. And then I will bring them some gifts. Which I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna use as gifts just yet. Maybe just some cheaper gems. Braces, Pixar Jaspers. Sure, let's also sell some zircons. No, totally. I mean, they want the game to have the population counts of Songs of Six, right? But Songs of Six has no physics, right? It also has barely any individual personality. Has some, but very little. I don't know, Rockcat, like I said earlier, I don't really have a way to answer these questions, right? If you want to do this stuff, do the stuff. But I can't directly point at you and be like, you can do this. Or do this, because one, I don't know what your CPU is. Two, I can't help you. And also, every fort runs differently, right? Like, there will be points, like, I never go into a fortress and say, I want this population. If I have a fortress and I have 200 dwarves and the game's running just fine at like 60, 70 FPS, sure, I'll increase the population a little bit. Sure, but I don't see every single thing that happens in chat because there's multiple people talking. You're the one who posted the Heart Canyon on Discord. It looks awesome, dude. Probably the last fortress I built is probably the strangest natural formation I've ever had. Be the default settings, which is 200 dwarves. And currently at 200 dwarves on the default settings in the vast majority of forts, if I have the map size the default, it runs at 80 FPS for me. And in fact, I could run it faster than that at the default settings. But on a lesser computer, like on my other computer setup, same default settings, runs at like 50. And I actually set that computer up over the weekend and tried it because I was curious. Also that, some CPUs just run the game bad. Like, this is a weird game. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a game where you should run it with the in-game setting. Like, most games these days, and this is, like, I think just kind of, maybe not a problem, but just, like, an artifact of the way games work. Most modern games that people play, you open up NVIDIA, like, recommendation engine, whatever the fuck you call it, that harvests all of your data and sells it to God knows who. And it sets your game settings to a point where it runs well. In every fort you've built, Aimless Gun, I don't find cleaning of objects changes frame rate at all in DFHack, but that's just me. Like, I will have a fortress, like, Creature Keepers with, like, 200 dwarves with hell exposed, and, like, that is much larger than it's supposed to be. Runs at, like, 15 frames a second. Cleaning objects doesn't fix the frame rate. At all. Except for Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress doesn't benefit from that, right? And I think people are so used to that they don't realize that the way you make this game run well is by going into these, right? But you got to do something? Sure, no, totally. It's easy to find forts in the world with 300 to 400 dwarves. Will those just be CPU mines in adventure mode? Currently they are, which is one of the, like, whenever you hear Tarn talking about we have to make the game run well in Goblin Towers have, like, 1,000+ entities in them, right? Version 47, if you go into a large city, Dwarven forts run kind of fine because it is a turn-based game, right? Like, I think with turn-based games in adventure mode, you can kind of get away with cheating in some ways to make the frame rate better, right? In fortress mode, you can't get away with cheating a little bit. And also, what you need to remember is it's not the Dwarven fortresses with 200 dudes in it that are the problem in, like, older versions of adventure mode that they need to tackle for the next patch. It's the goblin sites or the human cities with 10,000, where you press the button and 35 seconds later the character goes kink. That's the problem. And it's been a problem. which is also one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, take as long as you need for adventure mode. And when people complain that things are taking too long, I'm like, nah. Also, at what point does NASA computers become an outdated meme? Because I'm pretty sure that NASA computers are designed for very specific tasks and probably wouldn't run Dwarf Fortress that well. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm just going to hold up. Just finish placing this random pillar, because aesthetics, and then I will be building more forges. Good for you, Rockcat. I'm happy for you. Equal computer go fast? You know, people are still in the mindset of Dwarf Fortress needs better multi-threading. Yet, like, the multi-threading on my computer adds 5 FPS, if that. Which is huge if you have 15 FPS, because 5 of that is coming from the multi-threading. But, like, it is a very small portion of the performance increases that this game has had. I think you need to remember, JJ, that in 2007 Dwarf Fortress, which I had to play, and I actually did a stream of, you can go look at it on my YouTube channel. Back when Dwarf Fortress was 2D, 7 dwarves ran at about 15 frames a second. 7 dwarves. And the game was 2D. 5 to 20 FPS on your city? I need to go check something. I think my blood sugar might be low. Hold on. Turns out I am. You need to cap your FPS because combat screams past at 100 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. I find grids boring to look at. Making forts grids doesn't make the game run better at all. Making the forts grids doesn't really make the game more optimized. If you optimize your fort, you save microseconds that are barely noticeable, so what's the point? I don't like looking at grids. Grids are boring. So I make my forts patterns that aren't boring. There is no actual doctrine or logic or reason behind it. I just make shapes that look interesting based on the environment around what I'm currently building in. I make things that are aesthetically pleasing to me because I have to stare at them for hours and hours and hours. Your design doctrine should be you should make things that are aesthetically pleasing to you that you enjoy looking at. If you like looking at grids, make grids. If you like looking at boxes, make boxes. If you like looking at squares or rectangles, make squares or rectangles. If you like making, I don't know, everything shaped like dicks, make everything in your fort shaped like dicks. If you want peaches, make your fort look like peaches emojis. I don't know. If you like coffee, make your fort shaped like coffee beans. You could make your fortress rooms all shaped like Mario. Sure, you could make your forts look like Moria. Sort of like what Crundalicious is saying. You prefer bulging breastplates? They did, in fact, make a bulging breastplate in the fort. Yeah, use veins of ores as hallways. That's absolutely viable if you're using plentiful ores. I don't have enough ore to really... Well, I guess I could sort of do that in that quartzite layer, but... Exactly. Aimless gun. People look at my forts and they go, oh my god, your forts look so unique. Why is this? It's because I don't use fucking auto fort and DF hack like a lot of the metas came from, right? Pick a layer you don't feel like building in somewhere deep in the mountain and dig the whole thing out, Gertha. Well, then why don't you do it and stop saying that you're planning on it? Stop planning and go do it, Rockcat. Really, Bucket Glass? That is riveting. The challenge? Oh, are you doing the only mine the rocks you need thing? Speaking of dreams and old memes, just do it. Yeah, it's like Ranger Rick is speaking with experience. You want your dwarf fortress to look like Call of Duty? So only build fortresses that replicate the exact one-to-one layouts of Call of Duty maps. People have done it in Minecraft. You could probably do it in Dwarf Fort. Actually, I have this vague memory in a very, very, very early version of Minecraft, me and two friends building a one-to-one replica of Dust. Or trying to. Dust 2. Counter-Strike. All right. Anyway, we have a... We have a migrant wife, so if you would like a dwarf in this fort... Say, pick me. And I will name a couple until I get bored. MMO junkie Ringbridge does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she lives a fast-paced life. She likes a little excitement now and then and is curious and eager to learn. She has a calm demeanor and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges and has little interest in joking around, prefers to present herself modestly and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. When she gets bored, she starts talking to inanimate objects and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds artwork boring and does not respect the law. And likes obsidian, pig iron, and honey yellow beryl and amber and naff fabric and cubes. Welcome to the fort. You're a novice axeman, but you dream of creating a great work of art. Stains artwork. But how do you... what? Okay. I talk to my plants. This isn't even a joke. It's just a statement. I do, in fact, do that. Holy spokes. quick to love, quick to give up, poor intuition. Confident under pressure, easily falls in love or develops positive feelings, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, finds this troubling. Since he values perseverance, generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, isn't particularly curious about the world, and is quite ambitious, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship, tenses up when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views any show of emotion as offensive and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And you're a member of the Gilded Faith. Hates art, wants to make art. You know a person or two like that. Are you speaking for yourself? An adequate Hammerdorf, and has a kitten named Avus. Member of the Fellowship of Fate. Very quick to anger. This dwarf is now Odo Casa. If you already have a dwarf in this fort, please don't ask for another one. Is very quick to anger and is a perfectionist and is confident under pressure, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, rarely feels discouraged, does not often feel envious of others, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't seek out excitement. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally treasures leisure time, thinks it is important in life, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Oh, I need to do a thing. Disable overlay. So I restarted the game. I hate what many people consider art. Novice Mace Dwarf, competent Marks Dwarf. I need to, like, check kills, because a lot of these dwarves have, like, fighting-related skills. Considering the entire faction's at war with massive goblin faction, I wonder. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the banana tape to a wall was amazing, and I absolutely love it. As stupid as it is. Never kill a mole, stupid moles. Stupid moles. No, I spelled that wrong. Supid. There we go. Stupid moles is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Tends to consider what others think of her and has a greedy streak. Is quite ambitious and often feels discouraged, is stubborn and is quite polite, is slow to trust others and doesn't seek out excitement, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally disregards tradition, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Poor spatial sense, high social awareness, slow to love. I think I'm going to throw this dwarf into the military. Next up, we have a peasant. This peasant is going to be Uzarsif. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is prone to hatreds and never develops is prone to hatred and often develops negative feelings. Sloppy with her living space, often sad and dejected, is slow to anger, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and is a fast-paced life. Has a greedy streak and likes to brawl. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Can go out of her way to help others and can handle stress, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I have a ping on my Discord server that doesn't exist, and that's confusing. She clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally lacks any respect for family, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Poor memory, poor intuition, hateful, zany. You can also go join the military. Go be hateful in the military. Honestly, it's a fitting task. Next up, we've got a competent fishing dwarf who's nameless. Nameless revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible. Checks out, you are a fishery worker after all. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Tends to avoid crowds. Tends to be passive in discussions and is somewhat quarrelsome. Is bothered by this since he values friendship and lives a fast-paced life. He often winks when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees the following of tradition of foolish and limiting and finds leisure time wasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And has no family and also is a member of the Gilded Faith. I think we're going to need a Gilded Faith soon. Go grab a hammer or something. Next dwarf has poor empathy. Well, I'm already going to put you into the military. The most recent addition to the fortress. Voltig. I'ma name you Halcyon Days, which is a really good name, by the way. Hal has a relentless drive, completely consumed by ambition, presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Checks out. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she has little interest in joking around, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and tenses up when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Welcome to the fortress and welcome to the military. Jumps at it. Very excited. Musical, not vain, developed empathy. Bad in the military. This next dwarf, who's Zassit, is Xylem. Asylum. There we go. Xylem does not tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and feels strong urges and seek short-term rewards. He lives at a high-energy, kinetic pace, and he does not often feel envious of others. Likes to brawl and has a greedy streak. Tends to be passive in discussions. He can handle stress, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He often feels lustful. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and likes a little excitement now and again. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is put off by trade and commerce and sees introspection as important. I do actually think this dwarf would be good or decent in the military at the very least. And that appears to be everybody, bringing us up to 108, and that'll be all we're going to do for right now. Let's get back to the dwarfing, because I got bedrooms to work on. Congratulations to the newcomers. And I said I was going to need a new temple to the Gilded Faith, and turns out I'm right. Turns out I am correct. And I've got a few more spots down here that need doorway entrances, which I can do pretty easily. Let's go here, place anything. Have a good lunchy time, Alfie. The hyphen is what broke it. Holy spokes. You have a petition for a temple complex. Curious what this entails. You build a temple assigned to the correct temple complex, and then when it hits the right value, you assign the religious leader associated with it to a dwarf, and then you get a noble who doesn't have any demands, who just acts as a therapist for your dwarves and calms down upset religious members, and your dwarves go pray there and socialize there, and they get happy thoughts. Very simple. Am I making beds currently? No. Let's make 80 beds. Mac and cheese, blended up some cauliflower flour, put it into the cheese sauce to sneak some vegetables in for the kiddo. I'm personally a real big fan of a layer of garlic and onion fried at the bottom of mac and cheese. And I'm also a real big fan of a little bit of seared broccoli on top. Are Drathlas good animals to keep? They're good, they're basically like cattle. Yeah, seared broccoli on top, little bit of grated cheddar on top as well to just like brown on the top. Also very good. I'm going to assign all these bedrooms. Gives us an extra 15. The only reason I'm assigning them is so that I have an idea of how many more bedrooms I need to assign. So it gives me a clear idea, because I never know how many of them are married and how many of them are not. We are putting most of the bedrooms on one layer, so that actually makes this process rather easy. Got some pretty pissed off dwarves in the military who I probably need to get out of the military. Okay, so let's check this squad. They're kind of a mix of spears and hammers. Let's go bars, see what we have. I've got some iron. So since I have some iron, just a little bit, I'm gonna make steel. And I'm gonna place some more metalsmiths down here. This is schist. Is it possible to assign multiple bedrooms to one dwarf? Yes. Generally, that only ever happens with nobles, though. If they manually assign a bedroom, if you manually assign a dwarf 2 bedrooms, they can have 2. If you, sorry, blood sugar being low makes my brain not function so good. It's coming back up. I can feel it already, but like, bear with me for the next 15 minutes. If you manually assign a dwarf a bedroom, you can give them a second one. They won't claim 2. So essentially, if you have a noble, like a mayor, and you're like, oh, I need to give this mayor a better bedroom for the reasons of giving the mayor a better bedroom. If you give the mayor a better bedroom, then you have to brain, please. Oh, I already gave myself the stuff I need. Don't even worry about it. Well, rabble rouser. That's none of your business, frankly. But it's coming back up. If you say assign a noble a bedroom, if they already have a bedroom, you've given them 2 bedrooms. So you need to go to their sawed off radbug. If you go over to their to the mayor and you click on rooms, it'll tell you that this dwarf actually has 2 rooms, right? Because they have a decent study, they have quarters, and they have this. It'll say that they have 2 quarters here, so you can unassign them that way. Yeah, or the noble will just keep both, exactly. What happened to the queen? We have a queen that is a Gorlak who is in a goblin site. So I need to locate that goblin site is what I need to do. Or rather, I need to raise my value up so they leave the goblin site and come here because I would like that Gorlak queen. Radbug, when you get a disability that causes you chronic pain, I will mock you for it. Not being able to think straight when it is in a bad way. Because that's how what you said read. Greatly appreciated. Let's get this marked over with gist, I think. It can go on. Just so it matches colors. It's just you deal with it too? Well, I'm not talking to you, Bubble Razzler. You're fine. It's the here we go again comment that I'm not super thrilled with. Right. But no, you're fine. I mean, it would be super cool if random shit just stopped breaking at work. Why is random shit breaking? Is this like they're not fixing things or whatever situation? All right, so I need to get another temple going. Sneak in and break it. There was one time at my old job I broke something worse so that they would fix it. No, because we're back to the normal, just like first come first serve when there's a migrant wave system. It came across as you being like, oh, here we go. He's not thinking straight again. But also, you got to remember, I'm not thinking straight when I'm on this stuff. And it's never appreciated. So. But no, I did once at an old job break a bunch of stuff worse so that they would fix it. And got away with it. And they did fix it. So my plan worked and I got away with it. It was great. Cheers. I'm trying to like figure out how to pronounce your name. Omiya Rumasa? No, you're all good. Appreciate the apology. We're just gonna work on that temple. Get that temple done, because that's something I have to get done stat, or they will get upset with me. You broke the soda fountain at work intentionally? You know, it's funny. Whenever I look at other people making stuff in Dwarf Fortress, I always feel like my stuff is ugly as hell in comparison. I think that's just kind of like, you know, we're all our own biggest critics, right? So when you're comparing your work to somebody else's work, it's very easy to look at it in a negative way. Yo, you overloaded the carbon? How did that even work? Soda machines that I used to have to clean, I don't think you could do that. But just always subtract and never add. How are the were hyenas doing? They haven't moved. There's bigger priorities in this fort currently. At some point, I'll have to get them better housing, but like, they just live there right now. Yeah, what happened when you overloaded it? I'm actually kind of curious. The last place I worked at when I first went in there, the soda machine, or I guess pop machine or whatever, when I started cleaning the serving side, it literally had hair on the inside of it because they didn't know how to clean it, and so nobody ever cleaned it. And now whenever I go into a place that has like a pop machine, if for whatever reason I am actually getting a drink from it, which I rarely do, I always pull the caps off to see if they've cleaned them before I do it. And if they haven't, then I inform them that they haven't cleaned it and I ask for a refund. I literally have only been to one place where it was actually properly cleaned. Because I don't trust them. It's like my own paranoia now. Because like the things where you push the glass against it and then like it pops back and then like the liquid just comes out, that spout screws off and pops down. It's pretty easy to do too. You just grab it and you pop it and it just clips out. Kind of like a medicine cap. Yeah, hair and mold strands. They're about yeah long. Game's too hard? This games takes time. Windingism, the YouTube chat, is prone to strong feelings of lust. It very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. And is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. It tends to hang on to grievances and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Can sometimes handle stress and is a friendly individual. Occasionally overindulges. Stukos has been elected to the position of mayor of the Roof of Rivers. I need to look at where that is. Doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living, and tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and scratches her head when she's bored, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and we're in an ad on Twitch, so I'm not going to unpause the game for, I don't know, a minute and 10 seconds. So I just got whoever this is, the Roof of Rivers. Meaning the goblins are probably killing more people. Oh, also, I can deconstruct this. Something I will do. I've made a new one, which is down here. Oh. You would soak them in a mild cleaning solution overnight and then rinse them in the commercial dishwasher. It's stupid how many companies don't clean their soda caps. It's disgusting. I don't think it's stupid how many companies don't clean their soda caps. I think it's stupid that so many companies don't train their employees how to clean the soda caps. Like, that's the difference. It's a training issue more than anything. Yeah, you legally have to be. Because all you need is, like, some inspector to walk in near and just be like, click, you're shut down. It's that simple. But yeah, this game isn't hard, Neb, in YouTube chat. This game is, it's obtuse and complex, kind of like JJ said in YouTube chat. It's a game where, the way I used to always describe it back in the day is it's not like learning a normal modern video game. It's like learning a board game, right? Normal modern video games, they teach you how to play the game from the ground up, generally. In Dwarf Fortress, you read the manual. And then when you're done reading the manual, you mostly get it. Or when you're done reading the basics of the manual, in this case, that would either be like reading the Getting Started guide on the wiki, or like watching a tutorial on YouTube or something by me or somebody else, or talking with a friend on how to play. Once you've made it through that process, you start playing. You're like number 69 on YouTube? Nice. Blazing Iceberg. You start playing, and then you learn a little bit. And your first playthrough, you screw up in a lot of ways, and then you realize you read the rules wrong. So you re-reference the wiki, and then you do it again. And then you just go again. And then you go again. And can that come across like difficulty? Absolutely. This game can be quite hard. But I don't think this game is necessarily a hard video game. So I do actually have some steel bars now. So I have 6. So let's queue up 6 steel spears. Actually, I'm curious. Do I have any... I very rarely do stuff like this. Do I actually have a talented weaponsmith right now? This is the steel one. Steel... Spear. Actually, no, I didn't want to do it that way. Let's do it this way. Can't type in that screen. What? Seven. Oh, no, 6. That's what I have. And do I have a talented weaponsmith? I have an adept weaponsmith who's Prue. Grandmaster armorsmith. Lots of armorsmiths. Fishing weaponsmith. Metal crafters. Efficient weaponsmith. High master armor smith. Legendary armor smith. Okay. Well, I think I'm just going to go with Proo Proo. I usually generate worlds with less resources, and absolutely it does. The materials that you are able to trade for with your home civ and the materials that the other civilizations in the world have depend on what they have available in the sites that they're settled on. In the plentifulness that it is. That's a weird way to word that. So the scarcer materials, the harder dwarves will have surviving. The more common materials, the harder elves will have surviving, because elves are strong because they have mounts, and that's where most of their strength comes from. Whereas with goblins and other things, they're there. Whatever happened to the vocal tracks from SoundSense? That's a DF hack plugin, and they're still in SoundSense. I think there's a mod that puts them in. Why? Yes. Mm-hmm. No, I mean, like, there's a lot of really interesting bits of the world gen like that. I never liked SoundSense personally, so I like barely ever think about it. But like I said, SoundSense is a DF hack plugin, so it's like a third-party tool. So it's not a native thing in the game. And it's also not a native thing to DF hack. It's a SoundSense feature, which is, like I said, a DF hack plugin, which is a third-party tool for DF hack, which also is completely unnecessary now because you can just mod the sounds in the game, in the vanilla game. So if you want those sounds back, you have to mod them back in. It's so interesting how that works, like how goblins needed cavern. That's cool. It explains why you never have issues with trading, because there's so many materials. Yeah, one of my biggest complaints about this version of the game, by that I mean version 50 plus, is that they made frequent minerals the default. Really bothers me. I have a series of this playthrough on YouTube. So on my YouTube channel, Blind Extras, I put up VODs. I try and do one per day. Part 1 of this fort went up this morning. Oh, I thought SoundSense was a DF hack plugin. Okay, I'm incorrect then. Crundalicious got you there. I never liked SoundSense. I always thought it sounded like, I always hated SoundSense because it was just like, to me, Dwarf Fortress was always a not serious, but like kind of dark game, and SoundSense always just kind of felt like lull so random humor, and I never really liked that it just never fit for me. So the Girded Faith, actually, I should have read that clearer, but Girded Faith worships Witch God, because I would like to make some statues for it. AGO Lucky Amused. The god of luck, gambling, and games. Huh. God of Vegas. Okay. Actually, what bars do I have? Because I've imported some. Let's make a brass and... wait, no, actually, I can't do that because I need 3. Yeah, let's just do copper. Copper statue. Let's make. We'll do 10 of luck. There it is. Lucky Amused. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with games, gambling, and luck. Yeah, no. SoundSense was always built into Lazy Noob Pack. The standalone variant reads game logs and plays sounds and certain triggers. With some configuring, it can be used to do sounds for any text input file. Huh. You use it for log alerts at work? Huh. All right. Yeah, no, it was always built into Lazy Noob Pack. I never liked it, so I always disabled it. Yeah, I mean, that's like the tavern game stuff, right? That's been talked about for ages. And it's one of those things that will, you know, maybe happen eventually. Throw more doors in. Surprised so many of these doors are the same color, actually. Out of beds again. Multi-bedrooms. 11 more bedrooms. And we're going to go over here, and let's start throwing chests in. Because I queued up, I think it was like 80 or 90 chests or something. Yeah, I think that the sound stuff for premium is more than like sufficient. And also, because like Dwarf Fortress has always had like a spatial audio. One of the like big Fortress mode updates that's coming with the adventure mode stuff is more sounds. Tarn's talked about on like the interviews that I've done with him, things like doors opening, doors closing. I'm not 100% certain if that stuff is going to transfer one-to-one to Fortress mode, but we do know that we're getting like pretty large addition to the soundtrack alongside of adventure mode, which is like the whole adventure mode update to the soundtrack, which that is something I'm very excited about. Because who doesn't just want more music by these composers? Words. Composers. Because I know I do, so that is something I'm super keen for. You would probably go crazy. It made me go crazy in RimWorld, but it's something that would be very like important for adventure mode. Regardless. Because you need to hear doors opening and closing. And hearing doors opening and closing is better than just having what they had in the older versions, which is just like an icon appearing when there's a noise. Well, let's let all this stuff come in and get assigned. Let's assign more bedrooms. Good Charles, the armorer has been taken by a Fey mood. I will have to check in on that dwarf in a moment. Good lord. Such a large area. But I don't know. I would like more there are two completely unnecessary features for Dwarf Fortress that I would really like. The first one is, you know how they showed off the combat animations for adventure mode? Which is these guys. Which I realize that kind of looks dirty, but apparently they're going to have different colors based on the weapons, which is interesting. I would like to see some very simple animations for a dwarf working in a workshop. That is one thing I would love to see. Like, I don't need them to move smoothly from tile to tile, because like that, in a lot of cases, I don't think would look good in this game's engine, just period. That being said, I would love to see some very slight animations like that. Looks like a towel smacking. I mean, that's not what it looks like to me, but okay. Reminds you of Project Zomboid. He paid a professional studio to redo all of the sounds in the game. Really? I know very little about Project Zomboid's development, aside from that it like has a lot of very interesting similarities to the development of Dwarf Fortress. Project Zomboid is probably a game I would really like if I actually put the time into it, but the mechanics of that game are just so dull to me. It's more of a, by that I mean it's more of a game I think I would like academically if I put the time into learning about its development, rather. Strange, what's the difference between the different strange moods? Lore, mostly, but also the items that they actually make. You need pig iron bars specifically? Are you serious? Huh. I guess I don't have... I do have iron, though, right? Yeah, all right. Well, I'll make a pig iron bar. Hopefully you don't need more than one. Oh, I know what Project Zomboid is. Like, I'm well aware of it. I mean, I've played both CDDA. I hate it. And it's a good game. Don't let my opinions take away from your desires and likes. I don't like playing CDDA. I've also played Project Zomboid, and I find it pretty boring. But, like, from a development history perspective, I think Project Zomboid's really interesting. Like, I'm somebody who half the games I'm interested in isn't because I'm actually interested in the game itself. It's because I'm interested in, like, the way this industry works. Like, I really, 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 really like learning about the development history of games in a academic sense. You had one dwarf because he basically wanted shell, but he never got a turtle. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think I've ever had one specifically ask for pig iron, which is weird. Which actually makes me wonder, are you a fan of pig iron, good Charles? Personality, preferences. Yep, he likes pig iron. Well, he grabbed his pig iron. All right, let's see. You run off now? Me? Like, do I watch the streamer Pirate Software? Is that what you're asking me, Droven? He's raided me before. Fun fact. Before he was like a bajillion the famous person. You're a code distributor for CDDA? No offense taken. Fair enough. It's just, it's not CDDA, it's me. I don't like open world survival crafting games, and that game is too much of an open world survival crafting game for me. Is your dwarf still alive? Probably. Yep. I'm currently storing an item in a vehicle. But yeah, no, I don't really watch Pirate Software, no. I'm trying to figure out how to explain why I don't watch Pirate Software, I guess. I tried watching his streams. I'm going to be self-deprecating rather than being mean to him. I am a sarcastic, asinine know-it-all. And I don't get along with people that are similar to me, and he's kind of similar to me in that way. So I don't like listening to people with similar personality types to me. I think is like maybe the nicest way that I could put it. Also, yeah, he does game dev streams, and yeah, he talks about a lot of things. But the equal points of accurate, good information that he talks about in his streams, I've heard reports coming from other developers who I've talked with for years saying he's talking out his ass and doesn't know what he's talking about. So there's points where it's like, yeah, I've definitely seen him say certain things where I'm like, yeah, that's a neat take. And then there's times where I've seen him, like, specifically in his YouTube shorts, because that's where he got his bajillions amounts of views and followers from, where he'll, like, have a take and I'll just be like, really? You think that? Okay, sure, fine. So, but yeah, no, he seems fine. That's my take on Pirate Software. He seems fine, but it not the type of, I'd rather, this also makes me sound weird. I'd rather do my own research. Part of the fun of it for me is like reading dev blogs and like listening to podcasts where they interview people, or reading articles where they interview people, or listening to, you know, that kind of thing. Watching documentaries about things. That's what I enjoy about like game dev history and stuff like that, is reading about it. Also, because there is snow currently and ice, I'm actually going to channel down here and dig underneath my fishing area. The reason I'm doing this is because there's some dead troglodytes down here, and I want to get them out of here. Seriously, I contemplated making you manually blink in CDDA at one point. You know, it's funny because part of the reason, like, I can tolerate open world survival crafting games, Rubber Rouser, in like the right context. If it's the right game with the right mechanics, with the right theme, I can tolerate it. Like, I do enjoy Project Zomboid sometimes in co-op with friends. More as it like an RP, like let's RP a zombie survival movie instead of like actually playing the crafting portion of it. I do like that. However, what I'll say is that I don't particularly enjoy very overdeveloped games, which is really ironic coming from me, the guy who plays way too much Dwarf Fortress, because to me, CDDA is an example of an overdeveloped game for me. No, I started doing fishing in the last fort, and then I ended the last fort very prematurely, so I decided to do fishing in this fort. So yeah, we are fishing. Where did the bodies go? Isn't there bodies here? Unless they're like, they happen to be like right there. But I'd swear that there was like, oh, there it is. I see. It's under a boulder. The void took the bodies? No, it's literally just underneath a boulder. It's already getting removed. There's the other one, yeah. All right, those ended up there very early on, and it was spooking my fisher dwarves, so this will sort them. Good Charles has begun the artifact, which is using pig iron bars. Okay, well. Good Charles has created a pig iron shield and claims it as a personal treasure. All right, well, Good Charles, since you've claimed it as a personal treasure, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here and I'm going to make a pedestal real quick. I'm going to prioritize that to maximum do-it-nowses. And I'm going to figure out where your bedroom is. That's your bedroom? Okay. It's easy to remember. Good Charles named it after himself. Good Charles is a pig iron shield. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of tapered baguette cut claro opals, and this object menaces with spikes of pig iron, forgotten beast, leather, and red pyrup, and claro opal. On the item is an image of an icahedra in feather wood. On the item is an image of Nish, mansion granite, the dwarf, and dwarves in almond wood. Nish, mansion granite, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to this ascension of the dwarf Nish to the position of Baron of the Emerald Irons in 403. On the item is an image of a squid in forgotten beast leather. What, name it after themselves and claim it as a personal treasure? You see it sometimes. It's not the most common thing. But you do see it sometimes. Sure. Just let me finish this so I don't get distracted and forget about this artifact. Because we do have thieves here, and I don't really want this artifact to get stolen. Does ZF track the Z level within Z level, example body under thing, or are they just in the same spot? I don't know, actually. You'd have to ask somebody who reverse engineers this game a little bit more. Or at all. Putnam could probably give you an answer for that. So I'm gonna, uh-oh. I've got a starving guinea pig over here. Hold on, let's go to the farming layer and put away animals that are starving. No, that's totally fine. Did you see the bit where we have a Gorlak queen? Telling Artho. Also, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, we have a queen as a Gorlak, and if you go to my Discord, there is, in the safe sharing room, I uploaded this folder right here and made a thread. If you want to grab this world, download this right here, and go through Legends and help us find stuff, and screenshot stuff and stick it in there. Saw the details on Discord? Gotcha. Saves questions for Q&A interview stream. For whatever it's worth... I'm planning on doing another one mid-late March, or sometime in March. I'll just put it that way. And then probably another one shortly after.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. How are you doing, Fire and Ice? Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. So I guess it would be this one. Wait, no, it's still forbidden. Duh. As I forbid it so that it didn't end up elsewhere. Because actually, I think that's the second Pig Iron Shield we have, yeah. It's the second Pig Iron Shield we have. Oh gosh. Oh, I hope you feel better. I feel like everybody's kind of sick right now. Like that's a very common statement. I feel kind of sick. Don't feel good. Oh man. Feel better, dude. I'm gonna go top off my coffee. 2 seconds. Save screen anyway. Kind of a slow save on this, but this is a big world. You're in bed sick? Oh boy. I mean, I guess it is that time of year. We'll see you later, JJ. I probably missed you. My bad. No, and also to elaborate on something from YouTube chat, I don't think we'll get opening and closing of door sounds in fort mode. What I do think we're going to get, though, is more, like, ambient talk. Like, this is me guessing, right? But based on what's been said, things like ambient talking sounds, if that makes any sense, or things like maybe workshop sounds when you are hovering over certain areas. Basically more spatial audio, because the game's engine has had the capability of implementing spatial audio for a very, very, very long time. They just haven't done it. But because they've never had an audio engineer working on the game, and when they started spinning up last March, so like a year ago now, basically, to work on adventure mode, one of the things they did was Kit Fox hired an audio engineer. So specifically to work on audio for adventure and fortress mode. And also, yeah, we're getting more soundtracks, so. Because like we do have some very simple spatial audio, like there's some ambient sounds that can happen if you're looking at the cavern specifically. There's some that can happen on good biomes, evil biomes, and all that. But that's just like Tarn not saying Tarn not knowing what he's doing is mean. The bare minimum to have some there, because there you have the capability. Did you see the attack pixel art stuff they showed for adventure mode? Yes. If they will add those to Fortress mode, I did. And she said it's possible. And something that they have discussed. So currently you are meditating on fishing. You don't even have a bedroom yet. Or rather, do you? Oh, I see. You just need a nicer bedroom because you're the captain of the guard still. Yeah, you need a nicer bedroom. That's your current status. And you are... currently praying you want to fight and be with friends. You have no friends. I might put you into a squad. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Tarn, I don't think has ever developed a game, or hasn't developed a game with sound in like 40 years. Outside of music. For the Queen, thanks for the $1.50. Appreciate you. Oh, Quendelf has a pile of gold emote. That's pretty. Elfie Bean has cooked a masterpiece. Look at that. Let her cook. Who's pissed off in the fort? Man. Okay, main squad, you guys are going to go on to monthly orders, and I'm going to edit monthly orders. Just keep stuff equipped. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Go. The world's tiniest tater tot. I don't know about that. We could see what she, well, she's preparing fine meals. I mean, we can see what she cooks with the next one, because I missed that one. It's in one of these barrels, probably. Oh, tastiest. Oh, I heard tiny. I read that as tiniest. That's my bad. Meal, single tater tot. I mean, she's crying. She's probably crying with feelings of joy. Oh no, she's lonely after being away from friends for too long. Well, that also checks out because she did go for lunch. So. Yeah, I have no idea what format it'll take in Fortress mode, but, you know, you need another banger like Industry. Just remember, in Adventure mode, you can literally, like, organize dances. I really, really hope that they make it so that when you organize a dance in Adventure mode, a specific song plays. Or, like, one of 3 songs play. You know what? Okay. I'm 1,000% speculating. So, none of this is a confirmed feature for this game. It would be really, 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 really fucking funny if they made it so that when you as your adventurer start singing, no, not procedural music, start singing, they have 3 different versions of a song. One that sounds great, one that sounds kind of bad and slightly out of tune, and one that is awful. Like, very out of tune, poor beats, poorly sung, like, just sounds terrible in every way. So that if your adventurer is bad at music, or like have like 4 different layers to the track, and depending on what your adventurer is doing, if your adventurer is bad, they play it poorly. You know, like have like 3 different tracks that are like we could have like a beat, we could have like an instrumental, and then like the vocals. Like, wouldn't it be rad if like your adventurer is really bad at singing, but you make your adventurer start performing and you decide to sing? So, like, imagine you're hearing Eluncanem, right? The beat is, like, almost in time. Or, like, the Drinking Industry. Beat is almost in time, but slightly off, because they're doing it okay. The instrumentalist is great, but your dwarf is going, like, super out of tune, sounds awful, and, like, everything. I'm not going to try and mimic it, but that would be so funny. I wonder if this game's capable of stuff like that. What are you grabbing for your meal? Turkey hen egg. Oh, someone's making omelets. Now I want to know how big a turkey egg is. Ooh. A dorky vial of darkness has arrived. Oh, and they left. Well, that was an accidental invasion. Oh, hey, these buttons are back. These buttons were missing yesterday. Also, the chains are back. Yay! Because yesterday I noticed that it didn't say how many of these were up here. And I DM'd it to Putnam, and her response literally was, whoops, there was a bracket missing, so. All right. A vile force of, whatever. Are you conducting a meeting? No, okay, I misread that. Ah. They did leave some child snatchers here, though. Actually, hold on. Does kill order work yet? Never mind. I don't feel like killing the monkey. I'll just tell him to station up here. Dwarves are running through, and these goblins aren't even going to stand a chance. A bolt went flying. Also, people are like, we need more Vile Force of Darkness bangers. We need more, like, or we need more Drinking Industry bangers. We need more Vile Force of Darkness bangers, I think. Vile Force of we're here to take your people. Yeah. All right, well, let's specifically put this squad off duty for a little bit and give them a break because they need it. They've been training enough. This squad down here, these guys, Servish. Who actually feels funness after becoming a parent. Married to Neezer, they have a son named Rith. I mean, okay, so that would probably be in... Here, hold on. Let's just see if I can find a random animal on the surface and see if I can tell them to go kill it. There's literally just the one monkey in the cage. There's nothing really I can just tell them to go attack that I'm willing to do that with, so... We'll give it a bit. I will definitely try kill order. It's probably been fixed because there was a patch last night. If she said that she had a fix for it yesterday, I almost guarantee you it's in the game now. Vile Force of number 1. Yeah. So, what's Prue up to? Remove you from other tasks, because currently you're just hauling stuff. I don't really want you hauling stuff. Please go forward to those steel spears for me. Because I do need to get my other squads to equip those. I feel like there's plenty of things with a common-ish sounding name like Otherworld out there. I should also probably make a weaponsmith's guild. What's the value of this up here? Not too high, not too low, though. Okay, we got a couple copper statues, which I can just throw in. This is the temple to the god of games and gambling. The god of Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Offering place. Okay, don't actually have an offering place currently. Just put a bunch of... I should forge some coins and just put the coins on this. Should do. Or maybe a gem. I will say, like, it's been a little bit since we've had, like, a super active... series of rapid patches for Dwarf Fortress, and this kind of feels like the old days, because what they would like, for those of you who missed the old days, there often was a period of time where a new patch would come out, and then everybody would be like, okay, how broken is it? And then it would be like 3 weeks of like Tarn putting out a patch like every 8 hours or so every day on the website, and then everybody would just go download it, and people would just like jump from stream to stream or like jump onto the subreddit or jump into Discord and be like, new patch is up, go check it. And that's kind of what this feels like right now. You miss the old days? Back in my day. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way of things, right? I do in some ways, but I also kind of don't in most others. Like it's obviously easy to, to just point at things and be like, I missed this, right? But the game is so much better now. Like there are parts of the old days that I kind of miss, but realistically, I don't miss it. To let them weaponize nostalgia. Yeah, I agree. The old days for me, though, to be, like, fair, I guess, was also a lot of pulling teeth and explaining to people that this game isn't that difficult. And yes, you do, in fact, want to try it, even though it looks scary. Now, at the very least, I don't really have that. I still get, obviously, there's still people popping in saying this game's hard, but at least now it's, like, possible to convince people otherwise, whereas previously it wasn't. There is some busy area ambience in the game already. It's just very sparse. But yeah, no, I agree with that. Imagine you're just, like, trying to sleep in your bedroom, and then suddenly the dwarves mine through the wall. Sorry, installing new wall. You know, I never played the versions of Dwarf Fortress that had the economy in it. I've just read about them. I don't know why there's a guinea hen here, but is the square ASCII tile set you made? Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I didn't make one, but I got my artist to modify one, and I kind of missed that one. All right, Holy Silver. I usually give it to a named dwarf who isn't in the military, so ooh. Okay, actually, chat, who do we give it to? Who do we give the god of gambling to? Do we give it to Stupid Moles, do we give it to Nameless, or do we give it to Lazy Man, or Holy Spokes? Or Stingray? Those are all of our options. Boat Murdered wasn't from the era of the game that had economy, though. Elfie, you were making masterwork meals, which is funny because you were crying about missing your friends, and we were like, well, this checks out. She made a masterwork meal and also isn't in the stream, so she's sad about missing her friends. All of this checks out. Yeah, Boat Murders was pre-Z levels and pre-economy. Chat's saying Stingray. All right, Stingray it is. Stingray it is. The Holy Silver. Well, that's satisfied. We made those steel spears, meaning I can take these guys and update their equipment, because I'll bet you a bunch of them are going to grab those steel spears. Actually, I'm gonna give them a new uniform. I'm going to go with bodywear, breastplate, headwear, helms, legwear, greaves, handwear, gauntlets, footwear, low boots, shields, and weapons will be spears. And this is just going to be called spears, and it's going to be replaces clothing. But I'm not actually telling them to equip it just yet, because I also need to make them shoes. Let's say, can I make high boots? No, I can't. Low boot. Okay. Copper, low boot. And let's do 20. She was crying after she made the meals, so I would assume the dishes did not taste like tears. Did I make more chests? Not that many more. Am I still making chests? Nope. Let's just make 100 of them. Let's just make 100 of them. Make 100 of them out of the quartzite. Shouldn't take too long. High dresses or high boots and dresses. In the last world I was in, the only clothing item for the upper body that was available was dresses, which was kind of funny. So everybody was running around in dresses. It's just like that zombie in a miniskirt that came by recently. That Elfie did us the disservice of drawing in Discord. If you would like to see it, it's in the arts room. Served with regret. Also, we are finally caught up, and almost every dwarf has a bedroom. Hallelujah. Hello, Skullmop. All right, well, that's good. That's not good. The Marsh Titan or Odd shit Gembish. Odd shit Gembish. Nethagen. A giant humanoid composed of mud. It has a stubby horn and a steer look about it. Beware its deadly spit. Well, that's not too bad. Where is this ugly motherfucker? The Lustful! Okay. It has 14 kills. It's killed plenty of dwarves and some goblins in the past. Just a nasty old man. You know, I can't deny it. Why are you stationed? Your squad wasn't stationed. Unintentional, are you okay? I mean, I guess you're stationed now, but like... Why don't I use this as an opportunity to see if the kill order works? I think pun intentional is stuck in some analysis paralysis. We'll need to look into that. I'm a little bit concerned about them fighting on the edge of this cliff, but... Servesh dives into combat with the creature. And, apparently fell off of something a while ago. Bashes the Titan with a silver warhammer, chipping it. Honey Bun Hauler stabs the... Okay, that's a Forgotten Beast. Stabs the Marsh Titan in the left hand with a steel spear, chipping it, and the force bends the lower arm. The Marsh Titan, injuries-wise, is already very broken and falling apart. The Militia Captain bashes the Marsh Titan in the upper body with a silver warhammer, chipping it. Bolts are already being loosed. You feel hopeless. Clam Seal the Lustful. Rest in peace, Clam Seal the Lustful. For you are no longer in the realm of living. And Pun Intentional is still stuck. Okay, well, I'm just going to remove Pun Intentional from this squad. Because you're one of the most upset dwarves in the fortress, and now you've forgotten how to dwarf. Still forgotten how to dwarf. No burrow. Odd. I'm pretty certain that this is like a... Okay, Who's conducting a meeting? Anander. Okay, so I'm going to make an office right here. Assign Anander to it. And say, Your office is here, right? Okay, so I'm going to remove you from that. And then follow you. Found a bug? Oh, definitely. Certainly seems that way. I may also have more than one. Okay, never mind. This dwarf's just going to go sleep. I'm just going to delete your meeting space then. I don't really want to just, like, expel you. Oh, wait. Maybe I didn't find a bug. Huh. I don't think I found a bug. I think I spotted a criminal in the act. I'm pretty sure, actually, that's what's happening here. Hold on. Let's just reassign this to the mayor. This is so much easier now that you can just, like, type in the person's name. So there's a goblin criminal here. This goblin criminal is a legendary spinner and also a legendary maceman. Criminal of the Dungeon of Twinkles. Definitely. Also the laborious wraith and the lieutenant of the lauded poison. Go catch him. Come on. Although, that dwarf may still be stuck. Regardless, we've spotted a rat, so we'll interrogate him. Run, dwarf! Yeah, see, the goblin made it off the map, but we can now interrogate pun intentional. And this will probably break him out of whatever that I'm stuck, can't move, help thing is. I can just put him in prison, and then we'll figure out the problem from there. Tempted to make intimidating must have... Oh, well, misjudged the character. Well, I mean, that's not going to stop me from simply interrogating you a second time. Gotta practice interrogating somehow. Also, pun intentional is functional again, so... Wamix wants you to post beers, chat. Also, hey, Wamick. Hope you've been well. Can be stuck in prison? No, totally. And we're just going to keep interrogating this dwarf until we figure it out. Because they just spoke with a goblin criminal. Obviously, there's some criminal shenanigans going on here. May have misjudged the subject's character. All right, well, let's try it again. I might just lock us in here. Have I had any trolls yet? No, but I'd be willing to bet if we're going to, we'll get them on the next siege. Oh, I see. Your sprite's just broken. You've already unequipped all of your armor. That's fine, though. All right, just eating. Real quick meal. I think I'm just going to put doors here and here. Yep, the journey to find... Because we need to get a pretty large siege. What we do have, though, Walnut Bag, is our outpost liaison is now a Gorlak, and so is the queen of my faction. That's what did happen today. We have a Gorlak queen. So I suddenly went from like not really caring about like becoming mountain home in this fort to like, all right, well, I guess I get to be a mountain home. Just out of nowhere, I love this game. Yeah, because like the previous nobles got killed, so we have to. If adventure mode was in this version of the game right now, I would immediately go into adventure mode and just go try and convince the queen to come join us because they're in a dwarven fortress that is run by a goblin civ. Oh, come on. No new information. Oh, they complied. Then they aren't guilty. That is interesting. I'm seeing like some meetings happening in some mighty weird places. You know what? I'm gonna do a thing. And I'm gonna do this because it's very easy now in the game. I'm gonna go interrogate. We're just gonna do some interrogation training. The problem is this is gonna make that UI unusable, but that's okay. This is a problem of my own making. Speaking of UIs that need filtering, this screen. But something they're aware of. Let's use quartzite for this area. Here. But how you doing, GeoTrack? Happy Wednesday. There is no specific guaranteed layout for any cavern layer. It depends on your world. So there is no layer that has no, like, guaranteed no vegetation. But you could have a cavern layer that has no vegetation. It's just something that you get sometimes, but it's not something that's guaranteed. No. I haven't even tried to move them yet. I've been way too busy with important things, Shaku. That is like one of the lowest priorities in this fort because it could kill the fort if I do it. Chat room, you guys have a job. Whenever somebody answers if I've seen trolls in a goblin siege, just say no, please. I'm getting tired of answering that question. I'm starting to feel like a broken record. And as somebody who likes records, they make me sad. You can't find the vile force of Mug. Sure COVID brain ain't hurting? Right here. Second row. On the right. But I don't know, maybe there's some weird availability issue with it. Quality practice. Ocean cat. You'll be more present. Your antibiotics are finally working. Well, that's good. Yeah, no, the were hyena thing is a very low priority. It isn't something I'm going to worry about until like I have enough bedrooms for every dwarf and I've like actually got my defenses up because currently I would say we don't have adequate defenses for the amount of dwarves in my fort that are, well, not dwarves in my fort, the amount of dwarven forts that my faction has lost since I started this fort is kind of astronomical, most of them. So I'm kind of currently, the main and only priority is make this fort sustainable, which it currently isn't. Oh, also, I uploaded this save to Discord. If you would like to go mess around in Legends, read about the Gorlak Queen. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm just pausing. Depends on how you define trolls. I'll be honest, we haven't really had any in-chat trolls either. I got cranky for about 90 seconds, but that's about it. If I was working on a Were Hyena over and then forgot to finish it, and then a full moon yeah, everybody would die. I mean, not everybody would die. It's just gonna be something that, like, when I do it, I need to only do that. From chat to Goblin Forts. Okay, here. I need to update the goal command. Let me just do that. That's something I should be doing. Because I think I might be done with Creature Keepers. Riverdepths, save the Gorlak. Is Gorlak with a C or a K? It's a K, right? Queen. Tame the gremlins and defeat and hold, maybe not defeat. Hold back the goblin onslaught. There you go. I've updated the goal command. Saving Private Gorlak. There you go. We fixed it, Craft Lol. You can try it now. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't looked too much into how the humans and elves are doing. I mean, these elves down here are getting kind of wrecked. It is nice to be back in an era of goblin apocalypses, though. But yeah, I mean, the elves down here are having a rough time. These ones up here are all elven, and they're trading with me. It's kind of hard to tell about these areas down here, because I honestly don't know too much. Mabzith became the mayor. Became the mayor of here, replacing that person. Became the mayor, replacing somebody with an elf name. I don't know. I just suddenly have this dream now about having a Gorlak queen and, like, a gremlin baron. Which means I should actually be prioritizing getting a gremlin into the fort. I need food storage items. Let's do rock pot. Let's do copper pot. Chat, copper barrels or copper pots? Not technically. They're one of those creatures where you have to use shenanigans to get them into cages. You can tame them if they are in cage traps. Pots, okay. I'm just gonna do Like 100. Which I think just take 1 bar per, because I've got like 7. I've got so much tetrahedrite. The tetrahedrite itself is not an issue currently. I'm just seeing how many bars it takes. I'm pretty sure it's just 1, but make Electrum with what gold do you suggest I make Electrum with? All I have on this entire map is tetrahedrites. So how exactly do you explain or tell me to make Electrum? Like it's the only metal on this map is tetrahedrite. So where exactly am I getting this gold from? It's the use of Electrum in the game. Furniture, crafts. Throwing it in the volcano because it's not super useful. All right, well, now that I've done that, did not know, now you do. Congratulations, you've learned. Or learned, I guess. I don't know what that word was. Let's encrust finished goods with cut gems. Cats in the Trees, thanks very much for that brand new Prime subscription. And for the 3rd subscription of the day. It's like the slowest day for subs I've had in recent memory. Also the first Prime sub of the day. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's also on the to-do list when the goblins finally show up. I like how this Monticore is just keeping his gear on. Find this kind of funny. Although they might be swapping over to gear again. So I now suddenly have a whole bunch of different interrogations happening. But ideally, what's happening here is you're getting better at judge of intent and intimidating. Is what's happening here. So, being an adequate intimidator and a better judge of intent. Does really like his job, though. The military equip metal flasks instead of water skins. Yes, they are the same item. I can also, like... Yeah, so they can use cloth water skins or they can use flasks. How do I do this? Let's do this gremlin first because it's easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this. And in the middle of this, rather, I'm going to do one layer up here. Oh. Never mind, gotta go the other way. Can't do it here. You are, in fact, like hours behind in this stream, Nickman. But the problem isn't expecting the game to run solid on default world gen. That's not the problem. Like, that's understandable. The problem is it doesn't matter how many times they make the game run solid on default world gen. When they make the game run solid on default world gen, people will expect the game to run better. That's the whole point of that discussion, if you're still listening to it. We're going to do this. I'm going to try this. And I need to connect to this in an area where the gremlin can't get to it. Oh, certainly. But I'd rather have the copper, currently. Once I'm satisfied with my military, then certainly. Oh, actually, I should just use stairs for this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to channel down this side. I'm just going to cut out this. This is going to be smoothed and turned into fortifications. And what's going to end up happening is this is all going to be fortifications all the way along here. There's going to be a lever right here, and then cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage, all the way along. This is going to cave in, or cause a cave in, which hopefully is going to knock Mr. McGremlin here into the cage trap. Or it'll kill him. But I'm going to put down a save first. Here's hoping it doesn't kill him. Metal flasks can be heavy as fuck. Really? I'll be honest, I've never looked at the weight of them. Although I should make actually some copper flasks. And let's double check. How much coke do I have? 118. How much lignite is on the map? 18. Might need some more lignite pretty soon. But it's okay, there's tons of it. Like, tons of it. I've had dwarves die, like not die from burning because they, what's the word? Instead of dying from burning, the fire gets put out by. I've had dwarves not die from burning and instead have the fire put out by the flask that's in their pocket, which I think is cool. What's up, Vaxes? Like, that's one of my favorite things, is when they were burning, like on fire and dying, and then the fire gets put out by the flask in their pocket. Like, the flask basically evaporates, and then the evaporation is what saves their life. Here comes next dwarf. So I need to just make sure that I have enough cage traps for all this. So we're going to start the cage traps going first, because those are going to be the slowest things to construct. But I also need more rock mechanisms. Possibly also more cages. I need to actually look. But I need to have... The lever is going to be right here at the end. This is just going to be a wall. And then it's going to be a door here, which I'm going to lock. And then it's going to be cage trap all the way along here. This is going to be a cave-in. It's just going to be a floor that's going to cave in. And hopefully, this will work. And if it doesn't, then I still have a gremlin caught in here. Cage trap. Well, something I need to do, I guess. I need to make more cage trap stuff. Let's actually just put that stuff up here, because this is all rock salt. I can just put some mechanic stuff up here. Because this was my kitchens previously, but... What's up, Monkey Monk, by the way? Chat, can you give Vaxes a TLDR on the new patch? Here's hoping. You know, honestly, as long as we get Gremlin Family, I don't really care if they're happy or not. Everything is going to break? It did on the first day, what? That's not the current state of it, though. Almost, like, I think every single one of the, like, game-breaking bugs was fixed by the end of the first day. And then there was, like, now there's just, like, the occasional oddity. But I think saying everything's going to break is a bit of an exaggeration. Want them to have their gear equipped. Nameless, do you have, like, a permanent injury or something? Huh. Maybe you're just, like, on the edge of being tired. Prue, the metalsmith has been possessed. Strange Mood is stunned, is now going to go do the thing. That's what chat's here for, Vaxes. Bugs bad, patch good. I mean, the bugs are pretty minimal at this point. Literally just grabs copper. Okay. I mean, like, if you insist. So just gonna get rid of this one. And I'll put some more over here. As I slowly pave everything. And did I manage to get the barony? This game doesn't move that quick, dude. We're in late winter. We started giving donations to the mountain home last trading. It's going to take, like, minimum 2 years, probably. Oh, that's interesting. Prue, the metalsmith, has created a copper warhammer and offers it to the dutiful boulders and names it Orashastith. And it was just a possession, so we don't have a legendary weaponsmith. That's a bit of a shame. This is a copper warhammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of copper. You know, actually, I'm gonna make this into a pedestal, and or make a pedestal, and I'm going to make it the image of the captain of the guard, because that just checks out, right? That just is fitting. Do nobles want? I can't export large gems, that's fine. There we go. Now they're happy. But yeah, no, we're not gonna have the barony for a couple hours at least. Assuming we even get it. Mostly right now, I'm just worried that, like, my faction's gonna die, actually, because of the amount of combat that's going on. But not really the faction dying. More accurately, I'm worried that my nobles are gonna die. I don't really want to go along doing this. Let's just do it this way. We did get one partial siege that immediately left upon sieging, so there was that. But we haven't seen any trolls either. The symbols of X. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Chat, do you guys know what Craftlaw is asking about? Wait, you mean at the edge of the clothing? Symbols next to the captain of the guard. I, again, still don't know what you're talking about. Or king. Still don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, on item names, it's level of wear, but especially near nobles, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm kind of a bit at a loss, I guess. Oh. Who did this doodle? I need to... Okay, so we've got two doodles of the Gorlak Queen. Elfie. And Walnut. Ain't she pretty? Which is kind of funny, because the one detail that I think you two are both missing, which can easily be added in. Queen's a swordsman. I don't think I've actually had an unkillable echidna in this version. I don't know. I haven't seen one. They're the same picture. Spot the differences between these pictures. They're the same picture. You know, I've never really watched The Office. The only real context I have for The Office is memes related to The Office. You hate The Office? Yeah, that's fair. I've just never seen it, so I don't know why. I have no real opinions on The Office. You make a refuse pile and remove everything but the wear from it. Also, it doesn't instantly get rid of worn clothes. What? It just makes them degrade at 10 times speed. You make a refuse stockpile and you go nothing. And then you go into here and you go wear. Footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. Done. But it doesn't make them instantly disappear. They still take a couple weeks, sometimes months, but they degrade way faster. But the thing is, like, once they're at tattered, which is the double X on either side, they degrade way quicker. I will say I tried watching that Space Force show on Netflix back when I used Netflix, and that show was really bad. Like, really bad. Like, it was just very boring. It wasn't funny. It was just uninteresting. Like, jokes barely landed. It was a bad show. It can be anywhere you want it to be. It's like any other stockpile. You put it where your heart wants the stockpile to be located. Outside, inside, probably not like in real life. Then the dwarves would have a hard time getting it there. But if your dwarves are able to drop their clothes off near you in real life, you may actually have found unlimited money. Start breaking them down into textiles and selling them to your local seamstress. Especially that silk. And if your dwarves have gotten into real life, you may need to stop doing the drugs that you're currently doing, because you might be hallucinating. Maybe speak with your local physician. Or therapist. Or share the drugs. Yeah, maybe start selling the drugs. That might also be not a bad business opportunity. Just don't tell your local law enforcement at that point. Spoke with your local bone doctor and you said you said you were fine. I think the real life equivalent of a bone doctor is like a chiropractor. Because I kind of like the idea of just like, oh no, you have a broken arm. All right, I'm here. I'm just going to suplex you. Hold on. Breathe in. Thonk. Kind of checks out to dwarven medicine, you know? Export bans are generally for the duration of the existence of that dwarf in power. Unless they fixed a bug related to them. They're technically supposed to be only while they're active, but there's a bug related to them where they can retroactively count against your dwarves that took part in the export bans. Basically, just don't sell that item. If you want to get rid of it, throw it in a volcano. Bone doctors do treat you, though. And you know this, Hal. I've seen plenty of my dwarves die in my hospitals. I mean, I would argue that a chiropractor treats you painfully. They're not necessarily treating your injuries, but they are treating you. Evolved from the bone doctors of old. See? There you go. At least they're not... The irony of that, though, is like... If I'm not mistaken... Store... Cancels put item in vehicle. Reason in custody. How many crimes have I discovered? I don't know why that canceled them. I would really like dwarfy barbers. Having a dwarven hairstylist would be nice. Dwarves that want to be extravagant could, like, you know, go be extravagant with their hair. Then dwarves could use, like, red root dye to, like, change their hair color. Okay, so now that I'm back down here, let's go to shenanigans. So if you're new to the game, none of what I'm doing down here is really going to make any sense. just a heads up. I'm going to do this, 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 and this. So the theory behind this is that when you pull this lever, it's going to collapse this, which is going to cause dust to come rushing into this room, which hopefully will cause the gremlin to fall into a cage trap. Blue-haired dwarves? Yeah! Then our dwarves will be able to post on Tumblr, and their steps towards escaping into the internet will be just a little bit closer. Is there a way to use minecarts as ambulances? Dwarves do not use minecarts as a form of transport, so the short, simple answer is no. If your dwarves are dying on the way to the hospital, your hospital is too far away from the places that you are fighting in. Dwarves hate public transport. I don't know if I'd say that. I mean, would you jump onto a conveyor belt going into an airplane? For the luggage? 'Cause that's kind of a closer analogy, I would say. Yes. I mean, I've also seen Toy Story. Well, I retract my statement then. I'm sorry for my inaccuracy. Sounds fun. It's more like, actually, here's the thing. We're in an ad break right now, so it's fine that my game is paused. Would you jump into one of these? Or maybe one of these? Because I think that's probably actually a closer analogy to Dwarven Minecarts. I absolutely would not. It's the Forbidden Slide, the only ride once. You know what I mean? Like, that, to me, like, that is closer to what minecarts are, you know? Like, just the perfectly vertical straight into a dumpster 10 years ago. Actually, hold on a second. Do I get one of those giant inflatable balls? Because if I get to sit inside of one of those giant inflatable balls, maybe. If I know for a fact it wouldn't burst on the way down. Maybe. We're in an ad break for another 30 seconds. To anybody who, you know, got stuck in an ad break, you just missed a great bit. Also, speaking of bits, chat, we are, this has nothing to do with bits. We're at 82 likes on the YouTube stream. What are the odds we could get that up to a hundo? There's like 70 people watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a like. Catch us up here. You had the unbearable giant inflatable, wait, what? You would just go off the roof. I've always wanted to roll down a mountain in one of those things. Can I ramp up on this? Guess not. I think the way to actually do this is this. Why did this get suspended? You return with chicken wings. I'm jealous. What sauce is on those chicken wings? I'm gonna need to take another toilet break. My body's falling apart today, chat room. All right, I will be back in a moment. Holy shit! Those are the first gift subs of the day, Devil Dawn. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate that. That means a lot. Huh? No. Oh. I picked a bad time to stand up and run to the toilet. We just got attacked by agitated monkeys. Every alert is active? Pretty much. Although I don't really check them as often. Well... Is there any more agitated giant monkeys? I was talking about the agitation earlier. I was like, man, I haven't had much agitation. Well, at the very least, it's, you know, giant monkeys and not a, you know, what's the word? Were-creature outbreak, because that's what it looked like initially. Aliastra was found dead and probably has been hauled off. I had to bet. Let's get a bunch more beds into here. One right there, one right there. Okay, not too many dwarves. Well, this is going to be fun. Now that we're at the era of the agitation. Kind of surprised it took so long. I was starting to, like, just get complacent about it. Giant steel monkey when? You mean like a statue? Oh, do you mean like a forgotten beast? The Iron Monk. I think Iron Monkey would be better because it's easier to say. I'm starting to run low on tetrahedrite. Means I gotta get more. Means I gotta get more tetrahedrite. We also got plenty of lignite up there still, which is good. Fugloads of copper. I have a Marksdorf squad. Yep. So I need to make them more bolts, I think. I also need to add more dwarves to that Marksdorf squad as well. In fact, MMO Junkie, congratulations, you're now a Marksdorf. And let's also throw in Stukos. Just random dwarves at this point. Not random, but all these dwarves are already in the military. Let's throw in Rovad. $5,025 goblins. Honestly, then the game would have paused, and I wouldn't have lost a dwarf. And also, they would probably parlay first. One of the nice things about Mark's dwarves is they're more open to messing around, or not messing around, but like they don't have to be as skilled to be a Mark's dwarf. Let's just make some quivers. And let's also make sure that that dwarf got buried. Yeah, okay. Did in fact get buried. We're also getting muscle shells, which means if I wanted to, I could start making shell crafts. Currently, I don't really want to, though. Dwarves are also bringing those heavy as hell monkey corpses down here, but let's get rid of all these bodies so that we don't need to look at them anymore. After a few years of service, I find Mark's dwarves are easier to keep happy, but I also rotate out my military because you kind of have to. Well, you don't kind of have to. If you're very, very, very particular about who ends up in... Do you have, like, no grasping ability? Why do you still have your armor graphics on? That's so odd. Oh, maybe because you're technically a militia cat. Oh, I see why. I need to remove you from militia captain. You're not a militia captain no more. There you go. Now you have the correct sprite. Yeah. Okay, weird. Like, I don't even know why some of these dwarves are pissed. Like, this dwarf's pissed. Probably for seeing a billion dead bodies. Wants to be around family, help somebody. Gets into an argument, wants to pray. All right, something that I've kind of low-key refused to do. I'm going to unassign what this temple is. Because this is currently a temple to the Cathedral of Dust. I'm just going to make this a no specific deity temple. I'm going to do that. I'm going to throw my extra statue in here. And I'm going to engrave the floor. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm seeing enough dwarves that want to pray to a deity that I don't have a temple to, that I'm just going to give it to them. I'm going to be nice to my dwarves. Oh, yeah. I generally have a pretty good irritation rate with my dwarves, I find. Receive stitches. Right ankle is messed up. Do I need anything? Just bring more stuff into the... into the hospital. More thread, more splints, more crutches. Wooden splint. Wooden crutch. Yeah, that's literally just a habit that I have, holy spokes. It's interesting that you're copying it, like the outlines. I don't know. Again, it's like I just make things that I think look nice. Some migrants have arrived. If people would like dwarves, give me a show. Assuming you don't already have one. Finds the pursuit of knowledge deeply important. I'm putting library in your name so that I know to assign you to the library. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is quite polite. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is not particularly ambitious, and she can handle stress. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important. Recover quickly, high kinesthetic sense. You'd be good in the military too, so I'm a little torn on this one. I think I might just throw you into the military for now. But put you into the library later. Oh, we got a dwarf named Dodok. Dodok is going to become Janier. IRA. Dinara. It's given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. Is a private to the point of unwilling to reveal even basic personal information about herself. She's always sad and dejected, and she is somewhat scatterbrained. She's quite ambitious, and she sometimes acts with without determination. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she has an active imagination. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She's quite polite, and is not inherently proud of her talents, and she's not, she is quite polite, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she has a greedy streak. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees lying as an important means to an end, respects perseverance, and finds artwork boring, doesn't feel strongly about the law. Member of the Gilded Faith, and a novice potter, and a talented woodcutter. Good analytical ability, and you're a depression-prone private brawler. Saving Private Brawler. Next up, we have a waxworker named Vakar. Vakar is going to be Wiz the self-proclaimed god. Can neither confirm nor deny the actual eye kinesthetic sense. Ooh, developed empathy. Trusting. 2 children and a spouse. Look at that, Deller. And your 2 children. And your pet ram, Besmer. How many gigabytes is in your RAM, do you think? He is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges, which is why he has a wife and 2 kids. Irresistible cravings and urges. He is very trusting. He is grounded in reality, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is quite polite, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and he is stubborn. He lives a fast-paced life, and he clicks his tongue occasionally when he's bored. His voice trails off when he's thinking about something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't dream of anything. Personally, he respects power. Probably dreams of obeying the great gremlin, then. Welcome to the fort. Your wife, Wiz the God, is Mighty Rhett. Mighty Rhett and Wiz the God are a happy couple. Mighty Rhett is a thrill seeker who disdains sacrifice, has low stamina, and recovers slowly. That disdains peace and hates perseverance. Novice surgeon, all right. Has a sum of patience and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Welcome to the military. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, is a perfectionist and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She can handle stress, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She has a calm demeanor, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Begins to talk when she's nervous, and when she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. You know, I kind of want to throw both of you into the military. Wiz, you're going with her. Wiz the Waxy and Mighty Rhett. But your first kid shows up, who's 4. Your first child is... this is very funny. Darth Plagueis the Wise. Sorry. It's just very funny. Child seen some shit, I suppose. Mom and dad join the military and Darth Plagueis shows up. Desires little for herself in the way of possessions, is prone to strong feelings of lust, as an overinflated sense of self-worth checks out. Easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Well, that's obviously why you're a Sith, clearly. Often acts with compassion, and that's not true. And is quite ambitious, tries to do things correctly each time, tends to avoid any physical confrontations by use of lightning power instead of, actually fighting hand-to-hand, and works to describe his natural tendency and respects martial prowess, is assertive and likes to take it easy, is discouraged and is slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dream personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, values artwork, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Is 4 years old, has good memory, proud. She will lose empathy from trauma. I mean, that would check out. Right, well, anyway, her younger kid, Cadwell Golf Mines, is also here. And the younger one is... from YouTube chat. Killjoy 20. Killjoy 20. Do not kill Joy. Joy is a lovely individual. Has a developed sense of optimism that... Wow. Here we go. She has such a developed sense of optimism that she will always assume that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. She rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is a very friendly individual. Always tries to say nice things and is very trusting. She's always tense and jittery, and she is slow to anger. She tries to avoid physical confrontations, and she tries to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, just like her parents, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Doesn't often feel envious of others and often feels lustful. Has a sense of duty and isn't given to flights of fancy. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she likes a little excitement now and then and does not tend to hold on to grievances, and has a menacing stare when she's angry, like her sister. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees artwork and merrymaking as a waste. That's very funny. Everything about this is very funny. Anyway, there's the sheep. So that's everybody who's said pick me's. I think that's everyone. So if anybody else wants one, give me a holler. Crypt Stayer, yeah. Rules strong, values independence, overbearing, anger prone. Oh. Stars Somar. Star Samar is, as an overwhelming personality, sometimes cruel, tries to keep her things orderly. She is quick to anger and she doesn't handle stress well. Well, there goes my dreams of putting you in the military. Also, hello, Fregs. Welcome to the channel. Also, hi, Broken Spacebar. She finds obligations confining, and she's conflicted by this, and she believes in the importance of the rule of law. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she tends to avoid crowds. She laughs very loudly when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values independence and does not particularly value loyalty. Right up here, we have a talented jeweler. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take this second squad, and I'm going to move their barracks to that area underneath the side stairwell that the monkeys came in, so that, like, if the monkeys come down, they just get murked by the military anyway. Military will help her cope with stress. I was thinking more hammer energy, but we'll try it. This one here is Broken Space Bar. She never deliberates before acting, to the point of being considered thoughtless. She is dour as a rule, and she's conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she could be considered rude. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she does not often feel lustful. She occasionally overindulges and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square its natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She taps her feet when there's a lull in the conversation, and she begins to stammer when she becomes exasperated. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values independence, but has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and thinks friendship is important. I'm going to make a new squad. We're just going to go with metal armor. Broken Spacebar, congratulations, you has your own squids. You have your own squid. You have no family. Welcome to the fort. Next up is UGDPY underscore. You know, you can really tell when a faction is military based, right? When there's a lot of war going on, when literally every other migrant has some sort of skill with weapons. You're going into the military by good spatial sense, fearless, like already done. She is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and often acts with compassion. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she could be considered rude. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has an active imagination. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she's bothered by this, and she values friendship. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. That's not true at all. I'm using copper spears, which are actually pretty good, believe it or not. You're Dwarf, Ranger Rick, let's double check. I'm 99% sure you are. Yes. Ranger Rick is still alive, one, and very, 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 very happy. So next up is Fregs. Green Fregs and Ham. Is prone to strong feelings of lust, can be very single-minded, not readily moved by art or natural beauty. Darkwall was, Darkwall I think had, I can't remember what Darkwall had, but Darkwall I think had Galena, so I was going to be making Silver Warhammers. We are making Silver Warhammers, but I'm doing a combination of Silver Warhammers and Spears. Your last opinion option is always spears. I rotate. I don't know. Sometimes I do swords. Sometimes I do only warhammers. Sometimes I do a combination. In this one, we're doing crossbow dwarves and spears and hammers. Like the last fort I did was mostly swords, I think. She is prone to strong feelings of lust, and she can be very single-minded. Like, Creature Keepers was mostly swords. She can be, where was I? I'm gonna start over. Feelings of lust. She can be very single-minded, and she readily is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is slow to trust others, and she doesn't handle stress well. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is often tearful, occasionally overindulges, and is often nervous. Can sometimes act without deliberation. Dreams of mastering a craft or work someday, and personally finds eloquent and our full speech off-putting, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Also, I say mastering a craft or work someday often as like an intentional spoonerism. That is intentional. And you're a member of the Fated Faith, which is a group I already have a church for. So welcome to the fort. Speaking of forts and welcoming, we're going to welcome the next dwarf to the fort, who is... I think that's everybody who's asked for one. You normally go battle axe? Should you be using spears and hammers? I mean, different weapons kind of have their own specific niche, but honestly, it doesn't matter, really. I mean, there are some foreign weapons that dwarves can't normally make that are weirdly overpowered in comparison to dwarven weapons, like whips, for example. But outside of that, there really isn't a bad weapon unless we're talking about, let's just say, adamantine warhammers, which just won't damage anything, right? Or like wooden weapons. Like, you shouldn't be using weapons that are made of wood. So what's up with this tree? Oh, I see. It's like growing over top of this other tree. That's kind of neat. So yeah, it's... Use what you want to be using. If you like using warhammers, use warhammers. If you want to use spears, use spears. If you want to use axes, use axes. But maybe, like, if you only have silver as, like, the... Because I think most people just play on, like, plentiful materials, right? Like, everybody... most people, I think, I'm assuming. I'm assuming most people who play this game are playing with frequent resources, right? If you... That's not true. Craft lol. If you are playing on a map that has frequent resources, you can use just about whatever you want, because you will always be able to get the optimal material for the thing that you want, right? Whereas if you're playing on sparse, you kind of just get what you get, right? Which is why I'm using copper armor, copper spears, because spear is pretty good, like, weight to sharpness ratio where theoretically stab damage would be all right. And also because spears get blunt damage as well, because they can bonk them with the what's it called? The staff part of the spear. Copper isn't a bad material for spears. Steel's better, but copper isn't bad. It's not the worst thing. It would be better than a copper warhammer as an example. So I could also be using short swords. Like, just pick, like, a weapon that you like, and that's decent for the material that you have, and roll with it. It's kind of that simple. The butt of the sword, sure. She has an utterly languid pace of lazy living, calm and slow, would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forth her point of view in the discussion. She doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Chat room? We found a millennial. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and generally acts with narrow focus on the current activity. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Never mind, not a millennial. Not a millennial. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Maybe a millennial. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Thinks that working hard is an abject idiocy and values knowledge. I am going to put the library note on you. Anybody else? Merchants will be leaving soon. That's fine. This is a big migrant wave. Stop being so hopeful about the future, you boomer. You're a bone doctor, hey? You know, I've got very few like dreams of mastering a skill, which I think is interesting. Ah. How do we feel about necromancy, chat? Why would I waste time thinking about myself? Because you're a necromancer. We love recycling. Boy. Aim before zombie Gorlak Queen. Chabra, as in the Chabra from the YouTube chat. You know, just stop over in YouTube. Whenever I read your name and it says just stop, I always think you're telling me to stop, and I always want to respond, stop what? It's really hard for me to tell like where usernames begin and like text begins because it's almost exactly the same color and font in the YouTube chat. YouTube chat is hard as hell to read. What's sus about this doctor? You mean the necromancer? Chabra never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and can be very happy and optimistic. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and is quite ambitious. Is slow to anger and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is conflicted by this. She values harmony as an intellectual concept, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and does not go out of her way to help others, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony with at least a bit of strife or disorder. Is a firm believer in the value of tradition and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. How you necro feel about it? Hardy, hardy, hard. Apparently more anxiety prone. Though she is troubled by this, by her own nature, as she prefers discord and debate at a base level. Does anybody have the world downloaded? The Tummies of Romance. That's a former warlord of the Tummies of Romance. Because I'd say look up Tun. Look this dwarf up. Curious if they've done anything interesting. And if you get anything interesting, stick it in the thread on Discord if possible. If you happen to have it open. The Doom of Focus, the Routed Poisons. The Knowing Doctrines. Joined Unions of Dabbling, which I think is a human group. Has 2 apprentices. Lots of goblin names in your family? High Master Thrower. That's kind of funny. Can Gorlax be a necromancer? Anything that can read can be a necromancer. I don't think elves can. Or at least not normally. Poor empathy, that part checks out. How's the schemer skill? Schemer skill? It's an other, right? High Master Musician, oh boy. I kind of want to put this person as a bard in my tavern. I feel like if you had a necromancer bard in your tavern, they're just going to be singing black metal, right? I've never used LinkedIn before, so I don't even know what LinkedIn looks like. You would go to that tavern? Oh yeah, no, totally. It'd probably be playing. It'd probably be a lot like listening to the local band Tribunal, actually. Holy crap! This migrant wave keeps going. We were at 108 when this started, so we're in like the mid 20s. Okay, well, I need to see how many more bedrooms I need now. Yep. So I'm gonna make this into a barracks for the National Canyons. And then I'm gonna start moving this stuff. Because I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna place a jeweler's shop over here. Jeweler's shop's gonna be made out of quartzite, because obviously the jeweler's shop has to be pink. Clearly. It's the most logical thing I've said all day. Already got other craft store shops, and I need a woodworker's shop, which I think I'm just gonna stick in here. Because we're actually getting agitation as well. I'm gonna make probably a infinite stockpile for it, for wood. What are you asking me? Wait, are you asking me if I'm in my mid-20s or if the number of dwarves that arrived were in the mid-20s? The Cult of Ghosts has many members and now requires a temple complex and high priest. Which one was that? This one. First one. So I need to get the value of this room up to higher than it currently is. All right, well. I was going to make this into the were-creature area, but I think I'm just going to not do that. I'm going to deconstruct those. And this will be the temple complex. I have a little walkway that goes up here. And a big old space up here. So we'll just like expand the size of it quite a bit. Maybe make it into a dining hall. Could be cool. Question that was asked was of you regarding what was previously said on the stream and what was appeared on this stream either previously or earlier or some time ago. Got it. Thank you. It was very, 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 very riveting. Oh boy. Okay, so while I'm doing that, let's also check down on here. Cage, cage, cage. Oh, I know. I am well aware of what I was reading while I was reading it. Those all have cages. You are connected to this. I'm gonna lock this door. Let's add everybody to the burrow. Let's see if I can catch a gremlin. So this is not being held up by anything. It's just sitting there on top of this, which is connected to this. How about this then? Because they're actually, I'm gonna just interrogate them. We'll just make things easy. Ton. Where are you? There you are. They're probably lying about their name then. Let's see if I can cage trap myself a gremlin. Okay. Here comes gremlin. No. No, they won't. But I can just interrogate them. So like you see, gremlins are cage avoid, or trap avoid. Shit. Man, I fucked up. I thought I locked that door, but I clearly didn't. It can't get back into the caverns, though. Fuck. So close. Gremlin really just unlocked that door. Suppose. All right, well, I have to lock it in the fort. Here's hoping none of my creatures kill it. I may have just lost my entire chance to get this gremlin. Can they open locked doors? No, I just didn't lock the door. That was me fucking up. That was not the gremlin, that was me fucking up. Okay, well, you can't get out that way. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to force it back down to where it was, basically. It can get out of here. If it gets out of there, we've lost it. It's gone. So I need to deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. Cancel this. Cancel that. Yes. Okay. So I've currently got it locked in the fort. And in before I end up just locking it in a bedroom. Should I just lock it in a bedroom? I can't actually, because it's technically an intruder. So I need to wait until it does a full lap around the fort and goes back down to where it was. It's basically what we need to do right now. But no, I didn't lock the door. I thought I clicked it, but I guess I didn't. The door wasn't locked. You can go check the VOD if you want. Proper bed and clothes would tame it faster. God, if that said a gremlin has grown to become a cat, I would laugh my ass off. Okay. I'm just very worried my military is going to kill it. You know, I'm actually just going to do a thing. I'm going to quick save. Gremlins are intelligent creatures that are pretending to be pets. So they're like, they're a goblin or a human or they can speak. They are an intelligent creature. But using some wild glitches in the game that have been in the game for like 15 years, you can cage trap them and tame them, which is what I'm trying to do. However, I fucked up because I forgot to lock a door. So, yeah. No, the door to the left was set to the forbidden. The door to the right wasn't. Thanks, Trog. This gremlin is in adventure mode. Yeah, this gremlin's looking for an exit, and instead playing adventure mode, so looking for one. I 100% did. Okay, I'll, I guess, believe you. But I mostly don't. It suddenly started sprinting. Why is that? You want to pull the lever, Monsieur Gremlin. Oh, I see another. I know of another problem. Oh, probably can't climb out of that. Probably can't. Probably can't. I mean, I still have this one down here. I still have Lady Gremlin. Whew, I wasn't sure if the military would kill it. I guess not. Also, I've just decided I'm going to do a thing for safety's sake. Just for safety's sake, because you've got me all nervous about locked doors. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, I have a feeling it can get up. Block it off? I mean... Chat, remind me in like 5 minutes to build stairs up down there. I don't know if it can. It maybe can. If it gets out, I'll reload the save. It doesn't have any climbing skill, so... It probably can't climb an overhang. So now we just have a random wild gremlin running around forbidding my doors. Which is kind of funny. And I've had to lock my manager's office. Great. I have to make 2 temple complexes. Not 1, 2. So I'm going to pause the game real quick, and I'm just going to jump up here. And I'm going to jump up here. And this here is going to be connected to whatever this zone is called. Which is the Ashen Temple, which is also going to be expanded out to here. Okay. Now that I've done that, let's jump back down to this goblin. Or gremlin. Which one? DS? It's less of a you never know when they're going to fix the bug and more of a do they know the bug exists? And also, is it even a bug? Is often the question that I have when I run into weird things in this game. Because it might also be like an intended mechanic that's just behaving improperly. Which I guess also probably counts as a bug. So once that lever becomes possible for it to pass to again, it should just pass to the lever. Okay, so now I've done this. And I can make stairs up. Okay, it can't get out. But neither can my dwarves. So, like, this isn't exactly what I would describe as optimal. because it can't get out, but my dwarves also can't get out. Yeah, I screwed up. Darren, I let the gremlin out. Which is, admittedly, kind of hysterical in its own weird way. It's oddly fitting. I mean, sort of, yeah. Ogath. I'm more just worried that I've got dwarves stuck outside. That's honestly my biggest concern right now. I could try and dig another gremlin catch spot down here, which should probably be fine. What do you think? I think we'll try and catch a different gremlin. So I'm going to dig this here. Actually going to jump up to here and I'm going to do something else. I'm going to grab this stockpile and I'm going to embiggen it a bit. Mo gremlins, mo better. I mean, more gremlin twaps, mo better. At the very least. So I'm gonna do this, 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 and this. I'm gonna widen this a little bit. Send this around to back here with a little walkway into here. Actually, I don't need to do that because they can enter on that side. So then just a little walkway into here. And Gremlin is exploring still. I mean, there is a chance the Gremlin goes back down and pulls the lever elsewhere while I'm building this. There is a chance Gremlin goes and does that, but I will just simply watch this Gremlin zip around. The thing is, the last thing I can put in is the lever, because all the Gremlin wants to do is go pull a lever. What if you capture the Gremlin and throw him in a pit with water? But he's a very... Gremlins are extraordinarily rare, difficult to catch creatures, so why are you suggesting that I kill him? Like, if you catch a Gremlin, and if you go through exploiting bugs and going through all of the rigmarole to get a Gremlin in a cage, and you decide you want to kill it, be my guest. What if I do that? My time would be horribly wasted. Woof, way over my head, Rubber Rouser, but is also a straight up suggestion of kill the Gremlin, which is, like I said, a very difficult and hard thing to find. Not a super common thing to find. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's smooth this, 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 and this. Jump up to here. When they are just silly little fellas, because they can kill your whole fort if you have like a lever connected to the wrong thing in the wrong place. It's sort of like the same way a sock can kill your fort by having a lever in a bad place. If you have a lever in a bad place, a single Gremlin can kill your whole fort. Cage traps are what I want. I need more mechanisms and probably more cage traps. Wooden cage trap. Although I need a carpenter shop. And, fuck. Actually, no, I'm okay. Most of the wood's on the surface, so I need copper cage traps. Let's just do 30. And rock mechanisms, let's do another 50 of those. Pretty much, yeah. Like, let's just say you have a lever that, like, sets lava to pour somewhere, and they pull it at the wrong time. That could total your fort. No, there's a gremlin loose into my fort that if it gets to the surface, then it will just leave the map. That's why I can't go to the surface. How about I just do this? Well, I mean, if you're talking about the movie Gremlins, it's... Yeah, sure, but... That's not how they work in Dwarf Fort, though. I'm very literal when I'm stressed. Saw my building designations? Probably. Probably. All right, those are pressure plates. Cage trap. Okay, the next thing I need to do is this. There's nothing terrible nor awful about them. They're just simply very rare and hard to catch. But they can pull levers. Like, I don't know how else to explain this. I've kind of said, I feel like I'm a broken record right now. Gremlins can pull levers. That's why they're so terrible and awful, because they walk into your fort and they pull a lever, right? And if it's a lever that for some reason you really do not want pulled, that could be very bad. You're kind of sus. Former ringleader, eh? Former members of a bunch of groups. Huh. And you just killed it? Don't feel bad for killing a gremlin. Like, they are evil. Like, they are evil entities in Dwarf Fortress. They can also kill your fort. They're just rare and kind of hysterical, and me being somebody who's spent way too many hours in this game, I've always wanted to try and catch one. So this is like me trying to complete a long desired goal in this game that I've been doing for a very, very, very long time. This is not something you should really attempt if you are a new player in this game. If you see a gremlin and you're a new player, lock the door. So they speak? Yes, they are intelligent. They're basically a miniature goblin. What's their use once tamed? Absolutely nothing. I don't even think they can do jobs. They literally just hang out in your fort. It's just like personal goal here. That's it. The problem is going to be connecting this to a lever. I think what I'm going to have to do is actually make a stockpile for 3 mechanisms right here. Put it, well, okay. Let's delete this one. Expand this one. Put a door here. And then when I tell them to start building it, lock the door. Look at you, exploratory little weirdo. Yeah, none of these even have cages in them. You know, actually, I'll bet you. My work orders aren't getting assigned because this is my manager's office. Okay, well, manager, you need a temporary office. Yeah, no, the gremlins are kind of just a meme in this game, to a degree. My name is Greg, so I don't want to name the gremlin after me. Also, this is a lady gremlin. Oh, sorry, never mind. This is the male gremlin. We do also have a lady gremlin. Long story short, I want to breed gremlins. That's literally my entire goal here, is to get the two of them into a room together. And because they're intelligent and they're technically like, as you can see, they have like thoughts here. You never, Shanira. Because they are intelligent creatures, you can, like, they'll petition to join your fort when you tame them. So it could be like, you could have a gremlin baron, theoretically. Me and my chat literally started that. If you've seen a meme about gremlin for mayor, that is my chat. That is a meme that we started here. Like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe longer. It was like early 2020 that meme started. The goblin for mayor shirt? Yep. Don't have a gremlin for mayor shirt, but we do have a goblin mayor shirt. Would I vote for him? Damn right. So none of these have cages in them yet. Which is mildly annoying. There you go. Now you can manage work orders even though your office sucks. I'm also going to move livestock up here. Oh, yay, you can now see that they're assigned to things already. That's good. Another bug I reported the other day. Okay, well, because that gremlin can't get out, what I can do is I can get this one into the other one. So what I can do... This is going to look like a mess. Let's actually just do this from here. No, let's actually just do stairs. This door is currently passable. We just need a troll captain of the guard and a necromancer dungeon master. And an elven mayor. And it's total chaos. Refuses to elaborate. Oh, necromancer is absolutely the easiest of those to achieve. But trust me, if we can get a Gorlak queen into this fortress will be legendary. That's crazy, actually, that door opened. Weird. Apparently the door was actually locked. That's crazy. Not from Men-at-Arms. Not familiar. If they're forced to chop down a tree, apparently they get a negative thought about it, but I've never actually seen it myself. Rebel Rouser. But it's not a major negative thought. It's just like mildly upset kind of deal. Although I think that that can happen to any dwarf who values nature. A lot of random bullshit on Steam today. Oh, wow. I was gonna say, there's like 3 dwarves in that bed. Whole family hanging out. Oh. A force that is dark and vile has arrived and immediately left. I wonder if they immediately left because they can't get into my fort. It's kind of funny. I mean, I've always said that politics would go better if everybody was stoned, so just bring the weed gummies and I'm sure things will go just fine. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen gremlins lock doors, but I've got backup doors this time. In fact, I may actually bury this dwarf in here. I may actually just do it this way. Watch a bunch of my own dwarves get stuck in this. Oh, dwarf's leaving to go get a drink. Okay. You know what? Let's just do it this way. I'll wait until the next dwarf is in here, and then I'm going to lock this door. Why just the continent? Why stop there? Also, did we ever interrogate the necromancer? Ton. Revealed that Ton is in fact an assumed identity. The subject's true name is Bosa Obeymenist. The subject revealed that in the mid-autumn of 76, they began embezzling funds as the broker of the natural fierce trumpet. Well, that explains that. My necromancer's actual name is Bosa. Bosa Barbosa. Hello, Arende, how are you? So once these 2 dwarves are through here, put him as broker, but then he'll embezzle my funds. I'll overvalue my items and then pocket the difference. That's mildly annoying. Forgotten Beast Arumi has come. Gigantic, scaly click beetle. It has a curling trunk and a bloated body. Beware its poison gases. Well, it can't get to me, and I really can't get to it, and I got gremlins to worry about, so we're just going to let it do its thing for a little bit, and we'll maybe worry about it later. Yes, I'm aware I'm locking this dwarf in here. I beg your pardon. The Forgotten Beast Siwat Namarumo has come. A towering, hairy, scaly flatworm. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a bloated body. Its cinnamon hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poison sting. I don't think I've ever seen 2 at exactly the same time before. This one must have been on the map for a while because of the angle it came in from. Anyway, they're gonna fight now, but I got a dwarf doing a thing. Like, why is everything happening at this exact minute? Like, a click beetle and a flatworm, yeah. Also, there's a artifact happening too. All right, Gremlin. Okay, there you go. Gremlin moving. So it is locked in. Oh, you're going for the wrong lever. Okay. It's okay. You can do that. It's not going to do anything, I don't think. What's this lever connected to? Nothing. Gremlin. Gremlin. Black Flag Redneck, has the armorer, has created a copper cap and offers it to the dutiful boulders. I will look into that after this. Everything, Yosarf, is what you've missed. Come on, pull the lever. You know you wanna. What are you trying to do? Maybe before these gremlins are actually smarter than me. Gremlin. Here's what I'm gonna do. Dwarf, you have one job. Don't lock yourself in. God damn it. All right. Let's try this again. Let's try this a second time, Dwarf. I was gonna try and forbid that, but this will work. Okay, so. Before I do this, let's also wall this off. Maybe don't wall this off, but like let's wall this off for my own sanity. All right, so now there is a lever in there. Gremlin is locked in there with a singular lever. So here's hoping something positive comes from that one. Where's the other one at right now? The other one is here. Still booking it around. My God, I hope you guys are entertained by this. This whole like sequence just needs like yakety sax playing. What's the name of this copper cap? Tat loss. Okay. Cap. Copper. Tat loss? Nope. Apparently I have this thing. This is a copper cap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave spiders silken and encircled with bands of cushion, lake-night cabochons, and almond wood. This object menaces with spikes of copper and claro opal and giant Rios macaw bone. On the item is an image of Good Charles, the pig iron shield in Rios macaw bone. On the item is an image of two giant Gila monsters in quartzite. And you can hear the faint noises of King Gizzard and the Lizard fans off in the distance. All right, you gremlin. Okay, well, I need to wait for all of these to have cage traps in them. Don't forget the kaiju fight. I think it's probably over already. That or they're both off map because I didn't actually see. Yeah, I don't see either of them on map anymore, so Or I only see one of them on map. Wait, actually, never mind. Sorry, I lied. It appears that the beetle one... The beetle one, in fact, by kicking the Forgotten Beast in the body, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. Probably because it's a flatworm. Flatworms, don't they have brains throughout their entire body or something? Didn't we talk about this before once? I feel like we've been over this, where a dwarf just stabbed it in the body and hit its brain. It's like, how'd you do that? Well, they have like multiple brains, which makes them very weak. Right. I still need to... There's too many things I need to do right now. Just too many. Just too many things. Okay, we'll make the upper floor pink. I have to try and re-imprison this gremlin, basically. So you're a DF noob, right? So you self-described DF noob. When you've been playing a game for tens of thousands of hours, logic ceases to matter and thing that you've never done before becomes priority. I am beyond that point. Thing I've never done before is absolute priority. I will burn this entire fortress to the ground to catch this gremlin. There's 2 on the map, yes. And that's why I will burn the fortress down to catch this gremlin. Because if I manage to catch this gremlin somehow, then theoretically, there is a chance I could have baby gremlins. But even this gremlin is like now refusing to move, so if I know. Even if I could just like stick them in the same room together, would be something. I just want to have baby gremlins running around. That's literally all I want. I've seen so little South Park in my life. I've literally just seen the South Park movie. That is it. It's the only South Park thing I've ever seen. So the ones with the dark backgrounds don't have cages in them yet. The ones with the, like, colored backgrounds do. Gremlin Barons. Who doesn't want a line of Gremlin Barony? Who doesn't want that? And come on. Also, this doesn't happen very often. We have exactly 27,500 followers. It's a very round number. Now, if we could just hit 900 subscribers again, that would be pretty rad, but... Well, the main issue with this is that I can't really open the doors to my fort right now. So I really need to catch you somewhere. Manori, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. That's the second round of gift subs today. It's been one of those quiet days, you know? Thank you. Means a lot. Although, actually, I don't know. Is the correct sub count listed? No, it's not. So I actually... I need to turn the sub count off. You guys have to use the below the stream reference goal because my software isn't working currently. Need to figure out why that is after the stream. But I was 2 below the needed amount. We're at 903 subs currently. We were at 898 before. There's a little widget beneath the stream, though, that should be accurate. Fuck! This is definitely what I was worried about. All right, well. The one beneath the stream does. The one on stream said 889, which was wrong. But the one beneath the stream is Twitch specific, which is correct. So I have to get these dwarves out of here, and then I can open up the locked area again. Assuming it's still in here. Watch it just leave. As I start building like a lock onto this thing, it just leaves. So you know what? We'll just lock this door and dig into here from underground. Bruh. What's the other gremlin up to? Probably hasn't moved. Guessing what I gotta do to make it move is... I don't know in what way you're looking for them to change, but this patch makes them do this. You can do multi-layers. I don't know exactly what changes you're looking for, though. I also stopped working entirely for a minute, but that's been fixed. Where gremlin at? God, these things move way too quick. Where gremlins? I mean, that would just be a, like, I'm sure a gremlin could probably become a rare creature if they got bit. Just one page? I'm pretty sure it's just full XML dump. Why? You have a good one, Walnut. Is your chance to leave now? Because I'm building doors to lock you in. Am I going crazy, or did my population just go down by one? Cool. Chat room, we have a vampire. So where was Lorbam found dead? Right here. Skimming around to see if there's anybody who's currently going through trauma. Because now you actually have to look for dwarves. Or vampires. Right after experiencing trauma. No, reliving after experiencing trauma. Frustrated, lonely, frustrated, blissful, content, sympathy, euphoric. It's probably not you. Don't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Hmm. Worsen probably is the one that you're thinking of. Normally, whoop. Well, it's not you. All right. Well, who reported that they were dead? There's no witnesses. What about the armorer? I'm gonna interview you again. I'm kind of just like taking a gamble right here to try and find this vampire. After being unable to practice craft. Actually, you know what? Let's look at you. Oh. It's the it's the necromancer. I can tell you this for fact. Horrified after seeing Locum die. Locum died. You saw them die. You now are listed as 0 kill. Well, found you. Busted. You saw Locum die. Yeah, really. Mm-hmm. What's funny is they didn't even like have the balls to turn them into a zombie. Wouldn't that be funny if there was just like a zombie of Locum walking around the fort and we already killed them? Just waiting for the captain of the guard to catch up with this dwarf. Okay, well that's gonna take a minute. Let's just, while we're waiting for that, go all the way down. Actually, let's just go to where that gremlin is, the lower one. Okay, so you're still in here. Let's turn on the burrow. Just wait for all the dwarves to leave here. Then I will lock it in here. Then once there's... Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. So this is bad because there's a bunch of migrants on the surface. Dwarf Fortress is being very Dwarf Fortress right now. Oh dear, indeed. Yes. Also adequate crossbowmen. This. So let's see. In the last like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I accidentally released a gremlin into our fortress. I got attacked by 2 forgotten beasts, one of which is dead now. We got a migrant wave after sealing the fortress off, so I'm trying to release them. My necromancer turns out to be a vampire, and now there's a fucking weredeer on the surface. I'm gonna go get a sandwich. And talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in like a minute. Ugh. Is this? Oh yeah. I mean, it's not a Gerlach fort yet. I need the Gerlachs to show up. I mean, this fort is literally infested with gremlins. That is true. Creatures? Where? I don't know what you're talking about, Shadow. Mm-hmm. This is very true. Stone.
You fucking donkey!
That's a deer. Not a donkey. Shark. I will say, like, the last 90 minutes have been the most Dwarf Fortress I've played in a while.
Open all doors. Abandoned ship or so. P.
Not yet. It's being an ass. That's a deer, not a donkey. I've told you this already. Come on. Can't you read? Cramp, thank you very much for the 37th month check. Can I get a round of beers? Cramp. I don't want to talk about it, Ranger. You cannot turn a forgotten beast into a were creature. Killjoy. You turn a vampire into were deer. I don't know. I don't think you can have multiple god curses. But I'm not sure. I've never tried. All right, let's see how many of my migrants this thing kills. Most of them, I assume. One. Two. 3. 4. 5. Every single one of them. Oh, hey, it's a goblin. Well, there goes those you know, migrants that I was hoping to get. The goose just saw some shit, though.
Bring out your dead!
Yep. All right, where did that gremlin go? This one. Okay, you're still all the way back in here, waiting for all of these dwarves to get out of here. If a necromancer killed and made a zombie, would I get an alert? Pretty quickly once the fighting started. But the necromancer's not going to kill and make a zombie unless the necromancer is actively under threat. Just because the necromancer is a vampire doesn't mean the necromancer is going to resurrect a zombie that it kills It'll only do that if it's actively under threat by said zombie, and there happens to be a body nearby. So if I tell a dwarf to go kill it, if I tell one of my dwarves to go kill the necromancer, and there happens to be a, what's the word I'm looking for here? And there happens to be a corpse nearby, then the necromancer feels threatened, then the necromancer will raise a zombie. The necromancer won't just raise a zombie for no reason. What's next for this Summer of Doom? I'm putting a wall here, and then I can open the fort back up, because I will have both of the gremlins trapped again. There we go. 1. Who currently is still running around. What happens when you put a necromancer in the military? You have a necromancer in the military. I mean, what I think you are actually asking isn't what happens when you put a necromancer in the military. What you're actually asking is what happens when you put a necromancer in the military and then they fight something. What happens when you put a necromancer in the military and then they fight something is there's a fight that takes place, right? And then anything that visibly dies in front of the necromancer while the necromancer is in combat can be rezzed as either a friendly or unfriendly zombie. This usually causes quite a bit of lag, but also on top of quite a bit of lag, it can also cause both advantages and disadvantages to your side, because suddenly it's a three-way fight, usually. Because there is neutral zombies that'll fight both, there are zombies that'll just fight you, and then there's zombies that'll join the enemy. And you kind of have to deal with that. Usually just equals a lot of lag and usually isn't worth it. Alright, so now that I've done all of that, I probably need to, I really need to expand my burrow. My burrow doesn't have the upper layer at all. Okay, so now that I've done that, excuse me, I can scream profusely, because what else did I need to do? Right, yeah, I had 2 temples I needed to make. This one also needs to be an upgraded temple, so let's just start working on these. Let's just get these done, and then I'll figure out where I'm going from here. Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's one of those things where it's like, necromancers in the military is something that I think most people do once. And then after that, if you have a necromancer, you're like, man, how about instead of putting you in the military, instead of putting you in the military, how about instead we just, how about instead of putting you in the military, we just make you a librarian or something? Although I have had some success about having like military/zombie necromancer squads. The fights get really laggy is the main issue. Okay, so this dwarf here, my captain of the guard, Telenartho, meets with the necromancer, Tun, once again, who's actually named Bosa, and he's met with the subject and appealed to the subject's belief in the truth. And the subject valued honesty despite being intellectually stubborn and confessed to the murder. Unfortunately, no new information was revealed. Confessed to the murder. Okay, so that means I can convict you, right? Okay, well, I'm going to interrogate you again. Because I would like to discover you as a vampire instead of just, convicting you of the murder. Let's unsuspend this. Get all of this stuff smoothed. Let's get some a big old set of tables. Oh, I kind of ran out of chairs, but what else can I do up here? Oh, this is the god of death, so let's put a pedestal up here. I might actually put that cap up here. You're a scholar of bones. It's oddly gothic sounding. Very Dark Souls. Okay, so have I interrogated you another time yet? Yes, I have. Appealed to subject's belief in cooperation. The subject believed in cooperation, confessed to the murder. No new information was revealed. All right, well, I guess I just have to convict you then. See what your punishment is. Doesn't say what your sentence is yet. What? Wait, are you telling me you don't get a conviction? Putnam, did you break something? Okay, it is there. Convicts. Doesn't say what your sentence is. Why? Because Cooler is on vacation, or was on vacation up until a very brief period of time ago. And I ain't gonna make a man quit his vacation. And we were limited to a very, very, very low number of animated emotes up until halfway through Cooler's vacation. So that's why we don't have an animated skeleton. And also because I don't really want an animated dancing skeleton, to be honest with you. I'd rather have more animated dwarves. Mostly because, believe it or not, the skeleton emotes on my chat are the least used ones now. I'm suddenly wondering if there's an issue dwarves getting convicted of crimes right now. If the skeleton emotes ever move up above the like top 10 most commonly used emotes, I would consider making more skeleton emotes. But currently skeleton emotes are the lowest priority because, frankly, in comparison to the majority of my emotes, nobody uses them. All right, well, I have a lot of animals I gotta butcher. And it seems like murder isn't a sentence that gets a conviction right now. I'm not entirely sure as to why that is, but it certainly seems to be the case, and I'm mildly disturbed by this. Like, okay, more than mildly disturbed by this, quite disturbed by this. It's gonna eat all these stupid KVs. And also an alpaca, apparently. This isn't a... Okay, so let me just be completely honest with you. Suited, the ethics of a civilization don't change regardless of who's currently running it. And also we have a Gorlak in charge of it right now. Not a goblin, a Gorlak, which would imply more ethically normal stuff. I think I'm just going to expel this dwarf. I think that this is a bug, actually. No, it's not time to update the ethics page. It is wrong. I'm actually thinking that none of the sentences I've convicted That's too late. I've already done the conviction. Chat room, is anybody else playing on the experimental branch? Try convicting somebody of a crime. I'm actually going to test this right now. Because I have a cold case that I can try. I don't think crimes that the player convicts actually get a conviction. Because I just had a dwarf admit to murder, who's a necromancer and also a vampire, apparently. So I just had a dwarf admit to murder and not get a conviction for it, even though I convicted them. Maybe it's just a UI bug? It doesn't matter what the bug is. The fact is I didn't get a conviction. Perhaps he threatened the captain. That's not a mechanic that exists in the video game. So I mean, if we're headcanon, we could absolutely say that he threatened the captain, or she could threaten the captain. But otherwise, you just gotta trust him. Did I manage to catch the gremlin? No, but they are sealed off in their own sections of the forts. I've sealed them off. They have not been caught. Yeah, this is a lady dwarf. So let's find out. Let's convict this dwarf of a crime they didn't commit. I'd rather report the bug, but sure. Okay, so conviction is working. So now the question is, do I let this... I think it's vampire specific? Maybe? But, hold on. I'm just typing out what happened to Putnam. No, they're supposed to get a conviction. Like, they were listed, so they were listed as a convict, but didn't actually get a crime associated with them. No, their confession's supposed to make them red, actually. Not blue. Suited. Red. Zombies are blue. Necromancers are purple. Vampires are red. Sorry, but, like, this, I've been playing this game for too long. Yeah, this happened as well in 50.11. Weird. Jeez. Did they fix what? So, the entirety of the existence of vampires in Dwarf Fortress, with the exception of V50, vampires were red. They were always supposed to be red. That's how the game always was. In version 50, they bugged out in two ways. They looked like zombies, which is blue, which is wrong. They were never supposed to be blue, and they were never supposed to look blue. They were always supposed to be red, okay? So, they ceased being red and looked like zombies, Okay, so they looked like intelligent undead in version 50. That was the bug. What they're supposed to look like is normal-ass dwarves. This one just happens to be a necromancer, so it's an oddity. But they're supposed to look like a normal dwarf that when they get accused of crimes and admit to murder, they become red. It's the way it was always in the past. And also for like the brief second where they were feeding, they would become red. So nothing was fixed in V50. They were broken in V50. I don't know how else to explain this. People like overthink and overcomplicate this. Anyway, I'm locking this dude in here. You're staying in here forever. Also, the UI doesn't show the sentence length. Putnam wants me to send her the save, so I'm just going to... I'm not going to quit without saving because that's a long time. So I'm going to save and exit to the main menu. And just send these last 3 saves real quick. So Putnam can fiddle with it. So current in the region 1 and then the last 3. Zip all this stuff. Done. Come on, game, save, please. They're talking about how they said they fixed vampires in experimental. They just fixed them now, showing up as blue. They're supposed to look like normal dwarves. I feel like an idiot whenever I have to explain this for some reason because it's like, to me, it's just a very simple concept, but everybody who isn't used to this from older versions of the game thinks this is the most complicated thing in the world. And I don't get it. Do I need to draw you a visual example? You know what? Actually, here. I'm going to do a very streamer thing in a second here. I'm going to open up, like, MS Paint after I finish zipping this. Shut up. Cat. I don't need it from you right now. Our goal's supposed to be red. You're supposed to be purple. Why do you ask? No, you're not. If you were sorry, you wouldn't have done it, Ryoshin Cat. Huh? Sorry, I just discovered something funny. Okay. Where the hell did Discord go? There it is. Files are too powerful. Son of a... Chat, I'm like about to just throw all my shit out the window and go take a nap. Between you guys making shit impossible and my brain just falling out of my ear, I'm just like, ugh. New fort. This is, we're not starting a new fort. I had to zip a thing. No, because I've made shit all for money today, so gotta keep streaming. Darren, give me $500 and I'll turn the stream off. All right, games started back up. That's uploading. Just gonna wait for another 10 seconds until this is done uploading. But have a good night, John. Snooze good. I don't need rest. I need chat to stop being brain dead. That's what I need. All right. Share copy link. Okay. Now that that's done, let's open this stupid software.
1/10 of the way there.
Mm-hmm.
Colon closing parenthesis.
All right. So. I was thinking that would increase the font size. Nope. 72. Why is this so fucking tiny? There we go. Okay. So we had V47. Okay. Then here we have V50.01. Then we have V50.12 beta. Okay. Now I can zoom out this shit and I can expand this over here. And I can expand this way so stuff works again. Okay. Now, here, for you incapable of understanding basic information, folks, vampires were. You know, we'll do this with actual paint brushes just for comedy's sake. Okay, so vampires were normal dwarf until they commit crime and eat somebody, and then they become red dwarf while eating somebody. Once they are convicted of said crime, they permanently become red dwarf. Okay? Or whatever race they were. V50.1, they were always blue. Right? They were always blue in V50.11. Doesn't matter if they've eaten somebody, doesn't matter if they've convicted crimes, they were always blue, all right? Then over here in the V50.12 beta, they are now supposed to be normal dwarf. And then when they kill thing, they become red briefly. And then when you convict them of or once they admit to murder, they become red dwarf. Do you understand now? Clip that and share it to anybody else who doesn't understand, because I'm tired of explaining this. Admit to being a vampire. Yes. As in the sprite changes color and so does their name. This one is a necromancer, so that might probably be causing it to not work properly. I don't know who that is, Montycore. Because if you ask that question again, I'll ban you, Shadow Observer. Or maybe not ban you, but time you out. Because Shadow Observer is just making jokes, that's why.
This is Sparta!
I'm almost more just mad at the game right now than you guys, don't worry. I'm just tired of explaining this. That's all. Oh, interesting. Huh. Why did that happen? I hit J and the game crashed. Game had enough. Let's see if I hit if I hit J again, if the game crashes again. That time it worked. The hell caused that? Weird. All right, well, I'm just going to continue. Well, actually, I can't because I should. What date was this? 2nd of granite, or 2nd, okay, let's go back to this one. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep repeatedly interrogating this necromancer. Is what I'm gonna do. Anyway, apologies for the like mild salt, but the game's thrown a lot at me recently, and having to explain like the same thing on repeat for 90 minutes, plus also like trying to catch like multiple gremlins and shit, while hysterical, can be very, 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 very bother-inducing for my brain. So we're mostly through it now, from what I can tell. Here's hoping. I don't even know if that's accessible, but if it is, let's put it there. I'm just gonna keep interrogating this thing. See if, because I'm willing to bet because it's a necromancer, I won't be able to expose it as a vampire, but I want to try. They don't have any family, I don't think. Well, they do, but none that are here. I like how he's... It's a kindred spirit with Tel and Artho now, which is funny. Because they've spent so much time talking. They've just, like, become best friends. All right, I can lock this door now. Actually, where's that gremlin? Should probably double check, make sure they're both in the right spot. You are down here, still moving, okay. And you, other gremlin, haven't moved. Well, that's unfortunate. I need to fiddle with this gremlin in a little bit. This necromancer's getting pissed. I don't blame them. In before Tel and Artho falls asleep and then the necromancer eats them. Wait, what? Wait, are you getting your prison sentence now? Okay, maybe it is working. The hell? I don't understand. What? Because you were just interrogating. Huh. Maybe someone was too busy. They literally had no job. Air quotes, no job. I'm going to keep interrogating them, though. There's nothing else you can do. Regardless, it still doesn't say how long... what's the word? It doesn't say how long they'll have the sentence for. That's still a missing piece of UI. Nothing else. Because it should say up here how long they've been in prison for. Or how long they're going to be in prison for. But yeah, I mean, it's possible they were just too busy. I'm just going to lock them in there regardless. This is bizarre. All right, well, strange. I think probably the actual situation here is just the UI element is missing. Oh shit, we actually are getting fish this season. Raw mussels. Should start making shell crafts. You didn't get paid enough for this? Yeah, if I was the captain of the guard, I'd be thinking the exact same thing. All right, let's try and kite a different gremlin, shall we? Let's get back to this. No, because it says that they were completely drained of blood. So, no, it's not possible that they committed murder and didn't actually feed because, well, they committed murder and did, in fact, eat them. Let's see. Do you unlock this door? Oh, wow. They can, in fact, unlock locked doors. That is insane. Then why didn't they unlock the locked doors earlier? Wow. You sneaky little son of a bitch. That is fascinating. I just learned something about gremlins. Well, the front door is currently unlocked, so let's see if I can lock this guy back in. So now we've got... Actually, here. You know what? I'm just going to jump back to the save. Because, fuck it. We've done so much of that in the last 10 minutes. Might as well. Can they do that with hatch covers? I bet you they can't. Let's do the science. Which timeline is this? Okay, so this is after I convicted you of the cold case. I don't want that to be the main timeline. I'm gonna go back again. Sorry. I think this one. True, it might be. Yeah, you're right. It might be a directional thing. Let's just see what happens. Actually, hold on. Let's go down to here. Dig up right here. Dig back down right here. Oh, never mind. Can't do that. Too much in the way here. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Almost all of your nobles are as obsessed with beds. It's an interesting obsession. I'm pretty obsessed with clean sheets, but that's not quite the same thing. Let's see if gremlins can unlock hatch covers. Okay, so now you're in prison. Ah, boy. I feel like I'm losing it a little bit currently. What do you want? You want large gems. Okay. Let's make copper large gems. I think I can do that, right? Copper large. No. Maybe it's large copper gem. Yeah, there we go. 3 large copper gems. Dwarfs running around picking up equipment. Someone needs a new shirt from the looks of things. Is this before or after okay. Something else I need is down here. Down here, I need to actually hook this up to a lever so I can lock down the fort in case. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I mean, this is currently still blocked off. I should unblock this. Click this button. Because usually things that can topple stuff can't go up a layer, and usually, like, it's likely directional, but we'll find out in a moment. I mean, I was unaware that gremlins could open locked doors. So, I mean, this is just, like, very interesting and academic to me at this point. Got a bunch of random monkey childs. Let's go to creatures. Okay, stuff's getting slaughtered. That's good. Let's also check my farmers. Okay, because those are my butchers as well. Oy vey. You know, I just realized I haven't heard a single dance or party in this fort just yet. It's an academic level ability. My parents' cat, when he was younger, could unlock a certain type of door. He figured out how to, like, jump onto the side of the wall and, like, slide down it. They are mischief makers? Yes. Which also means they'll probably be obnoxious as all hell to have in a fort, but, you know. So while the dwarves are doing... Oh, right. It's taken by intruder. Of course it is. Of course it is. Well... We'll just do that manually then. We're into late summer and I need to trade soon. So I think I'm just going to not fiddle with the gremlins for a minute until we're done trading. Figured out how to turn the lock on his old habitat from the inside. Really? Snakes can be some pretty crazy escape artists. We used to catch garter snakes and keep them when I was little, and we definitely had a couple of those that were pretty talented escape artists. It's like not even because they want to get out either. It's just literally like boredom, from what I can tell. Let's encrust furniture with gems and also go work on those. Furniture with cut gems. Okay, let's go up to here. 5,000 value. I was also in the process of making a carpentry area, and that never happened. What? I see a value on that? All right, well, I'm just gonna do the thing I don't generally do because I think it looks ugly, but I need something right now. So now that I've done that, I also need to do this. Get this dug out. Thanks for the 50 pennies. I appreciate you, man. So give them a little walkway here, which is why I made it to the bottom. And we'll give them a view. This is for the god of rivers, so might as well let them look out on the river. Yes, this is the world with the Queen Gorlak. Our necromancer. Our outpost liaison is also a Gorlak. Okay, so I'm gonna drop down a layer here. Go over to this side. Place a mechanism. Mechanism.
The last of me biddies. For you, fellow friend of Gorlix.
Just because I rambled about money earlier, don't worry about it. We're okay. It's just me making excuses more than anything. Elfie and Walnut did the arty, yes. I've got two well, I accidentally let one gremlin out into my fort. I don't know if you were here for that, Clockworks. And then caught it, and then I almost released a second one, but no, I haven't actually managed to cage trap either of them. I'm kind of leaning in the direction again of my plan of knocking them into a thing ain't gonna work. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is make them run past a Forgotten Beast with webs. I'm pretty sure that's what I need to do. So I need a creature with webs. I'm kind of going back to that strat, which is pretty simple, admittedly. I just need to catch a Forgotten Beast who happens to have webs. That's it. So, which means I should probably go down into the caverns and kill that beetle, actually. This thing. So that nothing else, you know, causes us problems in the future. No problem. The last 90 minutes has been a lot. So I've got one gremlin in this area who's just kind of running around. Like right here. This gremlin. Just check Webster's dictionary. Wait, what? Is there an entry on Webster's dictionary on how to trap a web slinger? That seems odd. Why does that exist? So I've got this gremlin just running around in this layer, and then the other one is stuck right here. Because we've learned that they can unlock locked doors. But now I need to find out if they can unlock locked hatches. So, one thing at a time, doing the sciences. It's a very complex scientific study, shall we say. Meetings all day, you weren't able to keep up with the stream in the background? Ah. I mean, appreciate the thought, though. What was I doing? What? Merit single blind studies? I'm confused. What does that mean? Holy Burial? It's a religious. It's so the most popular religion, I guess, in this world is or at least for this faction is a is the god of death. basically. The dwarven god of death is the most popular religion. So the result is the dwarves are all, you know, their religions that are based off of this god are all really, you know, ominous and dark sounding. The second most popular is rivers and lakes and fishing and hunting, so, you know. Also kind of death, it's just death of animals instead of death of oneself, I suppose. There are a lot of necromancers. Oh, there's plenty of necromancers in this world. There's, actually, if I look at the world map, right now we are, like, right here. There's not a ton in this area, but, like, where is it? This area is just, like, completely full of, like, Necrotower, Necrotower, Necrotower. Necrotower, 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 Necrotower. There's kind of a beat in there somewhere. Yeah, more. They're all the way up here. There's a ton down here. Some up here. Ooh, imagine settling on this volcano. The Wall of Admiration. Fighting against those necros could be fun. Yeah, no, they're just kind of everywhere. Firebolt throwback. Yeah, sort of. Firebolt was a fun fort. Okay, so here's hoping we get to trade again. And here's hoping they offer me... When you got your cat from the pound, it escaped from the box while you were in the car and you named him Houdini. It's really fun when you can tell that there's somebody who's very far behind in the YouTube chat. Because that's like, sounds like it's talking about a conversation that we had like 5-6 hours ago. Ish. Or like way back at the beginning when the stream started, but. You had a weak and frail migrant show up, immediately made her my hammer, and now I've noticed a significant decrease in dwarf death. I appreciate. Seems logical, yeah. Weak and frail dwarf. How's she like her new gig? The important questions, you know? Hopefully she's physically weak and frail and not mentally weak and frail. Because if mentally weak and frail, then may go insane upon having to beat dwarves constantly. It's like one of the funniest moods to me is disillusioned. One was the Fated Grave. The Fated Dusk. The Fated Ghost. That's what this one. Although it doesn't need to be that. I'm just making it into that. This is Igor Raptor or whatever. Oh, well, there goes trading this season. Time to lock the dwarves inside. Although this appears to be another small siege. This part checks out. All right, sweet. So I'm going to tell my Mark's dwarves to go stand here. And then all of my other squads to go stand right here. And let's just double check something. Can I get a big Vile Force of Darkness? Are the goblins trolling us? God, I hope so. I need to make more bolts. Unrelated. Oh, actually, this will probably help. Let's also make silver bolts. Let's make 40. I'm also gonna need more coal or lignite pretty soon. Okay, so this is a snatcher group. Oh, geez, did I close the front door? I don't think I did. Nope, I did not. Okay, sweet. These haven't been passed just yet. I can just do this. And lock this, please. Also this. Have you been hooked up to that other bridge? Yes, you have. Okay, so a bunch of goblin thieves did actually make it into my fort. But it's okay. Wait, hold on a second. What? How'd you get this far in? That's impressive. Oh, I guess they... Are thieves not considered invaders? I guess thieves are not considered invaders. All right, anyway, we're killing all of the thieves slash snatchers in my fort. Apparently these goblins were attempting Ocean's 11. Doesn't seem like a very wise decision, but, you know, they're goblins, so why is that surprising? Oh, that actually broke the siege. The goblins are, in fact, trolling us. Is the guard goose dead? No? I don't think. No. Security Honk is still, in fact, alive. I'm still not sure how they... No, I guess, like, goblin snatchers are not considered hostile enough to... Or, I guess, don't block doorways from being locked, which is interesting. Kind of assumed that... I always assumed that they would, but they certainly didn't. Hopefully we did that quick enough, though, and broke the siege quick enough that I can still trade. I'm about to get hit by an ad break. Hey, Sax. Long time, dude. Sometimes people are behind in streams. That's okay, Alfie. That's how YouTube's designed. Nothing wrong with people working it that way. You are, in fact, the sacred burial, yes. You are the sacred burial of the Fellowship of Fate. Currently, you're constructing a building, actually. And you feel constant joy remembering the creation of the temple for the Fellowship of Fate. I'm going to go place a bunch of statues, but that's about it. Never mind. Can't actually place statues yet. Structural support? Yes. Now we're in an ad break. So aside from like a very brief spat of overwhelming salt today, today's been pretty great. Hope you guys are having or hope you guys are enjoying the stream as well, as much as you can. Good news, the YouTube stream is up to 99 likes, which is very, very good. And my brain is tired. I just made the mistake of checking my email. Good God. This was a good stream. I am like... I feel like I got hit by a bus. I don't know. But, yo, Surf, we'll see you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out today. Salt and all. Uh-huh. The idea is salt doesn't need to be, like, a positive thing for me. As long as you guys are entertained, then the world's winning. I suppose. I hope. All right, that should be done. Make silver statue. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Glum after getting into an argument. You want abstract thinking. I really need to make a library. All right, chat room. If I don't start doing it immediately, remind me 2 things when I'm done with these 2 temples. There's a lot of rock salt in this fort. I'm not actively mining rock salt, though, I don't think. You guys have two things to remind me to do. I need to make a library, and I need to make more bedrooms. It's the post-adrenaline... Yeah, true. It's the post-adrenaline crash. But I had a sandwich. That should reinvigorate me. At least you'd think, right? Sandwich should help. Also need to finish making the... I also need to finish making that carpentry area that I started and never finished. Just use the limestone because it's closest. Not right now, Bastet. And like, once I'm done with those temples that I'm doing the expansions on, which are these. Your level 4 Esper just got lost and you plopped into a 7x7 room full of like 25 snapjaws. Huh. I mean, if that's like mid-game, you just laugh at them and then they all turn into red paste, but if that's early game, then because you said level 4, yeah, that's terrifying. I remember there was one time I tried to fast travel to Red Rock and got lost in the swamps on the way there and dropped down right next to a crocodile, and the crocodile bit me and did a bunch of damage to me, and then I took a step forward and got impaled on a spike. Died. So I had like half my health left, and I took 2 steps forward and died. It was like a 90-second long run. What's up, Bahatome? How's thing? What is wrong with that Pikachu? Initially I thought that Pikachu's mouth was a nose. That's what it looked like to me initially. Oh, this is overlapping. The one below it down here. Now it's no longer overlapping. So what's the name of the zone down here? This one. The Temple of Hooves. It's a weird name. Bunch of bronies, let me tell you. Pikachu? It's a Pikachu face on a goblin? Huh. All right. It's just like, it looks like, okay, who got Pikachu drunk? Like, why does Pikachu have like a disgust face? Like, why is Pikachu green? I guess too many questions. All right, Dwarf, did you have to... Okay, sweet. We get to trade. Dwarf, did you have to choose to stand directly on a tile that needs to be finished? Like, this dwarf decided to stand right here to meditate. Geotrack, you have to stand right there. Like, of all of the places you could stand in this entire temple, you had to choose that one. There you go. Now I can finish this. Please don't puke at you. That's gross. Or at me, for that matter. I will wait a moment before we trade. Oh, sweet. We do still... It's still the same outpost liaison. The world is sort of at peace. Why do you move so slowly? For a second there here, I thought the game was lagging, but why do you move so slowly? Like, seriously, this Gorlak moves really... Actually, hold on. Are you strong? Low stamina? Maybe it's just the low stamina and the fact that you have a copper spear and a copper shield. Also, more importantly, why are you wearing troll fur trousers? I'm starting to think that these Gorlaks in charge of my faction are actually like goblin spies. I have a question, chat. Is like the mail armor a helmet for the Gorlak? Or is Gorlak-sized armor real small and helmet really big? Where does helmet go on Gorlak? I'm staring at this Gorlak and I'm starting to gain questions. Like, Gorlaks are awesome, but like, where is this Gorlak putting it? Yeet. The shirt. Does it go up over the back of its head? And if it were wearing a helm, where would the helm go? Are they smaller or bigger than a dwarf? That's a good question. Hobo, how are you? You've missed a lot of salt today. Oh, geez, the wiki very heavily zoomed in. Gorlak. Also, I would like to remind everybody, baby Gorlak look like this. That's baby Gorlak. That's slightly less baby Gorlak. Like they go Mr. Potato Head, Derpy Potato Head, Gorlak. But how big is a Gorlak? They're slightly smaller than a dwarf, 50,000 centimeters cubed. It's still the Hydra, but that comes close. I need to remind myself what the baby Hydra looks like. I wonder if I've even seen this one. Yes, I have seen this one. The fact that it like wraps itself up in its tail, this one. $50,000 centimeters cubed is the size of a Gorlak. Not tall, just cubed. It's a weird place to attend a meeting. Almost there value-wise. I've just got to get a couple more of these statues in here. Rotund, definitely. Oh, it's sitting in an... I thought it was like a tail wrapped around it. I didn't realize it was sitting in an eggshell. That is kind of adorable. Dang it. I need webs, not dust. Webs, not dust. God damn it. I need webs, not dust. Okay. So if Gorlak was made out of water, it would only be 50 liters of water. Sure. The Forgotten Beast, Anna Spus, has come. An enormous skinless panther. Ooh. Giant kitty. Has a gaunt appearance and beware its deadly dust. That or... There's... Also, more importantly, where did it go? I could try something else. So there's two things I can do. There's a lot of cobwebs in this cavern lair. Oh, did it walk off the map immediately? I guess so. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. It's fighting with something. Ah. Cave swallow people. Well, that's concerning. Huh. Well, you know what I should do? I should probably hollow this out and turn it into a battle tower. What do you think? Although that would be a massive waste of bolts. Well, I got another project, I will say. What? That's a weird place for an aquifer. Other news, we got some migrants. So, I need to... Okay. I'm going to finish this thought. Then we're going to worry about these migrants. And then I'm going to go back to that temple. So, I need to clean that cavern really badly. And also, I haven't nerfed the cavern creatures in this run. So because... No, it has pants, Killjoy, I'll have you know. I'm going to finish this thought first. The other way I could try and catch the gremlins is that cavern lair, the first one. There could be hundreds down there. You are very correct. Is that cavern lair is full of cobwebs. Meaning, if I can clean the cavern lair, I could build a tunnel through it, put cage traps in the tunnel, and just simply wait until the cage traps have cobwebs on them, which is just a matter of time if I build on that layer. Does anybody want a dwarf? Rabbler. Hauser. GT. For some reason that reminds me of like OnlyFans racing. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. Does not often feel lustful. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She has little interest in joking around and doesn't seek out excitement and isn't particularly ambitious and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and tends to avoid crowds and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Is quick to anger. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and does not respect the law and views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't really value merrymaking. High Master Lie Maker. You disdain the law and you have a developed sense of empathy. Gerlax are 10 bowling balls in case you want a comparison. I like that comparison. 10 bowling balls. Because, you know, I played, what was it, Clay Fighter, where they're just spheres? Chat, what was the fighting game? Okay, this is going to be like an oddly specific thing to state, but I'm sure somebody here can help me do this. What was the name of the fighting game that was like in the, like, I want to say Dreamcast era? It could have been earlier, where it was like early polygonal and your characters were made of balls. Like they were sphericals. They were spherical. Is it Clay Fighter on the NES? Clay Fighter NES. No, that is not what I'm thinking. Virtua Fighter. Was it Virtua Fighter? No. Balls with a Z, N64. Oh boy. N64. Yes, balls for the N64 with a Z. You are correct. That is exactly the game that I was thinking of. Yeah, you're ball people fighting ball people. Burnaby Kelly, 18. Thanks for the 14th month. Welcome back. Thanks for the support. Cheers. With a Z, thank you very much. Also, I lost my place in chat, so. Hubbity bubbity. This is Cramp. Balls with a Z, yes. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, has little interest in joking around, and does not focus on material goods. Is moved by art and natural beauty and is slow to anger. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste and respects the law. Certainly hope you respect the law. If you put your original copy books on pedestals, will scribes still copy them? No, because once they're on pedestals, they are not accessible by other people. All right, so next up we got fried. I wrote friend. Fried onions. Feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, prefers to be alone, and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is very humble, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She always acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others and tends to consider what others think of her. Is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since she values friendship, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is quick to form negative views about things, occasionally overindulges and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody, anytime. And has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Doesn't feel strongly about the law and does not really value skills related to fighting. Has a good memory and disdains power, has no family. Next up is a dwarf with a big beard. This is ice hockey player. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Burnaby Kelly, by the way? Will they make copies of copies? If there are copies of it that are not on a pedestal, yes. Copied books are just books. I'm assuming you're trying to keep the originals, like, safe or whatever. Ice hockey player is always tense and jittery, can be very single-minded, dislikes helping others, proactively avoids exciting or stressful situations. I almost always read situations as secretions for whatever reason. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and is a friendly individual and can handle stress. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. I still need to trade, good lord. We'll name one more and then I'm going to trade. Last one. Bone Doll Finn. This is the last orph I'm naming because I need to trade. Form strong urges and seek short-term rewards. At times for her detriment, is unfriendly and disagreeable, and is bothered by this, and she values friendship. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Often it feels discouraged, can handle stress, and has little interest in joking around. When greeting others, smiles nervously. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and doesn't really care about family one way or another, and does not care about merrymaking. Has a pet kitten named Eurist. That's just the Swedish public library? We don't have boats. How can I be a pirate then? Oh, I was looking for that totem. Like, seriously, I was looking for that totem. Hmm. You know what? Honestly, grab one of these, like 2 of these finished goods bins. They're mostly clothes and flasks anyway. Give out copies of their book. How would you return them? Also, isn't that just stealing books? Because, like, I do that in most forts. I mean, like, to me, that just sounds like a library fortress. But, like, maybe giving gifts of books to people would be, like, a thing that you would do? I don't know, that seems oddly tedious. You haven't figured out that part yet? Gotcha, okay. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I have come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for this elevation? So, Talon Artho dreams of attaining a rank in society. He ain't no gremlin. Actually dreams of ruling the world, actually, more specifically. So she dreams of ruling the world. Huh. Trying to remember if there's anybody else who dreams of attaining ranks in society. Is a perfect fit, but that would be for, like, Queen. Did Ranger Rick dream of that? Can't remember. No, Masterwork someday. Maybe in a previous world. You know what? Let's try something real quick. Before I try something, I'm actually going to do this. Bunk. Seems like they figured out how to fish in the last 90 seconds. Just gonna do a real quick save. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Clockworks. I definitely agree. You know, every now and again, I have a day where I feel like I took double my meds, but I certainly didn't. It's like, it's weird. Brain is just operating on overdrive today. Sure, lazy man. Thank you, Giraffe. Better than a day when it feels like you've not taken your meds in a week or so? Having never experienced that, I don't know what that would feel like. All right. Well, they should be able to get down here. It's pretty good at this point. It was kind of clunky initially. But at this point, I think it's more or less fine. Making sure they can get down here. Oh, that's why. I got that burrow on. Yeah, it seems. From what I can tell, it's like once every three weeks or so. Okay. Huh? Oh, not the section of cavern I wanted to have collapse. Well, that's a shame. But a section of cavern has collapsed. That happens almost every year. Let's forbid this. Non-forbid this. Unforbid this. Here you come. And let's forbid this. Okay, so update. Gremlins cannot break through locked traps. Forgotten Beast died to cavern creatures, which are stealthed, and there's probably hundreds of them, who I'm probably going to just train my Mark Dwarves on pretty soon. There's still gremlins in my basement, and I have to assign a... This gremlin refuses to pull a lever, which is vexing. And I have to trade. And I also have to finish doing this. It's also really funny. Either my memory is really bad, or this update has a new text color, or I have different text color for this person. Oh yeah, Gremlin Contraptions is what you're looking at this exact moment. This is a weird color. Isn't it normally like white, not light blue? I'm assuming it's light blue because it's a Crundle, but or not because it's a Gorlak. All right, I'm just going to do not the Necromancer. I'm going to give this to. You know, I wish it would say their dream on this screen. That's what I wish. Now find Tellan. We're gonna give it to Tellan Artho. And I'm going to request steel bars, iron bars, and bronze bars. It's probably because of the Gorlak thing. The burrow's off, so you should be able to do this after you store item in bin. Like, I think it's normally yellow text. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's normally yellow text, and blue text is the color of doing a job. It's got to be like... For the only reason you really like Dwarf Therapist anymore? Yeah, that's fair. THC and potentially get rid of your meds. THC helps in some ways, but it also heavily hinders in others. It's like anything, positives and negatives. All right, let's there you go. You're coming to trade. That's what I need. Nyum. Anything I really don't want to sell that's in here. A bunch of copper gauntlets. Do not want to sell you, so. In fact, I would like to put that totem on a pedestal. Then I need to finish making those two. Then I need to finish making the two temples. I need to. I'll probably make some more goblets, I suppose. Need to finish making the two temples, then make a library and also bedrooms. That is a very fancy conglomerate mug. It's covered in every gem. All right, let's grab these steel and nickel bars. Buy the iron spear and the steel spear. Steel mail shirt. They can't trade because this shit's too heavy as well. But I can sort this out by, boom, buying the manvils. Which is still too heavy, but that's okay. Okay, well, instead of that, what do you have here? I see you have a water buffalo. How about this? Doink. There we go. Done. Bought the water buffalo. Problem solved. Let's buy the cheap anvils. They didn't bring no books, which is unfortunate. I have plenty of cheese, but buy the fish and the meat, leaves and fruit. Buy the capers as well. The other leaves and fruit, the other leaves and fruit, the other leaves and fruit. Buy the random threads. And then cheese until we're out of value. All right, done. Great. And I keep my Forgotten Skull totem. Yeah, no, most meds are a matter of personal brain chemistry. All right, well, we're about to get a Baron. So I got to do that as well. Okay, do I have an extra one of these lying around? No, I don't. Are you good to go? Sweet, okay. I now get in the Holy Crypt. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to remove Sage Bitey from the first tomb. I'm going to make, pun intended, the religious figure of this group, because I need to figure out some way of stopping that door from being upset. Maybe that'll help. And the second one is going to be Windingism, who's now the Holy Crypt. So that one's done. Let's check this one. So this is the Bud Faith of Vegetation, who, if I'm not mistaken, worships that god. Actually, I can just literally check this. What god do you worship? Iger Rezerzot Didish. Iger? Is that how you write that? Iger. We're going to make copper statues. And we'll just make 15. Iger. Raptor Moist. Right, how could I forget? Of course. I'll get all this rolling. I'm going to get this all engraved around here. Merchants have headed off back on their journeys. Those were-hyena notifications will always get upset, will always scare me. The priest of the cult of ghosts is ready to be recognized from the temple's location menu. This will satisfy the request, which I think I've done. Yeah, that should have satisfied that. Wait, what? Why are you overlapping again? You weren't. Oh, right. What? No. Weird. So I accidentally put I put a meeting zone there, and I thought I deleted it. Apparently, canceling the building zone makes the zone count as overlapping until I rebuild a thing on that zone, even though there isn't actually another zone right there. So I started building a zone, canceled building the zone, but the zone that was there previously still is presumed that that zone was there, even though the zone was no longer there because I'd removed the zone already from the zone. Ow, my brain. Bug? I don't even know if that one's worth reporting. I mean, if you want to clip it, I'll send it to Platinum and we can work on it, but I don't think that's high priority. It's more of like a weird annoyance. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't a pizzone a pizza calzone that you buy from Pizza Hut? Or is my brain like imagining the existence of this? I just realized this is shaped like a fish. Oddly fitting. I'm all right, Bob. Little odd mood today, but you know, I'm all right. I'm trying to give the fish a mouth. Mine is in a strange mood. Shh, yes. Now it's got a mouth. And that's its bottom fin. I mean, I can't really deny that I'm in a strange mood. I am, in fact, in a pretty weird mood. There's also a donkey in the hallway. Unrelated to most other things. Meanwhile, Bim the Armorer has been possessed. Whoa. Bim the Armorer, are you breaking my frame rate? The hell? Recover wounded? Excuse me? Who's wounded? They've possessed my computer. So yeah, the frame rate's just tanking again. Goes down to like 4 FPS. Training accident? No, I mean, those aren't possible currently. Oh. Well, that explains it. Chat, I need you guys to me to do a favor. I could look it up myself, but I'm too lazy. Could somebody please tell me when the next full moon is? It's currently the 24th of Sandstone. For reference, this is a were creature. No, it's a were creature in a strange mood. The 8th of Timber. No, you'd be in the right part of the wiki. Well, this is going to take a while for them to deconstruct this. I mean, look at my frame rate, Shadow. These are my options. Do you want to sit here for like 7 hours before he goes insane? What, Rhino? What sound effects would you like in Fortress mode? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Frames per second. Frame per minute. Oh, we got the dramatic slowdown. I'm going to wall them off in some area. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to station my military over there once this door has been knocked down. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately deconstruct the workshop this guy claims. I also now want to know, like, will it go? No, ASCII's not going to change anything. Okay. I mean, I could do this. This will speed it up. This is a dev tool, which essentially allows dwarves to move at like 30 times normal speed. Where'd you hear this? Rhino? Dwarf's gone already. Fast dwarf 0. Okay, so this is the dwarf. For some reason, I can't. Do anything. $25th. $26th. But yeah, where'd you see this, Rhina? Did you see something on Reddit or on the Discords or something? about this? Because I know we were talking about it earlier, but that was purely me speculating. I am terrified right now. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to kill this dwarf. Forbidding everything here will make this dwarf go insane, probably. Running around obliviously. So now, the problem is, because you're running around obliviously, dumping all your clothing everywhere. Oh, what? Why didn't you go back in there? Come on. Just go back in there. Go back into your nice little hidey hole. So I can lock... perfect. That works. Okay, now we just lock you in here until... until, you know, you die. That's totally fine. Easy peasy. Works for me. Where's my marks dwarves? I'm just gonna go tell them to stand right here. Because I don't know if the were creature fights with people while it's stumbling around obliviously. Will they die ever? That's a good question. This is why I'm hoping I can just like shoot bolts at it when it becomes a were creature in a few days. I was hoping it would just go berserk, but... Fifth. Because we've got 3 more days. Yeah, no, they can't starve to death. Because they eat less than once a month. Sixth. This is real-time science, chat room. Because I don't actually have an answer for you. Right about now. Nope. Right now? Nope. Right now. Okay. Right now. Okay. Never mind. Not the 8th. It's the 9th, maybe? It's almost full moon anyway. There we go. Okay, so they do in fact still fight. While they are, or rather, my dwarves will shoot at it while it's a were creature regardless. So they're turning it into a pincushion as quickly as they can. Some real good training for my dwarves, in fact. I mean, improved my archery. That was satisfying. Well, I mean, it's some easy, you know, training opportunities. And it has bled to death. Easy enough. Sorry, Bim. Might reset insanity. I don't think so, because I've had them go insane, or at least they didn't in the previous, because I've had them go insane because like I locked them in a room by themselves and they were still insane when they popped back. So I don't think so. All right, well, I gotta finish this. Let's see, is this good to go? 72,000. Let's get some more things up in here. A rubber room with rats, and the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy one. A rubber room with rats. Seems like a bad place to get locked, shall we say. $7,500. How much? What's the value of these per? About 50. About 60. Dwarf bucks is the value of these. Also need to make these dwarves gloves. Then the next 2 order of operations is clothing, or the next 2 things I need to do is library and bedrooms. Was noticed to... Wait, what? You just found out that your entire company is on notice to be laid off? Guess you're off to attempt getting affiliates so you can make some sort of income and if push comes to shove? Oh, shit. Is this one of those, like, you were gonna be doing layoffs notices? That sucks. My condolences, Lanix. I mean, I'll tell you this. It's hard to make money doing this. You're probably better off just gunning to try and get a new gig, but regardless, good luck. Here's hoping you don't need it in the first place, right? And Bastet, you have a good night. Sleep well. That's not gonna happen. At least it's 2 weeks, and it's a 60-day notice to layoffs. Oh, that's even worse. Wait, hold on. Do you know for a fact that you're getting laid off? Or is because 60 days, that is way too much time. It's like enough time to like sit down and contemplate your life's decisions. You don't know a damn thing? That blows. Because that's like 60 months of just, or sorry, not 60 months, 60 days of like not knowing. Fuck. Like, I would rather not know and then, like, the week before be told, by the way, you're getting laid off in, like, 3 days. That's far too much lead up. They won't give answers because they haven't talked to the union yet about the plan? Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense. I'm just so used to, like, layoffs being, you know, just strictly corporate with no union intervention. At least you have a union. But still, hopefully you get a good severance package if you do, if worst comes to worst. Oh, and for whatever it's worth, it's not hard to get affiliate. So chat room, Lanix needs nine followers on Twitch. Streams Dwarfort, I think. I don't know if you stream Dwarfort. I know you play Dwarfort, but there you go. Click the link or click the button up at the top. Go get that affiliate. There's more than 20 times that number. There. Minimal pushing need done. You got the 54. Easy peasy. Now you just need you and a phone and a friend to be watching, and you can get affiliate. Tomb Raider Definitive Edition? Gotcha, there you go. The Flashes of Waiting. To 9,000 value. Come on. I could just, like, pave the rest of this, but I kind of don't want to. He says as he does it anyway. Five months of hell. 5 months of a lot of streaming, though. Well, you did benefit from a good severance package. You know, it's funny. I've never... well, maybe not funny, but... It's something that I can't fully comprehend, because in my entire life, I guess I've been fortunate enough to never be laid off from anything. But I've only ever had aside from this job, I've only ever had jobs that I've kind of hated. There's been points in my life where it's like, man, I wish I could get laid off and just not have to do this job for a bit. Fortunately, I really like this job, so it's not something I hope for. But I once knew a guy who was a manager at the McDonald's I worked at the time, quit the job, and got hired at Target because Target was aggressively hiring and trying to poach all the McDonald's managers. Worked at Target for 2 years until Target shut down in Canada. Then he got it was like a full-time, 1 full year severance package. Like, it was a pretty big severance package. So he quit McDonald's for a raise, got the severance package, then got hired at Canadian Tire. Then that Canadian Tire closed. He got the severance package of that. So he was unemployed for like 2 weeks. Got the job at Canadian Tire. Worked at Canadian Tire for 6 months. Got a 3-month severance package from there. And then got the job at McDonald's again. So within like 2.5 years, he was back at McDonald's, but got a significantly higher amount of money in that period of time because he got laid off twice. I've always kind of been jealous of people in that situation, but these days, especially in tech industry jobs, that just doesn't happen. You're picky as hell. At least you have the ability to be picky, right? Like, that's like the best possible situation for that, right? Sup, Star Wanders? Managers at Buc-ee's make $30 an hour. Yeah, but Buc-ee's are all in the middle of goddamn nowhere. You have to live in the middle of goddamn nowhere. All right, so Big Bang A1 is now the first wing, and the Holy Earth is now going to be... Stoned Hobo is now the Holy Earth. Oh, co-emotes. I don't generally see co-emotes around here. There used to be somebody who would post GG all the time, though. Or is that it? No, they're not GG. The good vibes emote that Co has. This is the situation you find yourself in now. Not sure what direction you need to go in after being at my old... End up spending time in DF while job hunting. I mean, at least, like I said earlier, right? Like, if you have the ability to be picky or take your time, like, that is like the best possible situation to be in after being laid off. Hey, Putnam's almost fixed the missing line of text that says that dwarf, or that where it doesn't say how long a character is going to be in prison for. And Putnam's almost fixed that from the looks of things. We're hella stoked to be making $21 an hour. It's a massive leap over your minimum wage $8 an hour job. Jesus. And your brother pointed out Buc-ee's was hiring for the same price, and I got sad, so I went to move and can't afford anything. So now you want to move and you can't afford anything, and you got more sad. I'm extremely lucky, right? I have a job I very much want. I have, and love. And I generally live somewhere I like. The problem I have is I hate the apartment I live in, but my rent is so low that I'd be stupid to move. Like, genuinely stupid. If I moved like that, that would be like the most idiotic thing I could possibly do. However, I hate this apartment because this apartment is full of terrible memories that I don't want to remember, period. I don't make enough to pay rent anywhere else. Like, I basically, where I live, in the part of town where I live, you need a household income of like $125,000 to rent. Which I don't have. Like, reasonably. So, it's like, I'm doing well. I'm doing about as well as I'll ever do in this industry, but I'm basically just like, assuming my income doesn't drop if I stay where I'm at for like 5 years and save very intelligently. Maybe I can move out in 5 years. I'll answer those last two questions right after I turn the grow lights off in my closet. Hold on a second. I don't want to hurt my tomatoes. Simply put, the average rent for an apartment the size that I'm in right now is about $1,800 to $2,000 to $2,500 a month, give or take on how greedy the landlord is and the street that it's on, and its proximity to public transit. I pay $1,000 a month rent, flat. They can legally raise my rent by 4% per year. So even if they were jacking up the rent prices, which really they haven't, at 170. Struggle. $170 in rent? Oh, 170,000. Okay, I was gonna say what? What's up, Stratager? But it's just a tiny void in Canada. Yeah, so I'm paying like $1,000 a month flat, and I actually met my landlord for the first time, and they said they'd rather I stay here than they gouge me. Like, I literally asked them about this. I'm like, have you thought about selling the place? Because I was gonna make them an offer. And they were like, no, we don't want to sell. And I also asked them if they were planning to continue raising the rent, and they said that they thought that the legal minimum that they can raise it by, or maximum that they can raise it by, which is like 4.5%, is unfair and gouging. So they're going to stick to, well, they said they will. They'll stick to the 2%, which is what it was previously, the legal limit. And before that was the legal limit, they almost never raised my rent. Like, they didn't raise my rent for like 6 years. So, like, I have weirdly nice landlords. So like I said, I'd be stupid to move. I just don't like living here is the problem. Want my landlords? Eat them last? I'm like I said, I'm really lucky. But I just hate living here. So it's like a personal problem. Apartments next door. To give you an idea, when this apartment, this particular unit that I'm in on this floor, was $112,500 when it was new. On average, they sell for like recent sales, like 350 to like 500,000 ish for this tiny ass unit that's one room. And I think the situation that my landlords are in, like, because they're a younger couple, they're like maybe a couple years older than me. The situation that I guess they're in, or that I'm guessing that they're in, is that it's fully paid off. So if all they're paying is property tax, that's really low. And the strata fees in this building are nothing. So, all right, so we've got this sorted, this sorted. Let's just do that library next. I kind of want to put the library on this layer. Maybe cram it into here. Like, that's the tavern.
A dwarf walks into a bar and orders a drink. The bartender says, "Sorry, we don't serve magma here." The dwarf replies, "That's a load of schist."
I tried really hard to not read that while it was reading it out. Subsidized housing and all that jazz. Canada has some benefits, but we're not quite that levels. Can I ask what country Crundalicious? But no, I mean, my goal is basically literally don't do anything fun for the next couple of years and then buy an apartment and take a mortgage. That's my goal. And hopefully keep this content thing going well enough, and hopefully the market crashes so I don't have to bankrupt myself with the mortgage. Austria. Okay, yeah, there you go. I know a couple streamers from Austria. Looks like a weird dinosaur. I'm gonna remove the top half of this. This is gonna be my library. Who just charge rent to break even. The idea that they make money off of the appreciation in the long-term thing. Oh, trust me, they've made a fuckload of money off of the long-term value of this unit. Like, yeah, no, they've absolutely done that. But I'm almost certain that they're making money. If they've paid this unit off, they're making money off of me. I can tell you that for fact. They're not making a huge amount. And I am a very clean person that doesn't destroy the place, that pays the rent on time. What was kind of funny also was when they walked into my unit, because I literally met them for the first time in 10 years the other week. When they walked in, it was literally a, wow, this is the cleanest one we've seen all day. This is literally the first thing he said, because it was a couple, husband and wife, right? It's literally the first thing he said was, wow, this is the cleanest one I've seen all day. So I don't know how many they went to, but geez. $33 square meters? I don't actually know what my unit is in square meters, because everything here is footage here. But, you know, this is always one of those, this is always one of those, like, conversations that what other people are paying in rent is generally not relative unless you're literally in the same city. But my apartment is 39 square meters. 39.39 square meters, specifically. It's 424 square feet. But I have a patio, so... Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it's pretty similar in size to mine. So yeah, we're roughly the same. Bone doll. Or comparable, anyway. But, for reference, it's about a quarter of what I would pay if I lived in Seattle. $550, 14 US, I would assume then. That's like 30% more. What room am I making? I'm making a library, and then we're gonna get back to bedrooms. Because I've seen a lot of dwarves that want to learn something, think abstractly and all that jazz, and it's like, I should really just make a library. And I'm also kind of thinking about seeing if I can lock the necromancer vampire into a section by themselves in here to just study. Maybe I could throw choirs in with them. They can write books. Oh yeah, no, I mean, rent prices are ridiculous almost anywhere. One of the choices that I made in my life that anger me more than any is that I moved out when I did. If I stayed living with my parents for like an extra 6 months, I would have bought a unit. Because I only needed, because at the time, like, interest rates were very, very good. And I only needed about another $2,000 to have enough to be able to put a pretty heavy down deposit down onto something. But I ended up moving in with my girlfriend at the time because she wanted to move out. So we were like, all right, well, we'll rent somewhere temporarily, and then I don't know. Rest is history. I've been renting ever since. Shit hit the fan. There was a lawsuit. Other things happened. It was. It's exhausting. Life. Mostly. It's like, anyways, yada yada. Things happened, and 8 months later, I was homeless. It's actually like the short version of that story. Let's do this. Oops, nope, not that. Wrong button. This. I knew somebody a while ago who lived in London who ended up working from Prague and flying into work every day and working 3 10-hour shifts a week instead of full time, or 3 10-hour shifts instead of 4 8s, because it was cheaper for him to fly into work and live in Prague downtown in like a really nice apartment than it was for him to live in London. It just released Gmail. I mean, I've talked many times about my opportunity to buy Bitcoin, but like that's not really a regret. That's more of an investment hindsight. I think everybody has that. I mean, like you could say that about literally every single year and be like, why didn't I bet X amount of dollars on the Super Bowl on this team or whatever? Like you could literally say that about every single year to a degree. There's some kid who's flying from Calgary to Vancouver to go to UBC. If you're flying Flair and flying into Abbotsford, I could see that. I have a harder time believing Vancouver, because Vancouver flights are pretty expensive, but works out to be cheaper. I believe it. I would rather live in a hostel personally, because the like commuting times would suck. Oh yeah, I know a couple people through the internet who spent Bitcoin on pizza. There's somebody I know who used to work for Twitch, who basically lived off of Bitcoin pizza while attending. I think we talked about this before. While attending university in Florida. Like he did the math once and said that it worked out to like, it was like almost like the hundreds of millions of dollars he spent on pizza. Let's just slaughter a bunch of these animals. It's one of those things that if that one guy spent Bitcoin on pizza, he would have never gotten big as it did. Oh, totally, probably, yeah. I mean, it was corporate investment that made it big. Do you guys remember when you could buy games on Steam with Bitcoin? That didn't last very long, but there was a period of time where you could buy games on Steam with Bitcoin. Which kind of freaks me out that was a thing at one point. Let's do rock, throne. Rock table. That wouldn't be easy for me because I can't drive. And Toronto suburbs are like a 30 to 40 minute drive in some cases outside of Toronto. So if it's like a 20-minute drive to the nearest grocery store, that's like a hour-and-a-half long walk. So I would starve. Oh, you had one of those? You're one of those situations where like you had a wallet that got lost. Yeah. I don't know. Cryptocurrency is such a weird thing. I made a bit of money on cryptocurrency, but nothing crazy. Paid rent for a month or two. What was I gonna do? Right. Thrones, tables, both quartzite. Let's do book. Let's do wooden bookshelves, actually. Wooden bookcase. Let's use birch. I like the dark color of birch. It doesn't matter. I ain't moving to Toronto. I also kind of have a hard time believing you, but I'll take your word for it. Made enough of you made enough off of Doge and Shiba, and because of idiot roommates that I had, to call an accountant. Wait, hold on. So your idiot roommates invested a fuckload of money into Doge and Shiba? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's how much you're paying. I thought you were actively like, look, that makes a lot more sense, Beeforian. I thought you were talking about, what do you call it? I thought you were talking about like currently up for rent. I was like, I don't believe that. That doesn't make sense. Is the borough still on? No. I thought you were talking about like, it's currently up for that amount. I'm like, that seems hard to believe. But why do you ask, Bondal? Oof, Clockworks. Yeah, see, that's more the pricing that I was thinking, which is why I said I have a hard time believing you, but I thought you were just like being like, you could move in right now. It's like, at this price. That's the gist I was getting. But I missed the detail at the beginning, I guess. I almost, speaking of places, I almost started like seriously considering flying out to Nova Scotia and like looking at some houses at one point in time. But the reality is I want to be close to my family. My family all lives here, so I don't need to give my mom a heart attack by moving away. My little sister going to Quebec for years was enough. You've been like spot on with your tax holdings. Last year you got $8. This year I owe $3. Why can't they just tell us? You want to know how much money I owe in taxes? If you get any kind of refund, oh boy. You're a lucky son. What they tell you? Oh yeah, no, they tell me. No, I have to file them myself, so I know exactly how much I owe. You're allowed to have incorrect opinions in my chat beforehand. I would rather live somewhere that taxes me more and gives me more utilities and benefits. I like roads. I like public transit. I like free healthcare. I like, you know. I like sidewalks, bike lanes. If you want a good tax return, you want a zero balance at the end of the year? Makes sense. I don't know if that's worth fighting with your wife over. Yeah, if you're getting taxed heavily and you don't have free healthcare, that's fucked. But like, I would still be paying off the debt from the time I got hospitalized in 2020 if I lived in the States. Or I would have just had to like say fucking go into bankruptcy, one of the two. No, I don't feel like learning Swedish. I'm good. You don't want to get a big return that just means that you gave the government tax-free money. I would argue that, like, yeah, you're correct, Death Bagel. You want a nil. You want zero balance owing, zero return. If you woke up and they announced that was happening, you'd wonder who invaded and took over. I'd say less likely that and more revolution, but then again, which state would even be revolting at that point? I don't... okay, if you lived in California and suddenly one day California decided to separate from the rest of the U.S., that's maybe a possibility, but that's... I think there's a few different states that could, like, separate and become their own country that would do that. You asking me that, Bone Doll? Also, I'm good. I don't need to move to Finland. Too many vowels and syllables. Can I talk about Texas yet? What about Texas? Oh, Crundelicious got it. Yeah, no, Austria is what they were saying earlier. I was gonna say, because I'm from Canada. What? Talk about this all the time. All right, so let's get those tables and chairs in here, because I got these quartzite tables now. I'm also gonna put I don't know. Actually, maybe I won't put a dining hall in here. Fill up on samples. I mean, that's what Costco wants you to do. You're going to Costco. You're filling up the parking lot. I can't stand Costco, and just like looking at the outside of that building scares me. So going into Costco to me sounds like an anxiety attack that I'd rather not have. So if you enjoy going into Costco and getting free samples, more power to you, dude. More power to you. Also, now that I actually think about it, wouldn't that require a Costco membership? I've only been in a Costco once, and it was a terrifying experience, and I'd rather never do it again. Used to make her lunches be Costco samples while she shopped. They can't bar you from entering? Oh, okay. Costco is like a war zone. It's like Walmart on hard mode. All right, let's do this all the way over to here, to here. Yeah, I don't understand how people can like say the words Costco and enjoy shopping in like the same sentence. There are people out there who like Costco and like enjoy going to Costco, and to me, I'm like, I don't generally think of myself as somebody with social anxiety. However, Costco makes me think I have social anxiety. Ooh, the Mechanical Treasury. That's a good name. So I've got 2 dwarves that are going into the library. Craftlol and Insulina. We'll also make our Baroness. Telenartho. That as well. Now we have to get back to bedrooms. I might think about gem windows in the future. I'd have to cut more gems, but it's possible. Need spears and large... Okay. What? Discussing negative quantities. Already at it. Yeah, you were elevated to Baron because you dream of ruling the world, which I won't be able to actually give you, but likely. But I've allowed you to move towards that goal. It's time to make more bedrooms. Has anyone ever seen that dream fulfilled? I had a king show up once who had that dream fulfilled. I've never managed to fulfill it, if that's what you're asking. I've managed to get rank in society done, because that just requires, like, Duke or Baron, basically. But rank in society is the only one along those lines I've managed to do myself. You have like 55 pewter flasks in the workshop and none of your military will go grab them? Have you clicked update equipment? I don't know what would cause that. I wouldn't use a pewter flask, but that's just me. Do they already have water skins or something? That seems odd. They should, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it. Imagine getting a migrant that dreams to rule the world and then the dream achieved message afterwards. You'd literally would have to make them into the king. Or queen, basically. Which is very difficult. And extraordinarily time consuming. Out of from lead is a matter of principle. I mean, if it works. Lead makes wine taste delicious, ask the Romans. I've never met a Roman in my life. So... Actually, that's not true. I used to know a kid named Roman, but not the same thing. Although much more recently, my, like I was talking about yesterday, my parents have my grandmother's Irish beer mugs, which are made of lead, so they must have thought it made beer taste delicious in, like, I don't know, the early 1900s. Probably not even that long ago. 40s, 50s, probably. One was even named Roman. You know, I don't think I've ever actually met anybody who told me to my face that they were from Italy. So, but that's just, you know, a result of living in this part of Canada. It's like, it's hard to be further away from Italy. That old Pyrex stuff had lead paint, really? Oh, there's a Garfield mug that has lead in it. Okay. I remember that there was an issue with Soylent, the meal replacement stuff. We're in an ad break. I'll unpause the game when we get through the ad break. There was an issue with Soylent where it had, like, they were making it with something that had lead in it, and there was a percentage of lead that made it not allowed to be sold in Canada for a good year or something there. Is the optimal 3x3 room for regular dwarves is the ceiling? But I can't. I mean, I don't even think 3x3s are necessarily optimal. They're really, as long as you have a, like, enough space for a bed, a cabinet, and a chest, like, dwarves are generally happy. You know, I know nothing about Stanley Cups aside from them suddenly going viral on TikTok and then hearing people talking about it with no context for any reason, and then me going, huh? And then immediately forgetting that they existed until you mentioned them just now, so thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a brand of, like, really large tumbler. Makes you hate them on principle. They're just a mom blogging / TikTok trend. No, not Tumblr. A tumbler is like a type of, like, drink beverage holder. Drink beverage holder? I'm good at English today. Cup did a do marketing. Yes. TLDR, as I understand Stanley Cups is a drink holder with a straw in it that they sell at Starbucks, and they blew up amongst mom bloggers a bajillion years ago. By that I mean like in the era of Blogger, initially because they fit perfectly inside of a like soccer mom style car cup holder. Beverage thermos. There you go. They keep your drink hot or they keep your drink cold, and they have a straw so it doesn't fuck up your makeup. It's also the name of the trophy that they give out at like the end of the NHL. Yes. It is both of those things. It's a brand of cup, beverage holder, and it's a hockey trophy. I assure you the two things are completely unrelated. No. Although that might be a thing that I would consider. That no is to Montecore, by the way. That might be something that I would consider doing if I decided to be a branding sellout channel, but I refuse to do that. I'd much rather like subsist off of tips and complain about how I'll never afford a place to live around here. It's too much work. I'm not going to give them free marketing. I mean, for whatever it's worth, I don't know shit about things from the South, so.
Attaboy.
You know, it kind of makes me sad sometimes. Ultra Dreadnought, I'll look at like other creator, like Discords with other like peers in it, and then one person will just be like, "Ew, Raid Shadow Legends," and then somebody else is like, "Raid Shadow Legends? They pay my rent all the time." Eyeballs emoji, and it's like, oh my god. Two kinds of people, and although usually the people who are like super excited about the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships then get weirdly mad when like their chat doesn't keep them funded through the dry spells when there's no marketing money being spent. But you know. Oh, look at that. I need empty food container again. That's fine. Let's get rid of that for now. Let's check armor statuses. Most everyone needs helms. Bottom squad is like nothing. Okay, so let's make 10, 20 copper helms, let's say. Thanks for the $1.50. Double down. You've done enough recently. You're all good, dude. Let's do 30 copper helms. How am I doing on coke? That's the next important question. Decent from the looks of things. 119 coke still. That's pretty good. I know this area has quite a bit of coal in it. Same with this area up here, so I'll also just queue up this. Ironically, I know one person who unironically enjoys Raid Shadow Legends. It's just like, it's a mindless clicky game. Is literally the way he described it. You pretty much make YouTube content for funsies. Do know what would sell, but it's not being interested in being recognized as a YouTuber and more like making pointless content for entertainment. I mean, that's where this industry came from, right? I mean, it's also a large part of the reason that you see a lot of YouTubers like, I don't know, Matt Pat, air quotes, retiring, is because a lot of people who got into this industry because they wanted to make funsies content for funsies for themselves. And then suddenly they realized they actually were like a business manager, which not everybody wants to do. I know it's kind of surprising to some people, but not everybody wants to be a business manager. Some people just want to, you know, go make fun content. Have a good afternoon. Well, that wouldn't surprise me, Ravioli. I've never looked into their parent company ownership. All I know is that they have more they're one of those companies, kind of like actually the Finnish company, Supercell. They're Finnish, right? Ooh, I might be wrong there. But they're kind of like Supercell in that they have more like psychiatrists and social engineering people working for their studio than actual developers. Like the majority of their staff is just like people figuring out how to like social engineer their game into making as much money as possible and not people actually making a good video game. Which is one of the reasons like I don't like gacha games, but I almost want to defend things like Genshin Impact and whatnot because at least they're like, you know, decent video games. You've worked for two different YouTubers. They suck as businessmen. I mean that cap was in a weird place, so I don't know how seriously to take that statement. But like, it doesn't surprise me. Of course, they would tailor new content to their whales. Which is why, chat room, I am here to announce that I have a new mug design launching tomorrow. No, I don't actually, but don't we all, though, to a degree? Doesn't everybody tailor, like, the new product to the people that they know will buy it? Like, that's just kind of a given. Oh, God. I don't feel like getting sued by Raid Shadow Legends. That seems like a bad idea. That Vile mug is sweet, though. It is my cash cow, or one of them. Not really. But I did pay a couple months rent with it last year, which is kind of crazy. Like that one mug, maybe like a month and a half's rent or so last year. Not so much this year, but this year's only getting started, so who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Trying to get all of this coal out of here. That kind of looks cool. I might just leave that as is. There's, yeah. Quite a bit of coal along the bottom here. You're making your game almost purely for you. I respect that. I mean, like, it's like the Songs of Six dev, right? He's making his game for him, which is why his game is so weird in a lot of ways. And the fact that it ended up, like, being a decent business success is just, like, gravy to him. Part of the reason I'm digging along here is there's coal all the way along the bottom of that. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's jump back over to bedrooms and get all this stuff done. Something I should start doing is just attacking those goblins. Let's attack those goblins, chat. What do you think? I need rock doors.
Woo!
Goblin pits of malice faces. Holy shit. Let's attack this Hillix. The stupid tick of dimpling. Reason we're going after the Hillix is because it's mine. They took over my space. Let me at them, more or less. Are you in that squad, Kaynord? Yep, you are in fact in that squad. You get to go at them. You and your talented Spear Dwarf skills. You want to acquire something. Well, we'll have new clothes ready for you when you get home. Let's do cloth cap. Cloth shirt. Cloth dress. Cloth glove. Cloth shoe. Cloth trousers. Cloth skirt. Okay, can't make skirt shirt. Did I already queue up shirts? I can't remember. Yeah, the first thing I did. And cloth sock, I think. And then let's do 140 of each. You know, let's also do yarn hoods. Of them. And there we go. Got that Coke up and going again. Just like we need it. All right, let's get you to make a minecart. And let's start getting these logs underground. Or not underground, but into a smaller space. Gonna load from there. Minecart there. Telenartho is not the Necro Vampire. No. You are still the captain of the guard, yes. Let's start filling this stack pile up. I'm honestly, like, the thing that I'm waiting for the most right now is a Forgotten Beast that shoots webs. That is the thing that I am waiting for the most currently. It's just a Forgotten Beast that shoots webs. Once we get a Forgotten Beast that shoots webs, I will be able to actually, hopefully, hopefully catch those gremlins. But yeah, you are still the captain of the guard, and the reason you are still captain of the guard is because you automatically have an office and everything assigned, and I didn't want to assign all that stuff. Neezer withdraws from society. Probably was going for wood. Withdraws from society, so that's, I guess, going to be... Well, you're already a legendary armor smith, but... Going to get to do more armor smithing. The other thing I'm about to get going is glass. Probably just get them making... Well, actually, I don't really want to waste my charcoal if I don't need to. Although we do have a lot of it. I hope today's stream has been entertaining, chat. Been all over the place for me, that's for sure. Been a roller coaster over on this end, but hopefully you guys have been entertained. And Cave Spider Silk. Also, I didn't really say anything, but Suited Giraffe, thanks for the 25 bucks. I realized that was like 40 minutes ago now. Neo Kai, thanks for the $2, and Double Dawn with the $1.50. You did not know about the infinite loot stack? There's a video on how to do it. They're called quantum stockpiles. Let's just let that dwarf do its thing. Because the way it works is you get the minecart to dump it over, and as long as they all end up in a stockpile, they'll just be left there. So all the items go into this stockpile, go into the minecart, and it tips it over into this stockpile, and then they just stack infinitely. Why is there a raven in my fort? Now's a good opportunity to test the kill command again, which I'm pretty sure already works, but... Please go kill that raven. That raven shouldn't be in the fort. I guess the raven's dead now. Yep, raven is in fact dead. Goodbye, raven. No. Pack smack. They're one of those things where it was a bug initially, but it's just been accepted as a mechanic at this point. At least that's what the developers have said. They're like, oh yeah, no, that's a mechanic at this point. Because I think if they ever did remove it, there would be... it would be war if they ever did remove it. Actually, I'm gonna try something. Is there cobwebs down here? No, not really. Is there cobwebs up? Okay, so there is, in fact, cobwebs all the way along here. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to get to here, right? No, I can't. I can, in fact, get to here. I'm gonna dig, get a dwarf digging all the way over to here. Dig down to here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, take a ramp up right here and dig across here, down to here, dig over to here, dig across there. And I am going to smooth a bunch of this. But the goal is going to be, when I smooth this and fortify it, how many, like, cavern critters are going to expose themselves? That's the first thing I want to know. Second thing I want to know is once we know how many cavern critters are down there, and I send in my Marks dwarves to shoot at them, can I use those cobwebs eventually? Let's deal with them. Ooh, a steel left gauntlet. Neezer, the armorer, has created Esanugul, a steel left gauntlet, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. I didn't know I had a gauntlet. I didn't know I had steel. So I don't know where you got that steel from, but that's kind of magical. This is a steel left gauntlet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular limestone cabochons and encircled with bands of steel. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, rock salt, harlequin opal, and pyrite. On the item is an image of alpaca bone in pyrite. On the item is an image of an alpaca. Sorry, and on the item is an image of blank in alpaca bone. The blank are traveling. The artwork relates to the formation of the Guild of Amethyst at Riverdepths in the mid-spring of 502. The image on the item is an image of an impala in maple. Aside from like weirdly missing text, that's kind of neat. Can I throw that into the Armorsmith's Guild? Stole the steel? He stealed it. I mean, I could see the argument. Mayor wants large gems, and Baroness wants spears. Copper, spear. Large copper gem. 1. And 1. I was gonna say, I literally have one clothes shop. This is a problem. Clothing and leather. Another clothes shop up here. Be another one over here. Can hang out with the monkeys. Okay, so let's say KV. Slaughter every single KV I can. Geld the other 2. Rabbit? No rabbits. What else do I have that I don't need? I'm gonna slaughter all of the trained monkeys. And geld 2 of them. Oh, actually, let's slaughter these 2 as well. Keeping the domesticated ones. I'm going to... What else can I do? I have 1 yak. There's a cow. I'll keep you alive. Might as well. I think I'm going to slaughter all but 2 of my adult reindeer. And I'm going to slaughter 3 of the young ones. 4 of the young ones. Just trying to cull the animal populations a little bit. Doran, why haven't you left the map yet? What are you doing, Doran? I mean, you're a proficient spear dwarf. Where's your gear? I mean... That's not even your pet. Are you going to leave the map? Are you? Ever? I realize you're supposed to have weapons and you don't. Chat, I have a question. Do I boot this dwarf out of the squad? Or do I just keep staring at them? Booting them out of the squad would fix this. I mean, we get to stare at them throughout the entire, Chat, just you guys argue. I'm gonna go use... No! Ah. Back to the raffle. Yeah. Well. Oh, wait, what? I'm so confused about this dwarf. uh. Well, they left immediately, which is even funnier. They're like, oh god, they're attacking us.
Over here, he has a sword.
Yeah, it seems that way. Okay, well, we are in fact getting attacked by goblin thieves who just ran into my hammer dwarves down at the bottom. So, Jabra, Broken Spacebar, and UGDPY are all at the bottom. There's also a bolt being fired by Rovod over here. And these goblins are having a rough day. My dwarves are getting the great opportunity to train on them, thankfully, which is very good for us. And we get diplomacy, excuse me? Okay, you have disrespected the trees in this area. Yeah, I know. But this is what we have come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. Am I getting to trade with them, or are they just leaving then? I'm assuming they're just leaving then. This text is green, yeah, because elf. Elf text green. I guess elves would use the green heart emoji. The elves have a very short temper for the dwarves. All right, well, I can't wait for the goblins and the elves to show up at the same time. You son of a... What are you doing, dwarf? I think that this dwarf has forgotten how to dwarf, so I'm just going to remove this dwarf from this squad. And then I'm just going to put them into this squad. Here, join this other squad. Completely unrelated. Go drink and do the things that you need to do, because I need this squad to come home. Extreme violence and hatred? I don't know about hatred, but violence, yes. Hatred seems a little extreme to me. Currently, the only violence is going out against my monkeys. Nobody really hanging out in the library. It's weird. Those goblins have done that to me a number of times now. They've attacked and then immediately left. Which is always a little perplexing. We're also in an ad break right now, so I'm just going to hold up. Another thing I'm going to do, actually, that I don't have enough of in this fort is I'm going to remove this area from the tavern. And I'm going to grab this button. I'm going to untick that setting. And I'm going to add this to the tavern. And then I'm going to click this button, and I'm going to link it to the tavern, which is the Bronze Cinnamon, meaning they will still use this as the tavern, except they'll get happy thoughts from eating there. Oh my god, I forgot that that was my rules command. I haven't seen that in ages. I wouldn't mind a battle of three armies. One of the best things ever in this game is when you have, like, goblins attacking and then elves appear out of nowhere. It's like nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, but elves edition. So I assume that that dwarf just, like, sat there for a minute and then just started sprinting in the other direction with no logic behind it, yeah? I assume that's how that went. Nobody expects an elvish intervention. I would actually beg to differ. I think everybody expects it. The second you start chopping down trees en masse, the elves are just an inevitability. Like, it's not even a matter of, like, expecting them. It's just like, well, gonna happen at some point. Not like I really have a choice. They're going to attack me. I mean, I knew that they were going to attack me when I started, like, mass chopping down trees on the surface. It's kind of not really avoidable at that point. As soon as I got up, really. Wow. That's very funny. Dwarf was just waiting until I wasn't looking. That's the reality of this. Oh, hey. The elves are here to trade. Make up your damn mind, guys. Come on. Are we friends or not? I guess for the time being, we're still friends. Although maybe I just won't trade with them. I mean, I'm not going to intentionally, like, aggravate them. I haven't really done anything to aggravate them in particular. Just trying to think, what could I actually sell them that I don't need? Sell them some of these. I need stuff that isn't particularly heavy is the problem. Sell some giant cave spider silk cloth. Sell them a bunch of blocks. The idea of selling them anvils would be kind of funny because, like, watching them leave with anvils that they can't do anything with is kind of hysterical to me, but... Is this an agitated raven? Nope, it's just a raven. You know, it's kind of like, oh. Stone, did you pin something on accident? It's all good. I unpinned it. I mean, I did that on accident in Bell's chat once. I didn't trade with the elves last season, so. You were looking at your eyes. Ah, it's all good. Like I said, I've done that by mistake before. Honestly, like, the slight shifts to the look of the trading depot is one of my favorite changes in this version. I absolutely love the way the trading depot looks. They bring any fun animals? They brought Big Bird. They brought Large Burb, which I need to trade more with them to be able to buy. Brought a giant crow. I'll sell them these grates because I ain't using those anytime soon. I'll sell them some mechanisms. They will always react exactly the same way. Have you ever, I mean, obviously you've seen the meme from Far Cry 3 where he goes, "Do you know the definition of insanity?" You. I don't think they're war trainable, but I know that they're mounts in adventure mode, which is pretty cool. The idea would be, like, if you want to, like, get one over on the elves, the idea would be make something that wouldn't offend them. Like, let's say figurines of an impaled elf chopping down a tree or something. Or, like, a stone statue of that. So that's getting one over on them. If you're just, like, intentionally being mean to them. That's not getting one over on them. That's just expecting the same result every time. In which case, I mean, more power to you. I would rather buy a giant crow from them before I have to go to war with them. Because giant crow egg omelets, if it's a lady crow, I didn't even look. But giant crow is pretty rad. We'll put giant crow in with other... Oh, hey, I caught a goblin, apparently. There it goes. It's only needed once per fort. You find that enjoyable? I mean, I guess. Not my personal cup of tea. Oh, shit, they've returned. Okay, so this is good news. They have a spoils report. Them having a spoils report means they were likely successful. So they went and they attacked. The Emerald Irons slipped into Dreamy Attics undetected by the stupid tick of dimpling. Well, that checks out. Of the Bronze Scorpion in the early spring of 506. The forces of the Dutiful Boulders searched, and they found some books. Well. And a giant Ulm leather low boot. Hey, okay. Let's attack them again, except this time we'll pillage. Big Bang is too busy stripping, apparently, to go back out. This is a risky place to walk during early spring there, Dwarf. They're all going around picking up equipment real quick. At least it's pretty quick. Off you go. You can quickly make a rock... If you can quickly make a rock statue of the Elven Shredder, you can... Yeah, exactly. See, like, that's the way to truly get it over on them. I like to try and stay friends with them as much as possible, because it's like a fun little mini game. But, yeah, it is generally an inevitability if you're chopping down a lot of trees. It's like, see how long you can skirt the rules type game? You for real, Dwarf? Come on. Dwarf, please. I wonder if it's because their set is off duty currently. But... Grr. To the point where I may actually jump back to the beginning of spring again. Yeah, not war trainable. But it is a lady giant crow, which means I'm actually going to move it over here. So I can use the nest box. Why are you afraid after... Oh, probably because they're literally watching all their friends get butchered right there. It's probably got something to do with it. Oh, wait, what? Holy shit, they already returned? I'm so confused. They didn't even all get there, though. Dwarf Onul led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin of Fifi. In the early spring of 506, the Goblin with the elvish name outmatched the Dwarf, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Oh, that's not good. Stukos was Stukos' eyelid was knocked out, and they came back. That's not right. Them leaving it without the whole squad? That is bizarre. Are you still considered to be in this squad? What the hell? No squad assigned? Hold on. So these ones down here apparently are no longer in the squad. So the only ones still in the squad are the top half? That is confusing. Yeah, something weird's going on. Yeah, I mean, like, whatever that is, that is not right. Well, something's broken. Huh. They appear to be... Yeah, they're all equipping stuff now. Lady Stukos just lost an eyelid. Nothing worse. That's bizarre, man. What the hell? That's actually really weird. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if that's even, like, related to the new stuff. Man, you're just more interested in watching a weaponsmithing demonstration. Hold on. Okay, you guys are assigned to here. I'm going to maybe give them a break because they're having a hard time. We're going to send out the Sabers of Die, which is my B squad, because the A squad is having a hard time existing right at this exact moment. We're going to send the Sabers of Die, the B squad. Go get them, boys. Go get them, Halcyon Days and Stupid Mole and Xylium and Craftlul and Mighty Rhett and Wiz the God and Starsmore. Servesh with the I can't read that out loud last name. Good luck, dwarves. See, they understand how to leave. Okay, maybe Wiz doesn't. I shouldn't. Okay, never mind. Wiz does, in fact, understand how to leave. Good morning. Hope you slept well. Human recruit. I can explain what... wait, hold on. Is it a human recruit by itself? Like, literally just a lonely human recruit? Because that's weird. I was thinking initially, that's probably a were creature, but... I mean, honestly, that's just called a home invasion. Just a single human attacking you? That's just a home invasion. Okay, I don't need that many more bedrooms, but we do still need more bedrooms. So... Actually, another thing that I gotta do is I gotta go down to here. And I gotta automate all of this. Not at the end here, though. And then I gotta go... Where am I? Single human? Sounds like whoever you're fighting against, whatever civ it is, they are really running out of soldiers. They ain't sending their best anymore. I guess I'll put it that way. There was one time, well, actually not one time, but Long Death, which was the fortress that I kept alive for 400 years. When I finally did start getting attacked, when they started to run out of soldiers, the last, like 24 sieges or so were all comprised of recruits, peasants, and bards. Eventually, they started sending scholars at me to attack me. Which is funny. It's like they literally ran out of soldiers. And then also ran out of population after they ran out of soldiers. Yeah, I upload the what's it called? The VODs to a YouTube channel called Blind Extras. You can type an exclamation point VODs to get a link if you want. Candy. I stopped uploading them to the main channel because people started complaining around last June, and I started getting people unsubscribing kind of en masse whenever I would upload VODs. So I was just kind of like, well, let's try this. So I do that now. Probably in the long term, it's actually cost me quite a bit more money, but the YouTube channel is more stable because of it, so... No problem. Yeah, all the VODs go up there. Hello, Silk Dragon. How are you? You're just winding down for the day? I'm in a bit of a weird mood today, but aside from that, it's been all right. No real complaints. Stream has been decent. No complaints there. Just, I don't know, in a bit of a weird mood. I don't have any mods installed. Playing vanilla. Thank you, Chris. I mean, I was gonna say also the kids table over there, Chris, has the glorious ability to just scroll down and click a button, which you can actually do on Twitch too. But it's also in the title of my stream via command on Twitch. But I guess exclamation point VODs isn't that clear. Oh, they're already back. That was quick. All right, this is my second attack. They slipped into Dreaming Attics undetected by the stupid tick, and mid-spring, and the boulders stole treasure. Treasure, in this case, is a pecan wood chest, yak leather water skin, foxbone figurine, oh, that's kind of cool, a sandstone throne, an iron buckler, and a steel toy axe. You couldn't grab, like, a real axe. You had to get the toy one. So one of these dwarves must have a kid. Okay, we're going to send them to go pillage now. What floor did I just use? Pretty sure I used the wrong thing. Yeah, I used silver instead of borax. Trying to get the rest of these bedrooms done. Strange mood? Not quite. Like, easily, like, elevated, easily agitated is maybe a better way of describing my mood today. Brain, we're just running at 250 million miles an hour. Mildly manic, I guess. No. Toys are not a wieldable weapon. In fact, I don't even think adult dwarves can interact with them. They're a miscellaneous object, so it's like, they're like a coin. Like, someone could throw them. Dwarves can't even claim them as theirs. Like, they're literally, like, strictly a kid's thing. No, it wouldn't. Well, I mean, it would hurt no more or less. A minecart shotgun full of toy axes wouldn't hurt any more or less than any other toy. They have no sharpness stat, so... I mean, it would hurt, like, based on weight. Huh? Starsmore Bolted Woman has been elected to the position of Sacred Burial of the Fellowship of Fate. Huh. Why? Okay. So... Huh. Okay. Did we did lose one dwarf. But also somebody just got elected to a religious position, which leads me to believe... I'm also pretty sure that dwarf just died. The dwarf that just got elected. So likely what's happening is we just killed somebody who's a religious figure, part of our faction. That's what I think just happened. That would be what I would bet just happened. But also, yeah, we lost a dwarf. I think we just lost Starsmore. Like, we just lost that dwarf who got elected to that position, which is kind of ironic, actually, because it's the god of death. But we'll find out in a moment, because it shouldn't take them too long to get back. Oh, here they come back. Well, we got spoils report again. I like how quick these are going. The Emerald Irons attacked the stupid tick of Dimpling at the Bronze Scorpion of Dreamy Attics. The dwarf Servesh led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin once again. The dwarf's tactical planning was superior to the Goblin, but the defenders did have a strong positional advantage. So our tactical planning was better, but they had a better advantage. So, oh hey, we struck down the Goblin, so that's a good sign, meaning next time we attack them, they will be weaker. Means I should be able to hit them again almost immediately. The dwarf Servesh Virtue Lancers hitched a stunning strategy, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Another goblin named Mole was struck down. A goblin named Epixa was struck down. I think this is the goblin that... what's the word? I think that's the goblin that... or if Lolar was struck down by Soulsmore? We looted treasure? Wait, hold on. Then how do I spell that name? S-T-A-R-S. But they're not in the squad anymore. So did they get elected and just, like, leave? Also, hold on. Okay, no, you're still technically, you're considered a new arrival, which is weird. There's some weirdness happening. Like, I'm sending out squads, and they're, like, not part of the military when they come back. Yeah, Mighty Red. Like... Whiz, remove. But, so did that dwarf die or did they not die? I'm confused. Store item in bin. They're carrying all your gear. Okay, I need to let Putnam know, I think. Also, now there's fighting, apparently. What's the fighting that's going on? Uh-oh. Fighting with giant monkeys, I think. Okay, we're dealing with agitated giant monkeys. Fallout Rain, Dill, and Walnut Bag are all fighting with an agitated giant monkey up here. The agitated giant monkey is bleeding. How many agitated giant monkeys are there? Also, a bunch of dwarves are resting. Okay, well, that one's dead. Seemed like it was just the one. Tons of mussel shells. Really? Well, that's good. Glad you sorted that out. Kind of amazed that the mussel shells would do something. I wonder if they're all contaminated with stuff like, or like if they're having some weird temperature shifts. All right, well, I'm gonna go pillage this again. What's up, Bonesaw? Yeah, well, it's not even like the whole squad turns into migrants when they return. I mean, that's actually not that abnormal, the like returning as a migrant. Like they get like the new arrival thing usually, like that's normal. The part here that's weird is them like not being listed in the squads at all and like not leaving in the first place. Though that's the weirdness. Also, I'm gonna do a thing because this is stressing me the hell out. Stop walking on this, you doormats. What's up, Drake? How you doing? Speaking of, some migrants have arrived. Speaking of migrants, did Starsmore ever come back? Starsmore did come back, also not in the squad. Go join that squad, you goofball. Yep. Well, in some cases. At least I think they're losing their equipment. Ah, the Doctrine of Ashes has many worshippers in Riverdepths and now requires a temple complex and a high priest. Which one was the Doctrine of Ashes? There it is. It's this one. Well, it's another one to increase the value of. I'm pretty sure this is also still the same god, too. Not really. It's more just, if possible, do not go in this area, and then you can make it, like, extra avoid walking in this area. It's this tool, traffic areas. We're in an ad break, so I will pause this. Did they change the statue texture? The patch did, in fact, add statue textures, yes. It changed the bases based on the quality of the statue and added new images to the top. It's more of a suggestion. Yeah, Crundalicious is accurate. I don't know how many of you are in ads, but... Also playing on a relatively ancient PC. Okay, fair enough. Saw Formula One news that makes me upset. Well, not really news, but whenever I see the Stake Team F1 kick Sauber, Stake F1 team kick Sauber, and their livery, I get kind of mad. I just saw a thumbnail with it. Like, everything about it just makes me angry. You were kind of hoping to draw a rectangle cavern to restrict them from collecting stuff from outside the small enough area? No, it won't work that way. That's not how it works. It's not a do not walk here. It's try and avoid walking across this area. Basically, they will do their damnedest to walk in any other route around that thing instead of walking past that thing, basically. Also, we got more dwarves, by the way. Because of, that's what's triggered this. Yeah, that's what burrows are for, exactly. Burrows do that, not the traffic zones. Traffic zones are basically just a, hey, like, guys, if possible, don't use this route instead. Basically, it's to stop them from, like, falling into creeks that are about to thaw and stuff like that. All right, well, they all came back this time, so that's good. Oh, also, apparently I need to make a craft store skilled. As my population continues to rise. We pillaged them once again. The Emerald Irons attacked the stupid tick of Dimpling, the Bronze Scorpion. And Servesh led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Wulma. Handled focus. The dwarf outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Dreamy Attics. That's the way I like to see it. Good morning, Spud. Craft Law's doing work. Seemingly struck down a few things. And we looted treasure. Can't have been much of value. Oh, 2 gems. Hey, that's actually some value. All right, let's attempt to raise it. And I'm going to send these 2 squads. And they all just leave the map again. And I also have a bunch more livestock that I gotta deal with. Bunch of ponies, specifically. I almost never use traffic zones, so I wouldn't recommend using them, because I think they're kind of bad. If I actually want dwarves to not go somewhere, I will just block it off or use a burrow. I find traffic zones to be pretty mid, I guess as the kids would say. To steal a kid's word, pretty mid. Not great, putting it bluntly. So chat room, are you guys playing on the beta branch? Have you guys noticed anything weird about sending out squads to go attack things? Out of curiosity, more than anything. I think I finally finished rock blocks. Let's do another 1,000. Now, is that because they're dying, or do you, or are they just not returning? Because I did have that one squad that left that didn't come back, or that one dwarf that left got a rank outside, didn't come back, and then when they did, they were not part of the squad anymore. But you've been watching my stream all day to get your fix. That's fair. Are you gonna play when the patch drops, Big Bang? Have you been playing anything aside from it, or just like taking a break from games for a bit? Which that's fine. I do that most weekends. Alfie din din time. All right, Alfie. I'm stoked for the patch. Gonna make mods again. Yeah, I'm also stoked for this patch. Although, I'll be honest, I'm significantly more stoked for adventure mode. But I really want this guy to join the fortress. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do some goofball shenanigans, chat room. See this area? We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. And this is mostly like furniture and finished goods. I'm gonna take this stockpile. And I'm gonna throw it down here. I don't actually, can I move a stockpile to a different layer? I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. No, I can't. Okay. So I have to make a new stockpile. Well, I'm just going to make a stockpile for the stuff that's in there. We'll just see what's in it. So this stockpile is ammo, animals, armor, which I don't want. Finished goods, furniture. I don't want leather. Well, I guess I could put leather in there. Sheet and weapons and trap comps. No ammo. Animals. No armor. Finished goods. I guess we'll put coins even though I have none. Furniture. No leather. Sheet. No weapons. I'll put trap comp. Well, actually, no, I don't even need those. So all this stuff can go down here. Get rid of all this. I'm going to move this. This is going to become connected to a tavern, which is going to go right here. And this is going to be the visitor's tavern. No more GBS. Game Boy Scam. What's GBS? No, not really. I just build weird shapes. I did not start by hollowing out veins. This is, if you look at any of my forts, this is just kind of how they all end up being usually. Okay, well, this right here, I mean, my craft store skilled. I mean, this is just kind of how I build stuff, so that's how things end up being weird shapes. Squad returned. As Bing Bang said, we'll most likely start a new world and do some fortresses and stuff before messing around in adventure mode. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Oh, I get you. In regards to goofball shenanigans. Dutiful builders looted and rampage throughout. You're telling me they're all dead? Giant bat leather glove. Huh. All right. I'm going to make a new squad. Who's going to take metal armor. Huh. I want to send somebody to demand surrender. But I don't want to send everybody. I kind of want to send, like, Juice the Name or Pun Intentional. Because they were very upset. How about Doran the Spear Dwarf? What squad are you in, Doran? You are in the National Canyons, which is the newbie squad. Remove you from this squad. Put you into this squad. The Invasion squad. And we're gonna go demand surrender and occupy with the Murky Paddles. It's a, I am Dorfus of the Murky Paddles. Send in the vampire. I don't want to let the vampire out. If I'm being honest. I want to join the Goblin Eradicating Forces now that that has worked. I mean... Don't know how good you'll be at this job, but... Whoops. Wrong dwarf. That's a bone doctor. Did I not add you to this fort already? There you are. I mean, you're an armorer. You're already supplying us. This is basically a suicide mission? Unlikely, because my dwarves just killed what seemed to be the last few soldiers there. Apparently there's still 75 population, but that population is not necessarily soldiers. And dwarves don't really exterminate things. Grabbed an iron buckler. Look at all of the finished goods being piled down here. God, that's actually a lot of stuff. That's kind of funny. So no, not necessarily a suicide mission, but I don't know, could be considered one. Dwarf's gonna go take a nap first, though. I mean, it's either go have a chance to potentially have a fortress of your own, or, being the keyword there, or keep being pissed off here. I mean, I would probably almost take the fortress of my own. Like, we're literally offering this dwarf the world. Like, it's a deal you simply cannot refuse. Go capture this fortress back in the name of for the glory of all of the Emerald Irons. I mean, I'm trying to, like, push back these goblins a little bit. I'm not actually going to win a fight against them. There's too many of them. Like, I don't think I can take out any of the mountain homes. Uh-oh, that's not good. There's just a way to walk directly into the fortress. I'm really glad I looked at that. What? Mako? Excuse me? Hi, Orange. How are you? You haven't been able to occupy any sites? Maybe one day? As in, like, you haven't tried or you haven't gotten that far, or, like, you've never been successful? I mean, see, remember what I literally just said? The hillocks of Dreamy Attics, which is what we were attacking, far to the west, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Well done, dwarf. We have successfully taken it. There's always a bug or something. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with conquering sites in a very long time, so... As you can see, not an issue with this fort. But, chat, can I get a big round of beers and a round of applause for our dwarves, making our first step towards capturing back our faction? The Wheel of Wars is now under our control. And also, it appears that there are already dwarves here that I can request back, actually. I can request... Oh, interesting. Yeah, so these are all dwarves that live in Dreamy Attics that I could request become part of this fort. To make demands, which is interesting. So now that I've done that, let's go hit something else. Let's go hit the Dark Goblin Pits of Random Monsters. It's a funny name. Send the Sabers of Dye and the National Canyon. Well, maybe not the National Canyon. We're just gonna go raid them. Yeah, I haven't had any problems with attacking locations in a very long time. I'm also going to put a door right here. Iron Pit the Brewer has been possessed. What was I doing? Right, I was making a Krasdorf's Hall. That's what I was doing. Right here, you. Lock. What do I have the most of? Let's just keep it rock salt. Keep this layer very rock salt. It's also easy to just type in SA and get that. Worlds are just bugged for you? Like, what happens? So, like, just for clarification, you attack the location multiple times until, like, all you get is they showed up at the location and then they left. That's all that you get, right? And then you send a conquer and occupy order? Like, what does the game say to you? Like, what's the bug that you were talking about? Unless, like, you've got, like, weird mods on, like, taking over locations has been not buggy in the slightest for a while. I'm just kind of curious as to what exactly the process is that you're running into. What's up, Psyomegas? It's been a minute. Okay, well, Dwarf has claimed nickel bars and maple logs. What's been happening? Chat, can we give, like, from what you've seen, summarize in one sentence what has happened in this fort today? For our friend Psyomegas here. Very vanilla. Sometimes you press pillage. Okay, they leave the map and they get stuck off map for, like, the entire session. Yeah, I mean, I had that happen in the world that's or in Sunbirth specifically. But what was weird is they would come back in the spring. To the point where, like, I think what was actually happening was they were, like, crossing an ocean or something that would then thaw. Then they couldn't get back. And sometimes they would be gone for a really long time. But, yeah, that happens in forts sometimes. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if you've got something weird or unique happening. But no, that definitely sounds like stuff I've heard before. I've had similar stuff happen, but I don't know. I feel like it's less of a worlds thing and more of a specific fortress location thing. Here's my summary. There's gremlins in the basement, although I'm going to do it in more than one sentence, so I'm going to cheat. Gremlins in the basement, elves are threatening me, goblins are taking over the mountain home, my queen is a Gorlak. So's the post liaison. That's the short version. Summarized, I suppose. Yeah, my queen is a Gorlak. Oops, my queen is a Gorlak. Honey, I dwarfed the Gorlaks. Unfortunately, the Gorlak queen isn't in the fort currently. That is a goal, though. That and, like, finding a lot of bugs. I got real mad at a necromancer vampire for a minute. There was some salt in the middle there for a bit. It's okay. It's mostly dissipated, and now it's just my salt floors. Better have a really... You know, actually, you make a very valid point. Queen Gorlak definitely needs a very impressive crown. It needs to be like the size of a dwarf. It's like Queen Gorlak's actually just walking around with like, what's the word? Queen Gorlak's walking around with like a table on their head. Yeah, which is funny because I'm pretty sure that they're like goblin cultured Gorlaks, but you know. Iron Pit the Brewer has created Guzenkohl, a nickel mail shirt, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. Because the Gorlaks were put in charge shortly after the goblins took over my mountain home. This is a nickel mail shirt. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with maple and encircled with bands of nickel. On the item is an image of the tapered baguette cut gems in maple. On the item is an image of Good Charles, the pig iron shield in rock salt. Yeah, Good Charles made a pig iron shield and named it after them. Is an image of Zas Silvery Inches, the dwarf in conglomerate. I think I'm going to put that artifact in here just to get this done. Just going to do a thing and get everybody to update their gear. How are we doing for ammo? All my crossbow dwarves have ammo now, mostly, except for one who doesn't have a quiver currently, but that's probably why they don't have ammo. But yeah, if I look at the civilization screen, this is my home faction, and I am Opokoti. Imo Opokoti is my Gorlak Queen swordsman. And the, why am I not seeing the outpost liaison? I was about to say my outpost liaison is also a Gorlak, but Uh-oh. Also, they want rings. Should probably start producing rings. I mean, not bone ring. Let's do shell. Ring. We'll just do this as a 72 muscle shells. Let's do 72 muscle shell rings. Now I'm suddenly wondering if my one of the Gorlaks is dead. I mean, that's not where the Gorlak lived. The Gorlak lived up here. This one right here. Spikes mirrored. That is a very, very large goblin fortress. All right, so the seas went very simply. Literally just like, so the stupid tick of the dimpling of the bronze scorpion surrendered to the dutiful boulders in the late spring of 506. The dutiful boulders defeated the stupid tick of dimpling of the bronze scorpion and took over Dreamy Attics. The new government was called the Wheel of Wars. The goblin erosion East Clout was hacked to pieces by the dwarf Doran Tangle Sealing in Dreamy Attics. There was one goblin left, and Doran hacked him to pieces. Wow, man. The next place we've attacked is this goblin pits down here, which we snuck in undetected and snuck out, and we stole an iron pick and some random shit, including a limestone table. I'm going to go I want to hit these Goblin Forest retreats. Although, actually, what I want to hit is this. But I don't want to kill my queen. I want to hit places that have treasures. Books, basically. Anything interest? You've been typing, though. What? Like, you've been talking for the last 3 hours? It's pillage. I think the Outpost Liaison might be dead. We'll see you later, DS. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Over my dead body. Oh, okay then. I accept that challenge, clearly. When was the last chat you said? Maybe I just have absolutely no semblance of time. Chat, anything interesting happened in the last 3 hours? Let's see. I took over a location from the goblins. I built a library. We had some weirdness with squads disappearing. This is true. Yeah, okay. This is true. What else weird has happened in the last few hours? That's probably the weirdest one, actually. Is the squads disappearing, but... I had a squad leave and then a dwarf almost immediately become a religious figure outside of the squad, which was odd. Okay, I need a leather stockpile. Is Shutterbug gone? No. Okay, so rather, the squads didn't vanish, like vanish, but they would come back not in the squads. But Shutterbug is in fact gone. Although, were you ever in this fort? I don't think you've never had a fort, a dwarf in this fort. You were in Darkwall, I think. It's okay. Chad, I think we all just need to accept that we're all kind of losing it today. Today is like the most Monday, Wednesday I've seen in a while. Like everybody's treating today like a Monday, but it's definitely Wednesday. A very Monday vibes Wednesday. Also, we're in an ad break. Thanks for continuing to bankroll this channel. You okay? Appreciate you, dude. It's Deaf Thursday. Not on this side of the planet. You 100% second agree with that statement? Mm-hmm. You work 7 days a week, Orange. Your days of the week don't matter. Same with mine. Are you still in the same location, Orange? I thought you were supposed to give me 2 cents, not 50. Are you a gold digger or something? No longer in Vegas? Phew. Safe. Mildly jealous that you got to drive by the Formula 1 stuff, but I don't really care about the stuff in me. Not gonna lie. Putnam says that nothing to do with squads leaving and coming back was touched in this patch, so if there's weirdness, this is normal weirdness and not new weirdness. Old weirdness and not new weirdness. So I guess there's that. I'm trying. Oh yeah, we found some text that was missing. That was the thing that I found. Got one more dwarf that needs to leave. It looked like you were getting pants for a second there, but actually you were just getting fish stew. Char stew. Why are they hating on you, Dorfin? Loki? You should tell them to play better video games. Although on Steam now they can officially tell you to Dorf. Or hate on you for Dorfin because Dorfing is a tag now. Not being hidden by the grandstands? I'm not gonna lie, I don't disagree. How legit is making patrols? Indoor fortress? I find them useful for clearing out caverns. Although currently I don't have any patrols in this fort. I'm mostly fascinated by the security rooms in those casinos. I'm not a gambler at all, but I've been to Vegas twice now, and the thing that fascinates me the most is how 1984 they all feel. It's like, oh, this is what a surveillance state feels like. Okay, I got it. Cool. Pass a beer. It's like it's impossible to be anywhere in any of those like properties without having at like a minimum of like 90 cameras on you. It's like I feel like I'm less in a surveillance state sitting in this chair than I do in any of those casinos. And I actively have 3 cameras pointed at me right now. Granted, only one of them's actually running, but. I need water buckets. Also, there's probably a lot of wood in this stack. Yep. I wonder what they're trying to give water to, because they're trying to give water to somebody. That is not true. There are plenty of clocks in the casino, mostly in my pocket on my phone. Yeah, I'm not a gambler in the slightest. Probably won't ever. Not that type of gambling anyway. Nine is awful. I have a question. Why are you putting yourself through this? Like, there's running like a mega project, but like, there's pain, man. Like, what you're doing just sounds like pain. Try building a scary bridge. Wink. This shouldn't knock anybody off. It was for your 18th birthday because you legally could do it. I mean, I've gambled before. I'm just not a gambler, if that makes any sense. Like, I'd be lying if I said that I've never gambled. I've absolutely gambled. We already know that the answer is no. Okay, squad's back. Did another pillaging attempt. The emerald lenses of the emerald, the emerald irons attacked the terror of screams of the bronze scorpion. At Snake Glitters, the dwarf Servish led the attack, and the defenders were led by an elf named Osnun Pack Devils. The dwarf Servish led the attack and outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Well, we struck down the elf that led the attack and stole some books. And the Sabers of Die, led by a dwarf, clashed with a single elf, slaying them. So those are some goblinified elves, and I got a horse, 2 black bears, and a wolf. Okay. Wait, hold on. Did I actually just attack elves and not who I wanted to? No, these are goblin forest retreats of the same fact. Yeah, no, we're good. Wild. Why, was there no goblins there? Huh. All right, well. Let's get those bears. Oh. I thought black bears were war trainable. Well, that's a shame. I'll slaughter them then. I need grizzly bears. Do not need random donkey. I really don't need that giant crow. I'm gonna eat those 2 horsefuls as well. Gambled a bit, counted cards, got blacklisted. Okay. You at least get money out of it? Like, as in enough money that was worth it? The most success I ever had gambling was buying scratch and wins. And it was because it was minus 15 outside that winter. Like, pretty damn cold. Cold enough that, like, I don't want to go outside cold. And I bought a $1 scratch and win. And won $1. So I bought another $1 scratch and win. And I got a free scratch and win. So I bought another scratch and win. It's all for $1. Just scratch one thing. Win or you don't. Barely a 30% chance to win. And this went on for about 8 wins in a row. And then I bought another one and I won $5. And the guy at the gas station was like, look at me. He's like, really? Like, I guess so. He was like just as surprised as I was. And then it was 5 minutes before my bus arrived, so I bought 2 chocolate bars and walked over and got on the bus. It's the most luck I ever had gambling. Also, anonymous gifter, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Crundalicious. Appreciate you. Walnut is back. How's the fort going? We are invading and taking over goblin places. Speaking of, we're going to go do that again. We've taken over 1. So we've grabbed this place back, and it's now on our side. I'm mostly just like dive bound. Let's go attack this place. I'm mostly just terrorizing like their smaller sites. I don't see us winning a fight against one of the bigger ones, but you win a $500 US ticket? Cool. Good for you. That's pretty good. I'm gonna make a dining hall spa. This is gonna go right here. And also right here. And I'm debating on this, so I want your guys' opinion, chat. Should I make this place open to visitors? This is going to be a dining hall on either side of this waterfall. And attached to a tavern.
Less than the person in front me playing lotto. Crypt blank less than me trying to put $20 on pump 5.
A person in front of you playing lotto. So you're just annoyed by the guy playing the lotto while you're trying to like buy gas, is what you're saying. Sure. Thanks for the $3.50. Appreciate you. I mean, I understand that. I used to buy scratch and wins when I was waiting for the bus when it was too cold because that gas station wouldn't let you loiter unless you were like buying something. And in the winter, when it was fucking cold on the way home on Sundays from work, it would take a long time for my bus to arrive. It was like 40-minute wait or something. And if it was like below -5, I didn't really want to sit outside by the bus. Beast Hunter who stole the artifact. True. I haven't seen them. It's still a cold case, I think. Yep. They have not come back. You know, I don't believe I've ever actually bought cards for a trading card game. No, that's not true. I bought a starter pack for Yu-Gi-Oh! Once. So I've never actually had the pleasure or displeasure, I suppose, of opening up a card pack. I have purchased loot boxes in video games, but I don't quite consider that to be the same thing. If you chop down all of your trees, does that make your overall wood regeneration rate lower? No. I mean, they'll take the same amount of time to grow back regardless. Never bought any cards for yourself, but easily spent $1,000 on Magic the Gathering Obsessed Nephew. Oh boy. That's a lot of money. Like, damn. Okay, well, I don't really want to do those featherwood tables, so let's do copper table, copper throne. Let's just do 24 and 24. Sadly, question mark, not that much for MTG. Oh yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's kind of... People who've been around this stream will know that I refer to things like certain religious groups as cults. I also have a habit of referring to just Magic the Gathering as gambling, just flat. And I've had some people get very touchy with me in chat about that one. One person insisted that it wasn't gambling because there's no chance of you winning anything of value. Which... citation needed. Yeah, Warhammer is just bad game design. Like... I would say Warhammer is just expensive. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can absolutely sell cards for more than the cost of the pack. I say that Warhammer is like a fantasy nerd's train collection. You know what I mean? Like, train hobbyists, train collectors are like kind of a dying breed, but that's what Warhammer is to me. Fantasy or sci-fi, I guess. You wish more people played Battletech? I wish people played Battletech. Although there's like a way to play Battletech miniatures game online, but nobody plays it. You don't know how people afford Warhammer these days? I don't know how people afford rent, but the Emerald lens attack the strapping dread of the bronze at dive bound. The dwarf Servesh Virtue Lancers led the attack. The defenders were led by the elf Nagoso. Ooh, it's an elf with a goblin name. The dwarf Servesh led the outmatched the elf, sorry, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in dive bound. I mean, if I want to play Battletech, I just play the video game Battletech. We stole looted treasure and seized livestock. What did we get for livestock? A horse, a fox, a giant wren, a giant cardinal, a fox, and a wolf. Huh. Cool. Are wolves war trainable? I don't think they are. No, they aren't. I do have a breeding pair of wolves now, though. I'll put those wolves in there just because they'll look cool with the military. Way less pricey than 40K. Yeah, I don't know. Should also put these foxes in here. I also have a breeding pair of foxes. Maybe it's because, like, wolves are too smart. I don't know. There's few things more satisfying than watching, like, 150 dwarves all flooding across the fort back and forth to do constructing stuff. Okay, so let's send them out again. Chat, do I get ballsy? Okay, maybe not that ballsy. That's a bit too ballsy. There. Chat, do I get ballsy? Yeah, I mean, if you like the paint, that's why I say, to me, I kind of equate a lot of those tabletop games, like, regardless of the pricing model. I'm not a fan of the pricing model. But, like, when it comes to Warhammer specifically, to me, that's, like, it's almost a one-to-one with train collectors. Yeah, but you have to play with other human beings, and that's where it loses me. If there was, like, a collectible card game that didn't break the bank, that was solitaire, I'd be interested. All right, let's go attack the big boys. I'm just going to send the Sabers of Die, and we're just going to raid. We're going to see how it goes. Solitaire, meaning only the one person play with no other people. I don't like playing game with other people. Arkham Horror isn't a collectible card game. I know you can buy expansion packs, but it's not like a Magic the Gathering level of bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's just buying a deck of cards. Mate, I hate to break it to you, I own a deck of cards. Actually, I own 2. Get your Hockey League cards. Excuse me while I puke in the garbage bin in the corner. The game of Solitaire. Just don't look at my Steam account and look up Solitaire. Actually, it's not that crazy. I've got some hours in like 2 or 3 Solitaire games, but I do quite enjoy me some Solitaire. Storf really likes being near this waterfall. I've never played Arkham Horror, but I've seen pictures of it set up, and it looks like it has a lot of pieces if I'm thinking of the same game. There's a world where I think I could have gotten into Netrunner if I actually liked my ex's friends. There's a world where I would have gotten into Netrunner if, asterisk, I liked my ex's friends. But I didn't like my ex's friends, so... Yeah, I can sort of relate to that to a degree. I don't think I ever dreamed about the cards, but I played quite a bit of Solitaire at one point. Although, admittedly, most of the Solitaire I played was on the computer. Congratulations on a successful return. Chat, being ballsy was a bad idea. Tell you already it was a bad idea. At least some of them made it back. Let's see what happened. How many... If anybody has the world save installed, you may want to check something in a second. The Dwarf Servish led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Uspu. The Smeared. Oh, he's got a title. Can you guys look up the Goblin The Smeared? If anybody happens to have the save open. The Dwarf Servish Virtue Lancers outmatched the Goblin. The Smeared with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Size Devils. Okay. So far pretty good. We've killed 1 goblin. Killed 2 goblin. Uh-oh. Okay, so let's just read this out loud. The Sabers of Die, led by the Dwarf Servish, clashed with 1,262 blind cave ogres. Playing 4. Anyway, Wiz the God and Xylem were struck down. So was Stupid Moles. Good lord, yeah, no kidding. Samitsu Dreadful Ransacked was struck down by Nameless. We struck down a goblin named Atu. Samos was struck down. Servesh Virtue Lancers was struck down by a cave dragon. So, you know how we were talking earlier about how they fixed goblins? That's new. Huh. Never bother you by. Oops, my bad. Yeah, also 252 cave dragons. Not cave dragon. $252. You know what I'm about to start doing, chat? I'm about to start up a glass industry, and we're gonna start making weapon traps because I'm terrified all of a sudden. Yeah, we must construct. You know, Big Bang. We must construct additional pylons. Like, now. Yeah, also we're gonna need like 350. Yeah, what War Dragons is actually, okay, hold on. The first thing I need to do is this. I need to scroll down and turn up my population cap. Because I've been like doodling around on low population, going, we're fine. Oh boy. And also, if this is normal now that they've fixed this, just gotta be honest with you guys. All those people who yelled about this game being easy like me are gonna shut the fuck up real quick. He's no longer fine. Yep. I mean, let's be honest, when was I ever fine? How much coke do I have? 176. That's good. Quite a bit of lignite. Good. Not a ton of tetrahedrites. Everything is fine. I might be wrong. I don't think cave dragons shoot fire. But they are... Well, actually, maybe they do. I'm actually not 100% certain if they do. Okay, so what I'm going to need is glass. Stat. Fortunately, we can get glass from right here. So, we got sand there. And we're going to make a little glass forge. I'm thinking glass forge goes right here. What do you think? All right, actually, maybe I should put the glass forge up here. You can get sand from walls. I feel like I tell somebody this like every day or so. But yes, you can in fact get sand from walls. You know, actually, I'm just gonna do it down here. Time to dig for lava? No, not yet. I mean, I don't have... Well, I mean, I would need sand regardless. I don't have enough lava-safe stuff to be able to get lava up here. Doesn't sand require a bag-type item? Yeah, we've got plenty of cloth. See? Plenty of cloth. We're going to make 50 silk bags. I mean, why? I have 90 lignite and 174 coke. They do not, yeah, they do not breathe fire that's hot enough to burn down my drawbridges. That's what that means. I mean, I have a drawbridge that can already do that. I really don't feel like exposing, like, up to 2 extra cavern layers. Well, no, well, I guess I'm kind of counting the cavern, the lava sea as a cavern layer, but I kind of don't really want to do that if I can avoid it. I don't know if... Okay, so I don't know if cave dragons are immune to dragon fire, but all dragons are immune to fire. I'd need to consult the wiki for that. Also, I need to rebuild this squad. I'm gonna throw Notokasa in here. I'm gonna throw Commander Hops in here, just so I can get that squad rolling again. Cave dragons are immune to fire. That would check out. Do I have dog? I have singular dog, who is a pet, which means I can't war train. Do I have any war trainable animals? I do not. It's mildly annoying. Why is it strange that fire imps are immune to fire? They're made of fire and live in lava. Nothing is strange about that. Them being immune to lava is like the most normal thing. They are immune, they are made of fire and live in lava. Why are you surprised by this? I don't know, to me this seems logical. Hotter than the sun or not, to them that's like taking a warm shower. Going to increase the size of this stockpile so I can get rid of blocks quicker. Or so I can make blocks quicker, I mean. Cave dragons grow up faster than regular dragons? Yep. That's the reason dragons are often so weak, is because they're all babies. Because they take 1,000 years to grow. So by the time they're fully grown, they're massive. But most dragons that you run into in Dwarf Fortress are like maybe a couple hundred years old. So they're still tiny. Still take hundreds of years. Totally. I mean, 250 something dragons. I mean, it explains why like my faction is just getting wrecked. but it makes me want to raid them for livestock so fucking bad. I'm gonna go after one more goblin pit before we just hunker down. I'm gonna send the top squad, and we're just gonna get them to go raid. And all I want them to do, can you stop hauling this boulder before you, like, you don't need to take a boulder with you. I mean, if you insist, fine, take the boulder with. Maybe you'll beat something to death with it. You know, up until now, raiding goblins for the purpose of getting, like, livestock was always kind of redundant. But if they have dragons now, suddenly raiding goblins for livestock is a good thing. Because, like, all you would get before is, like, if you were lucky, you would get, like some beak dogs, right? And that was kind of it. Beak dogs are, like, fine. But holy shit, if you can raid goblins for dragons. Like, my brain's just going haywire about this now. It's like, if you can raid goblins and get dragons. You okay over there, Dwarmer? I think you should clean your screen more often. Is that a copy pasta from, like Baru's chat or something? New goal? Not really. More just curiosity. I don't even know if it's possible, so. Let's just stick to tame the Gorlaks and save the Gorlak queen. You need to re-clean your screen now? Most certainly. Well, what's up, Stormer? Baru's going to make a lick raid tomorrow? So you're prepping, I guess. Unless you're saying Baru's raiding me tomorrow, in which case I'm terrified. But I kind of doubt that. You just got microfiber cloths and clean your screen. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. Neurokeys, thanks for the $2. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, yesterday ended up being like, what, a 12-hour stream. Today's likely going to end up being that again. Although I do have a VOD to edit today. I'm going to trim the, whatchamacallit, that bit at the beginning where I discovered the Queen Gorlak. You're afraid to touch your screen, it's heavy, so you're telling me you never clean it? Because you should very much clean your screen. Just saying. Chat, some migrants have arrived. Dwarmer, congratulations, you're now door-fitted. You're a proficient armorsmith. We should all be so lucky to truly master a skill and be freed from the dragons. Why are you already so skilled up? You've been hanging out on the side of the map for a while, you? I think you have. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, has a low sense of self-esteem and dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them. Though she will try to avoid being bound by them. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. It works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She has a tendency to she has a tendency toward. Sorry, she has a greedy streak, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She often feels envious of others. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tries to keep her things orderly. She occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a master quirk someday, and personally views any show of emotion as offensive. Values honesty and does not care about friendship. You would like one? Can't find my zombie? Got it. This is interesting. Was this dwarf in my fort already? And you're coming back? Because, like, I haven't expelled anybody, but how are you already acquaintances with most of my dwarves? I don't get. See, this one isn't, but I'm gonna interrogate you. Just because I'm curious. This one is a twapper. And this twapper is now can't find my Zambi. Does he have a room? Question. Nope. Can't find my zombie is inattentive to detail in her own work. Feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is a dabbling spear dwarf. Probably wasn't in my military because I didn't really have any, like, just wrestlers or anything. So anyway, this dwarf, who's can't find my zombie, is inattentive to detail in her own work, feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and is assertive, often feels lustful, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Speaks in monotone when she's annoyed, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Sees competition as reasonably important. You're a weird dwarf. What do you actually want to do with your life? But yeah, I guess you want to create a great work of art. Okay, the peasant next. This peasant is going to be... It's kind of like getting your palm read, Dwarmer. This dwarf is going to be Salva. Salva Daddy. High social awareness, zany and overbearing, but creative. He finds humor in most situations, and he has an overbearing personality. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and is curious and eager to learn. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, He is open to changing his mind. He prefers to present himself modestly. He is nervous and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is quite hopeful about the future, and he tends to avoid crowds. He doesn't handle stress well. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has an active imagination and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Now this dwarf is part of a weird or a less common religion too. I don't know, it's odd. Oh yeah, does that dwarf have a room, right? Let's see, we've got poor empathy, poor memory. Ooh. Dreams of mastering a craftwork someday. Tumult, discord, blah 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 blah. How do you feel about martial prowess? Yep. Okay. Let's chuck you into the Millisquads. Millisquads. Tan. There we go. Tan. Who's up next? Some random new arrival. High willpower, slow to hate. If it lasts and throw anyway, have a good night. Your loopy self needs sleep. You snooze good, Crundalicious. High willpower, good memory. I think I will also check you into the military. Let's just get them training. Next up, we've got a wood burner. Percy finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Right. Bunch of llamas and sturf. Any of my squads make it back? Oh, all of them have made it back, except for the ones that got horribly murdered. Did you see the thing I posted on Discord by chance? It's an Adept Axe Dwarf. Not one of mine, though. My kinesthetic sense. He's an absolute believer in the rule of law. What was your name? Read that as a ton. Melville. Oh, top one. You're a gem setter. But anger, good memory recovers quickly. Loner. Man. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Personally sees the whole idea of taking time to master a skill as appalling. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and doesn't really value merrymaking. Have fun being bored for your... Well, actually, is that fun? Let's do this. Put you into the library. And then a kid behind you. Another kid. Guinea pig. Another goat. Holy livestock. This one... Oh, hey, that's Stukos. This is one of my squad dwarves. Huh. Okay, well, Stukos, congratulations. Welcome back to the military. Holy smokes, quick response. They fixed the running out of migrants thing quite a long time ago. Or not quite a long time ago. It was the very... Earlier this year, it was one of the first changes Putnam... One of the first major changes Putnam made. I want to say like February or March or something last year. But anyway, this is this... Let me just... I'll show you this again. In regards to my raids. Pillage raid. Size Devils. So this is me attacking a 3,000 population location. The Sabers of Die, led by the dwarf Servish, clashed with 252 cave dragons. If it goes off the side of the screen... You'd have to go to the world map and hover your mouse over it, but that doesn't show the native language. So I don't know. Good question. Make your resolution bigger? Maybe? That's actually my only idea. And earlier in that fight, they also fought with not only cave dragons, but blind cave ogres. So that goblin faction has cave ogres and cave dragons. So Tarn did in fact fix the goblins. Goblins are back at full capacity, that's for sure. I don't think I've ever played a version of the game where the goblins could attack you with cave dragons. Just for reference, if any of you have or remember a version or point in the game's history where you could do that, please let me know. I'd love to know about it. But I think that's... I know about... They used to have, like, ogres sometimes, and definitely trolls, but... Let's do brew. Drink from plant. 400. Or maybe just before that. Like, there's so many intended mechanics that Tarn just never tests, Really? That sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. Whether or not something has always been intended and they just like forgot to fully implement it or just like decided to implement it on a whim. Okay, so let's just real quick go down to entry area and go here. Remove sandbags from furniture and seed from there. No. But if you raided them and were successfully able to capture livestock, you could capture livestock from them. Because if you are attacked by an enemy thing, it's impossible to tame them. But it is possible that they could bring livestock, or you could capture livestock from them. That one's limestone. These are probably going to both end up being rock salt, but we'll just let them collect sand for a bit. We're going to make 200 serrated green glass discs. Well, actually, okay. Let's do sand-bearing items. It's greater than 40. Make 30 discs. Check. Say check. Monthly. And I'm going to collect sand. 50. Right, I always forget that these are annoying as hell. So we'll just say restart, if completed, checked monthly. And let's make silk bag. 80, I guess. I actually don't know how much silk I have. So yeah, no, goblins sieging you won't net you, or rather, goblins sieging you is not a way to train their livestock. However, you sieging goblins, you can steal their livestock. So, I also have a giant cardinal, apparently. And apparently a horse, and a pig. Look at my horse. I've heard it's amazing. Would you like to give it a lick? I've been told it tastes like raisins. Nodokasa, why you not equipped thing? Question mark? Let's just remove this and just go assign uniform. Let's be much more specific. Okay, now they're all going to go equip things as they dump their clothes on the ground. I'm going to do full sets of copper armor. Copper Breastplate. Hopper Gauntlet. Hopper Greaves. Hopper. Militia captains exempt from convictions. Nope. Shields. $200 something cave dragons. That's all I have to say. Gauntlet Greaves, Shields, Copper Low Boots, Copper Spears. What am I missing? Breastplate, Gauntlet, Greaves, Shields, Low Boots, Helms. That's what I'm missing. Copper Helm. Except I feel like I'm short on helms anyway, so let's just increase that number. Let's do 30 of those. Do a couple extras of each. What happens when you stroke its mane? Stroke what's mane? Are we suggesting that, like, dragons have manes? Because that's a question mark of a statement if I ever read one. Oh, look at my horse, right? Duh. Sorry, sometimes I say things and then forget I said it like 9 seconds later, and then if you were to continue the exact lyrics, I would probably remember it. Don't worry about me. I'm losing it. I'm freaking out about cave dragons. Like, my brain isn't even present right now. I'm just, the only thing I can think about is cave dragons. Quite literally. It's the only thing I can think about at this exact minute. So I'm just kind of running an automatic at this exact moment. And there's a dead hamster on the ground. Speaking of dead things, let's throw all these dead things into the dead stuff pit. I've seen 2. One in this version and one in version 47. Not counting, like, times where I've spawned them into, like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not of course not counting the time that I've like made them just appear out of thin air whilst playing like around in arena mode. That's the word I was looking for. Now it's time to see 250. You know, I would freak out if they showed up with a raid with 3 of them, let alone 250. Although what I really want to see, actually, is I want to see them show up in a raid and then start breathing fire on their own team. That's what I want to see. Friendly fire, if you will. That is something I'm very excited to see now that I think about it. Not so friendly? Oh, it's very friendly. I mean, the dragon's very pettable, even. My Baron really needs a tomb, so I'm gonna just do that. Oh, I see what happened. I love just the fluffy wamblers hanging out in the dead stuff pile with the hamsters. What is that cute blob? That is a fluffy wambler. They are a only good biome vermin that is immortal, indestructible, and filled with pudge. I don't know what pudge is. I just know that their fluffy wamblers are filled with them. Only have 6 muscle shells, so we'll make 6 muscle shell rings. There's reindeer cow hair right there. Dwarves are still putting stuff away. Raw shad. Actually, hold on a second. I need to check something. Am I cooking my beer? Am I cooking alcohol? No. Oh, that's good. Let's stop cooking cranberries and grapes. I'm gonna go down a layer. You're gonna brew a drink from fruit. Please. I'll see you later, Shutterbug. No, they're not immortal, but rather, they're not unkillable, but they are immortal. Am I out of sandbags again? Yep, okay. I require more bags, apparently. And also, I have foxes and wolves because I kidnapped them, so might as well keep them, you know? There we go. Getting a bunch of dwarves new gear. I'm also going to queue up... Actually, how much leather do I have? 112? Leather bag. Let's do 100 leather bags. Let's do that. Yeah, it's because they mysteriously fill up with seeds that you don't know that you have, but every fortress has lots and lots and lots of seeds. I find it's kind of one of those, you just need to keep producing bags until you make it past that line of where'd all these seeds go? You like to think Pudge is chocolate mousse? I don't know if I like that or hate that more. That blows. Ha! That's all I gotta say to that. And then this is going to be another tavern. With a dining hall connected to it. And I'm 50-50 whether or not I want to make this one public. It's up to you, chat. Do we keep it public or do we make it private? Public, public, public. All right. Drink and prepared meals. And I'm going to go over here and hit... Whoops, that's the wrong button. Well, I mean, it's the right button, but I forgot to hit this button first. And, you know, just preparing for the worst case scenario, of course. As you do. Hey, Deep Space. Deep Space! I have something to show you. I don't know how much time you've spent in the current beta branch. This is an old siege that we lost, okay? Guess why we lost? Content creators for... I'm just gonna pretend that you're... okay. CS2 are really... They're saying that they're going back to CS1 because the new version is so unfinished and they're already releasing a DLC. Well, I mean... That's the fault of the publisher, likely. That's kind of sad. Jesus Christ. I know, right? That was my response, too. I asked Chad if I should be ballsy, and we were like, yo, should we attack the, should we go attack the big fort? And we attacked the big fort. Anyway. It's very rare something scares me in this game. That scares me. Kayla, thanks for the raid. What's up? Like, that's more cave dragons than I think I've ever seen. Stelius, hello. What's up, Kayla? R. Williams, hello. Welcome, Raiders. How was Dwarfs? Check out who streamed Dwarfs instead of Stardew. One of us. One of us. Nothing wrong with Stardew, though. But, like, Plano, have you seen this shit? Is this normal? The fuck? Like, goddamn. Blind needs your mod help. Send him... wait, what? Why do I need his mod to help me get out of this one? What? This. This. Like, as I was saying earlier, I'm not generally scared by many things in this game. That scares me. That isn't even the biggest goblin fortress here. That is a population of 3,000. There's a 5,000 population one and two 10,000 population ones. And that's just this faction. What's up, G-Fin? I think I might need to, like, make use of water just to, like, douse them and put out fires. Mate, it's 252 dragons, not 150 dragons. Are goblins OP now? I mean, demons have always kind of been OP, but, like, maybe? I don't know. In your hours of play? Okay, so I've played, like, I just say 10,000 hours, give or take 1,000, or 4. I've played, like, 10,000 hours of this game. I've seen 2. 2 cave dragons and, like, 4 dragons. Because I've never really modded the game to make them way more common. They breathe fire, but they don't breathe dragon fire. If I understand how they work correctly. Must be in the negatives? You trust me. Must be breeding constantly. I wonder how many eggs they lay. We need to ask Sethados. Like, fucking hell, is that Arch Crystal? What is going on? Normal dragons lay individual eggs. I have caught normal dragons and they lay individual eggs. I cannot confirm about cave dragons because I've never caught one. Oh, also, apparently there's a... I did another siege that was successful, so I should probably check what that report was. This was just a smaller site. I attacked the Doomed Fiend. We slipped in undetected. Sweet. You need a portable volcano to fight that? Well, this is a world that I'm planning to keep around until adventure mode, so... That or, like, a god or something. Maybe a demigod, even. We stole treasure, no loot. Mostly books. The Age of Dragons? We're in the Age of Myth, but it certainly looks like that. Also, I'm gonna do a thing real quick. I guess I would also need to forbid bars. Whatever. I thought I was being sneaky. Yes, I'm aware I could use DF hack to make this quicker. Before somebody says it. So I don't need to tame a cave dragon. But because they have dragons as livestock, theoretically, because dragons are not intelligent, especially cave dragons, they're just wild animals, I should be able to steal them in a raid. Aren't all that rare. I don't think you're probably just not hanging out in the cavern in Cavern 3. The thing is, I've hung out in Cavern 3s. I've spent many a fort in Cavern 3. You don't generally notice them when they wander by in fortress mode all that much, unless you are actively building a fortress in Cavern 3. But even when I have actively built fortresses in hostile biomes with the third cavern layer open, I've seen two. Like, I've caught and tamed jabberers, I've caught and tamed, what are they called? Cave crawlers. I've caught, like, 10 bajillion, 2,565,841,331 crundles. Many a flesh ball, yeah. Cave blobs are actually usually the things that keep me out of that layer. I don't know, but, like, never a cave dragon. They didn't reproduce. Yeah, no, cave blobs are funny. They're like these weird sterile testicles that just live in the basement and roll around and just kind of absorb things. Floating guts. Crundle counter, yeah. It feels like there's either no crundles on in your fort or like infinity crundles. But yeah, I have been building a lot of like kind of surface heavy forts as of late, but yeah, I don't know. It's just weird to think about. having never really encountered them. What, some dude to kick you in the nuts with the steel-toe boots on? Let's eat these amazing horses. I've seen mole Marians, yeah. I've seen a lot more of them in older versions, not so much in this version. I had mole Marians wandering into creature keepers actually. Dungeon lonesome shame devils. All right, I'm gonna be ballsy a second time, chat. We're gonna go attack the Dark Goblin. Wait, no, actually, never mind. I read that as 1,000. That says 10,000. Never mind. I'm gonna go attack the Dark Goblin pits of sweat lies. See what I can get from them. Sending out the main squad again. Never kill a mole. Or a giant mole. Mole Marians are fine. I mean, I was mostly making a joke. I assumed it was some sort of down deposit, but yeah. But that's not bad. I think they're free here. You just have to get on a list. Food produces eggs 1 to 3. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's generally been my strat. It's just don't be social and have no friends. Problem solved. Don't need a vasectomy. You also save money on condoms too, so it's like a win-win. Suddenly a bunch of StarCraft creators I know are all playing Stormgate. I hope that game ends up being good. Those are probably the same people that refuse to go to the dentist. Maniac. Out of fear. Says the guy who once put off going to the dentist out of fear and then went and got that cavity filled. And it wasn't so bad. A force that is dark and vile has arrived, apparently. Oh, and they immediately left again. They're sending more snatchers, probably. And a Besmer. They're giving me the spook. Dude, they're spooking the crap out of me. Yep, snatchers. Those are funny looking dragons. Oh! I know why my sandbag things aren't working. I forgot to allow the materials. Anyway, thanks for the free bags, Gobbins. Oh, hey, the wolves helped out, I think. They jumped off of it. Wait, what? That was a quick raid. I'm like amazed by how fast these raids are. The emeralds we slipped in undetected by the sepia dungeons of the Bronze Scorpion. We searched there. Sweet sweat lies. World without the gutter was stolen. Many books was stolen. To the trenches and beyond, composition exposed. Meditations on the pits, a rhythm of a brief history was stolen. And the dutiful boulders stole treasure and livestock. What livestock did we get? A big dog. True, they're seeing my killer defense goose. That is absolutely what they're seeing. There's also this gigantuan goblin fortress up there now. It's a weird thing. There's like a little dwarven fort here that's not really associated with anybody. I'm gonna go after Raptor Gladness. Pillage them. Rootin' Nightmares, that's a funny name. I'm also going to go after this place. We're just going to pillage both of them. Curious about this Goblin Forest Retreat, mostly because of all the books that are there. The Fiend of Focus. Night, night, Walnut. Snooze good. What do you think about raiding sites? I often find it to be a bit overpowered. Send your dwarven starting dwarves with nothing but iron battle axes and a tactician leader to a necromancer tower, and they come back with legendary weapon skills. I think that literally everything in this game is overpowered. So, what do I think about not interacting with a mechanic in this game because there are mechanics in this game that are overpowered? I don't worry about mechanics in this game being overpowered. That's it. Yes, goblins can read. Many a goblin mathematician has visited my forts in the past, or have visited my forts in the past is more what I wanted to say. Goblins are quite intelligent in this world. I'm wondering if I have any guests. Nope. Some caged goblin prisoners. Say it ain't so. What have you got against them poor goblins? They is probably smarter than you. But yeah, I in my opinion, literally everything in this game is... Turn the outside into a hellscape. In my opinion, literally everything in this game is OP, right? Like, there are many OP strats to keeping your forts alive. There are many OP strats to keeping your dwarves happy. There are many OP ways to min-max and very rapidly and quickly overpower the enemy forces. And I think that is kind of the beauty of a sandbox game, which is what Dwarf Fortress really is. I know some people play it more as a sandbox game than others. I very much play it as like a sandbox game. And if you are bothered by the strength of a particular mechanic, don't use it. Or don't use it in the way that makes it overpowered, right? Selling food? Yeah, sure. I mean, they've nerfed selling food. That's the funny thing. It used to be so much better. That's the funny thing about selling food is people think it's still OP. You should see how OP it was in older versions. You have no idea what you're missing. I once bought out an entire trade wagon with one meal. So, selling almost anything other than rock crafts. Some things more than others, but yeah. Or like shell crafts, I guess. Or mugs, for that matter. Unless you're like encrusting them with gems. How do you stop a river from flooding your base? You cut into the river and now it's going everywhere. go back to a save, or like try and like just build a wall somewhere to stop it from flooding. Otherwise, tell all your dwarves get out of the fortress with a burrow and then build a new fort. Yeah, both the squads are back. Damn, that was fast. So the elvish site that we raided, we searched because we snuck in undetected. We stole more goblin. The duel and coming troubles. Discovering the trees. Musing on embraced lick. Braced slick. Ew. The pits in the age of the myth. The goblin Atu, the fiend of focus, spotted the forces of the Emerald Iron slipping out. So we've been seen. And the other place that we attacked, stole treasure and livestock. We got a skunk leather hood, a horse, a deer, a raven, and a black bear. Come on. Nothing big. This little goddamn raven. A horse and a black bear. At least we get black bear burgers. Guess that's a benefit. The start your civ was dead by goblins undead, so you wanted a warrior fortress? You're curious, so you're of the same opinion. You used it as an interesting start, but you won't use it all the time. I mean, right now I'm fighting, and like the goal for this fort is just to hold back the goblins, basically to slow the threat against this faction. I don't really plan on trying to win against these goblins, just hold them back. Caravan of the dwarves have arrived. Oh, hey, look, a book on the side of the map. Many books on the side of the map, even. In fact, I'm gonna, while I have time, I'm gonna go do this again. Man, I want to go after that spot so bad. Let's go after this place. I'm honestly mostly just stealing their books at this point. Okay, this one has quite a few books. It's also, like I said, good training for my dwarves. Okay, so something I need to see right now. Okay, phew. Huh, we still have the cool outpost liaison. Thankfully. Gorlak friend's still alive. I was worried. They weren't listed on these, on the faction for a little bit. I was very concerned about the once sheriff, good Gorlak. I'll be lurking in the YouTube stream. Gotcha, Taylor. You have a good night. I appreciate the lurks. Not only do we have a Gorlak outpost liaison, our queen is a Gorlak. Your fort was greeted by a dozen black bear men and women. They ransacked the food stores and mauled the children. Yep. They'll do that. I'm assuming, like, they just wandered in off the side of the map. Like, just not even an invasion, just, like, just a wild tribe of angry bear people. We'll just do that. Start making those glass discs. Oh. Mysterious construction has begun. It's funny, we're talking about, like, not selling shell crafts because they're not worth much. I'm about to sell shell crafts. And also a bunch of clothing. This one is mostly new stuff. Some used stuff, but mostly new. That's also fine. Also fine. That one's also fine. Bunch of cloth in those. I really need to make more goblets. Sell this table. Don't need this, sell it. Sell a bunch of empty copper pots. You have a vampire and you can't find them? Yep, that'll happen. Because, wait, what version are you playing on? Are you playing on the experimental branch or the normal branch? If you're playing on the experimental branch, yeah, that makes sense. Experimental branch? So you have to interrogate to find them. If you're quick, you can try looking for dwarves that are not currently, or that have recent like anger from, or upset thoughts about seeing somebody die. That's a pretty easy way to spot them. Or you can just start interrogating. So I just received a frilly llama wool skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with with point cut tube agates and studded with silver and encircled with bands of sheep's wool. And it is made from llama wool. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of llama wool. Menaces with spikes of lignite and llama leather. On the item is an image of a tomato plant, and pyrite on the item is an image of Tubal, the dwarf. In pyrite, the artwork relates to the drowning of the dwarf Tubal in Lash Grooves in the Umber Plain in the early autumn of 503, because they're making a plaintive gesture. Well, that's mildly distressing. Why did you make a pair of, like, a skirt with the image of a dwarf drowning on it? But I'll put it there so it won't get stolen. What a sad place to socialize all alone. Or zero kill. I think that should still be patched. They need to patch that. But, yeah. But start interrogating people. Would be my biggest piece of advice, is start interrogating people. Interrogate the person who reported seeing the dwarf dead, if you can. It should say here. I'm going to try and... I'm going to put pun intentional and juice back into the military. Dormir, we're also going to throw you in here. Let's see how they do. At least for a bit. It said 0 kills in red. Yeah, I know. The vampire that I had in this fort said the same thing after they killed somebody. It helped that they were also a necromancer, so admittedly they were quite easy to spot. Okay, so both my squads are back now. We raided Weed Sins, which I didn't even realize was the name of the place. So this was the fort. The Emerald Irons attacked the Mortal Dungeons. Ooh, that's a good name. of the Bronze Scorpion at Road Seduced. The dwarf Onul led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Utis Sloth Cruelty. Onul outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They poorly led... Okay, well, we clashed with goblins, slaying 8 of them. Killed 2 more goblins that were named. Killed another goblin that was named. And I'm going to attack this place again. The dread of creating was poorly led by the dwarf Onul, clashed with 10 goblins, slaying 8. I'm going to hit them again, because I want to see what else they have. And the Emerald Irons slipped into Weed Sins undetected and stole a bunch of books. We stole a musical instrument from them too, which is kind of neat. But let's just go. Oopsies. Spurgolf's. It was this one, I think. Size Devils. That one scares me. Road Seduced. We're going to send both these squads. Go get them, dwarves. My broker is sleeping. For beard and booze? Yes. Over my dwarf body, shall we say. You know what? What was the name of my queen? Imo Opokoti. Imo Opokoti. I'm going to make rock statue. $80 of them, because these will be easy and quick to make. We're going to specify stone. I'm going to use limestone. And it's just going to be images of my queen. Frozen Dive. Some migrants have arrived. Mars has become the sacred burial ×2. That's a little odd. Also, I interrogated that dwarf. Nothing would. They naively complied. Nothing weird was going on. I had a dwarf show up that was already friends with half of my dwarves, with the dwarves in half of my fort, or a large portion of my fort, which was odd. Like no relations, no blood relations, but like friends. Or spatial sense thrill seeker. Ooh, expert weaver. Must get a thrill sneaking around the spiders. There's a setting for pausing for the notification for migrants. If you hit escape, go to settings and announcements. You pop up, pause, recenter. So you can recenter on where they are, pause when they show up, and have a pop-up if you want. And it would just be a matter of scrolling until you find on migrants. I think I should highlight all of these. Yeah, so I have it set so that it pauses, pops up, and recenters on migrants. Yeah, it's just in there. It's a very big list, so you have to scroll through a very long list. But if you're willing to scroll through a very long list, you can find it. This dwarf has a pet gosling. Mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Not creative. Poor focus. Emotionally distant. Join the military. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Also have a spouse. Pet baby goose, yes. Stain skill frail. Okay, well, be a tavern keeper, I suppose. Nothing wrong with that. It's a admirable skill, I will say. Quite happy with like kind of the hive-like nature that this fort is kind of taking on. I think it looks really nice. Oh, I need doors. My tutorials have helped you have more fun? Hell yeah, happy to help, dude. Yeah, no, I'm happy that, because like the majority of those tutorials I made like over a year ago now. And it's nice that they're still helping people. Although I'm thinking once this version is out, I'm gonna have to make a new Burrows tutorial, like just a new Burrows quick tutorial, because the Burrows UI has changed completely. Dwarfs are kind of like bees or ants in some cases. Yes. I won't delete the old ones, but I will unlist them. So we do have 28 books in here now. Lack of decent meals. Want to practice some martial art, Bessemer? Sure about that? I mean, we could do that. Go practice some martial art there. After you read Rhythm: A Brief History. Notokasa, I have a question. Why are you naked? What? Did you, like, drop your gear at the edge of the... No, you didn't. There's some weird things going on with sieges, guys. Some real weird things going on with sieges. Snuck in undetected. Maybe they... all I could think is that they, like, ditched their clothes and they're, like, going to just go get more stuff. But, like, 5 beak dogs, 3 beak dogs. Well, shit, we have loincloths now. Guess I have to make loincloths for everybody. Survived, but had to lose clothes? Clearly. I mean, they didn't even fight. Chat room, do I be ballsy again? Oh yeah, no, it's we're gonna be eating beak dog burgers. Don't you worry about it. Where did your clothing go? You vote stealth recon mission? Admittedly, I tried to do a stealth recon mission. You're still naked, dwarf. What are beak dogs? Beak dogs are weird bird-like creatures that the goblins own. What? Okay, never mind. I misread something. These are beak dogs. They're somewhere between, like, featherless birds and the creatures from Tremors. Fortunately, they're tasty on a hamburger bun, so we're going to be turning them into pork chops. Although they're probably white meat, so... You know, goblins use them as mounts. What the fuck are those? Those are beak dogs. These are like the most common goblin mount. Beak burgers, yeah! Can they be trained for war? Ironically, no. But goblins will attack you with them sometimes. The other white meat? Yeah. Tastes like dinosaur. All right, chat. We're going to be brave. Onul, matched urns. What is your tactics and ambushing skill? Novice, and what is a talented ambusher? Nodokasa. What is your tactics and ambushing skill? Skilled. No skills in tactics. What about you, Coulette? None. Got any extra doors? You want a dwarf? Any preference? Terminal? You possibly have a child dwarf. Do you know how weird that sounds when I read that out of context? Certainly. I'll give you a kiddo who isn't like about to explode into anger then, JJ. This is for YouTube chat. JJ is not careful with resources when working on projects. Often spends unnecessary effort. He has a low sense of self-esteem, is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's very slow to anger. He, after being forced to endure the decay of his father in 503, occasionally overindulges and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a calm demeanor and he likes to brawl. He is disturbed by this as he values quiet, at least in the abstract. And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He laughs very loudly whenever he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and strongly values tranquility and quiet. Actually, hold on a second. Trying to attend a meeting. Weird that that meeting hasn't happened yet. Merchant said, oh shit, I need to trade. So I haven't done this yet. Trade for all these bars. Trade for all the, no. Can't actually trade for all the bins. Too valuable. It's okay. I'll instead buy the 2 iron anvils. Bunch of food. Backpacks. The 2 books that they bought, or brought, I guess. Also buy the paper and we'll start making quires so I can write my own books. Don't need the cheese, actually. I will, however, buy the bolts. And trade. All right, let's finish reading that dwarf. You want militia? So are you okay with dying in the next 90 seconds? I like how the last thing this child did was yell at a priest. Standard teenager. He occasionally overindulges. He tends to be okay, but he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. He strongly values tranquility and quiet and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and finds romance distasteful. Gives your loom something to do? Oh, trust me, I got plenty of that stuff. All right, let's discuss your situation. Oh, man, they didn't raise my rank? Come on, man. They want leather, water skins, and cloth. Got it. So he's working hard as a foolish waste of time and finds romance distasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art. So you want a militia dwarf, and you're okay with dying, like, right away. Terminal wetness is now the militia captain of the squad that's about to go fight the demons again. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situation, has a strong sense of duty, and has a sense of humor, and isn't given to flights of fancy. Section of cavern has collapsed. It's probably... Yes, it's the one that normally collapses every year. He believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, values a harmonious existence, and doesn't really value merrymaking, doesn't particularly respect commerce. He tends to be swayed by the emotional bonds of others and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and of course his dream was realized. And his great work of art is the 4 notable kills and the 3 others that he's killed before. To the fort. Now that you are nicknamed, we're going to go hit the big mountain again. So, because I'm not certain we'll ever see you again, Terminal Wetness. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these stupid brave dwarves? You're also carrying an artifact shield. Speaking of dwarves that are going out, so is Big Bang, so is Honeybun Hauler, so is Montecore, Kaynord, and Starsmore. I've been told they have dragons. Many, many dragons. Which is funny, because Honeybun Hauler forgot to bring a sword. Or a weapon, for that matter. Good luck. Oddly enough, considering the prospects of this fortress's survival, these dwarves are oddly, like, cheerful. Gotta say it. Really are. They have a shield. I mean, this is like the I have an army, we have a Hulk thing. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes their army. They have army, you know? Sometimes armies still win, you know? Also, thanks for the follows, by the way. I do see those. I don't have a notification for them or anything, but I do in fact see that a dormitory was created. Huh. I'm not sure where that dormitory is, but I put 2 beds in one of these? Oh yeah, I did. I wonder how good of a plan that would be. Just making individual dormitories. Clockworks. Also, Clockworks, you haven't joined the fort yet. You're just like a very, very, very happy human that hangs out in the fortress. You're just like freeloading here. Oh, okay, never mind. You were once very happy. You're a legendary cheesemaker and an accomplished organizer and a legendary armor smith that just kind of hangs out and prays and sings, and you hold your spear. And that's about it. Your skirt is starting to fall apart, though. You've turned 30. You've been here for, like, 4 years. Yeah, the goblin is also, has been here for forever. By forever, I mean quite some time. Clothing is also starting to wear. Oh my god, they're back. And none of them died. Huh. The Emerald Iron slipped into seized devils, undetected by the dread of the strange dread of the bronze scorpion. The forces of the dutiful boulders searched seized devils. got away with it scot-free. The Goblin Book. Chat, we got the Goblin Book from the Goblins. I wonder what that's about. They did see us leaving. Ah, man. No other spoils. Maybe it's a book about gobbling things, you know? Because goblins? I'm gonna try again. Keep being ballsy. Although, this time, the only thing I'm going to do is steal livestock. Goblin Book, True Goblin, and the Denial. One of my favorite series of books was I had scholars that seemed like they were dissing each other in my fortress. So one wrote a book called Pulleys, the Future, and then one wrote a book called something along the lines of Pulleys and My Other Failures, and then another one wrote a book along the lines of like Pulleys are going to be the end of us, followed by things, and it just kind of continued on until finally it eventually became a Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, and that was the last book about pulleys. So Onuel hasn't left the map yet because they fell asleep. But Honey Bunholler, are you actually equipping a weapon this time? Well, you're also taking a nap. I don't blame them. I mean, like I've made them like attack the goblins multiple times, and they haven't had a chance to like get food, a drink, or sleep at any point. So I don't really blame them. Anyway, there goes Onuel. So, you know, I can progress. Now it's all up to Honey Bunholler. There you go. Good luck, Dwarf. Dwarves are bootleggers denouncing another organized religion. Yeah, I mean, like, the other day when me and Putnam were going through Legends, it was real funny just finding, like, dwarves that were really bad at gambling. They were, like, gambling away their life savings, or, like, trying to wheel and deal and clearly failing horribly. So these are apparently statues of my queen. They're clearly the stories of the great deeds that my queen has done. These all got placed pretty quick, I think, because they're made of stone, which means they're relatively light. They're coming from over here. Like, this is a finely designed image of Imo, the Gorlak, and dwarves in limestone. The artwork relates to the ascension of the Gorlak to the position of Queen of the Emerald Irons in the late winter of 503. Checks out. This one down here also is the same thing. Ascension of the Gorlak, Frost Dive to the position of Queen. Same thing. Same thing. And same thing. Statues of the Queen's feet. I mean, this isn't only dwarfs, okay? Remember which website you're on. Or, sorry, not only Gorlaks. There we go. Wow, they made it back again. Stole livestock. Fucking. I stole a dragon. I stole a dragon. And it's tame. Let's go get another one. How? I stole it from the goblins. See? Cave dragon. Domesticated cave dragon. Motherfucking domesticated cave dragon. Ranger Rick, I need you to tame me or train me a dragon. Look at this cute motherfucker. A cave dragon, yep. Look Look at him. He's 230. And those are going to get assigned to my squads, and we're going to keep fighting them. Not only have you survived, dude, you successfully stole a dragon from the goblins. You successfully stole a dragon from the goblins. Or rather, shall I say, your squad successfully did. I'm actually just going to put, like, a whole bunch of butcher shops into my fort because I am just mass slaughtering stuff currently, and in order to keep doing this at a reliable speed, I kind of need to do some things. I also apparently I have a giant cardinal and also a giant wren. I was unaware of the giant wren, but okay. But I need a bigger food supply, so, or storage space, so we'll do this real quick. Turns out all these animal bits and pieces I keep chopping up are adding up, and they're starting to rot before I can eat them, so, or put them into this stockpile. So we need to make the stockpile bigger. I don't know if I would want to manage that. Personally. Maniac, but like I had somebody real mad in my YouTube comments not too long ago. Who, what's the word? I had someone who got real mad in my YouTube comments not so long ago, and they were mad about the fact that, you know, animals don't need to gray, or animals don't need to be like given water and stuff like that. I'm sitting here going like, there's a lot of things you have to manage in this game. It's a game about managing dwarves, and a lot of the other parts of the simulation are kind of minimized and off in the background, and I don't think that that's a bad thing. I really, really, really don't think that that's a bad thing. Putting meats and cheese into pots extend their freshness. It keeps them from rotting. But actually, putting them into stockpiles keeps them from rotting. Just freewheeling? Yeah, no, totally. The thing that I want more than anything, I want manure. It's more chores for the children, and I can throw poop out of catapults. Everybody wins. Also, it would be free fertilizer for your farms, and yeah. Below the level of the simulation. Yeah, exactly. Can you raid with the dragon? Absolutely. But I'm going to keep stealing their dragons for a bit. Although currently we're in an ad break, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ad break is done. Also that too. Yeah. I mean, I think the actual reason for it likely is because food sources are a thing. Although I will say that goblins don't need to eat or drink. Because food sources are limited, certain factions might actually just straight up starve to death if they happen to be in an area that's barren. If, say, for example, they had to feed their pigs, their dogs, and their other livestock. What, the dragon, G-Fin? I guarantee you it is, 'cause it's tame. It's also not a dragon, it's just a cave dragon. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Hold on. That's a sentence. The Were-Sheep Necromancer Tavern Keeper. Bah. The Were-Sheep Necromancer Tavern Keeper. That's like the opposite of that escalated quickly. You know, where it's like, you just want a car, bumper, sticker, coupon, discount code with the purchase of a large soda. It's like that, but like... Anyway, a large sheep twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow ember. Its shady taupe hair is patchy. You will know why you fear the night. Well, that's mildly horrifying. I'm going to pull this lever. And also pull this lever. And hope my dwarves can pull those levers quick enough. And shit. Didn't pull levers quick enough. God damn it. Well, they pulled the other lever quick enough. Hold on a second. What? Okay, never mind. I thought I was seeing things. Fortunately, I may have another lever I can pull. I lied. It's too late. This is gonna hurt. Did you bite the kid? Attacks the child, but she jumps away. Good jump stint, Dad. Misses the dwarven child. Well, this is going to require a lot of very careful counting. Horse Chokes. That is a really funny last name. You are very accurate. Very, very true. Very, very funny last name. 22 kills. Including a cavefish man. Prone to discord. Really? Huh? Okay. Jumps away, jumps away. Surgeon attacks the tavern keeper necromancer. Attacks the child, but it jumps away. Shadows to up. Dragon almost here. The dwarven child attacks it, but jumps away. He bites. Misses. Okay, I see blood. Spattering of the dwarf blood. Bites the surgeon in the lower arm. Bit. That's one. Bites the surgeon. Miss, 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 miss. Grabs bit by the fourth toe, so is wrestling with that dwarf. Yeah, maybe these guys don't breathe fire, which is actually good for me, in fact, because otherwise the friendly fire here would be terrible. Where's that bite? Okay, actually, this is the last thing that happened. The weresheep charges at the potash maker. The weresheep tavern bites the... okay, is still biting the same dwarf again. Tavern keeper misses him. Weresheep attacks, but jumps away. Weresheep tavern keeper attacks. Oh god, I hope so. Potash maker punches the weresheep in necromancer in the right hand, but the attack lances away. I don't actually know if it can raise undead while it's in werecreature form. I doubt it. The straight cave dragon misses the weresheep tavern necromancer. Well, off to a good start. Dwarf attacks the weresheep. Tavern keeper says, I've improved my dodging. That was not satisfying. Well, I mean, it tried once. Weresheep necromancer bites the dwarven child in the upper leg. Well. Stinthad, your dodging got worse. Motor nerve has been severed. Weresheep Tavern Keeper Necromancer falls over. Attacks one of the bit dwarves, but they jump away. Grabs the Bone Carver, but by the neck with the upper leg, left leg. Throws the Bone Carver by the neck. Oh boy. Well then. So grabs the Bone Carver by the neck and then throws him. Cave Dragon misses again. Scholar bites the Weresheep. Show him a piece of his own medicine. Weresheep attacks, bites the Bone Carver in the right lower leg. Never mind, maybe a bad idea. Maybe don't show him a taste of your own medicine. So Ranger Rick has been bit. Ranger Rick was in the process of war training the Cave Dragon, by the way. So I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to go to my hospital. And I'm going to remove the entire hospital zone. Up until this area back here. So it's easier to wall off. Oops, wrong person. Heavy bleeding. Weresheep Tavern Keeper attacks him. Bites the Bone Carver. That's the last thing that we saw. Scratches. Bites the same dwarf in the upper leg. Once again, latches on firmly. Punches the Weresheep Tavern Keeper Necromancer. They're punching it. Continue punching at the Weresheep Tavern. Shaking, ooh, boy. Shaking Ranger Rick around by the upper leg and the lower spine collapses. Ow. Is it... Okay, it's still the Weresheep. The Weresheep says, I've been injured badly. This leaves me shaken. I think the one dwarf that's leaving shaken is actually the one that you've been shaking, but, like, okay. The Potash Maker punches the Weresheep Tavern Necromancer. Weresheep Tavern Necromancer bites the same dwarf again, which shreds his trousers. Weresheep, the Stray Cave Dragon misses once again. We really need to war train that thing. Punches the Weresheep Necromancer. Scholar punches the Weresheep. Weresheep Tavern Necromancer releases the grip. Moves backwards in the fight. Rolls away. The Weresheep Tavern Necromancer punches one of the probably Ranger Rick again. Uh-oh. I was curious to see if this would happen this way. So that's terrifying. Hold on. Are you considered... Oh my fuck. The cave dragon is attacking, but it can't breathe fire. It's just a dragon. It's just a big lizard. Huh. Probably not Rip Fort, but certainly a lot of dwarves. Yeah, I'm very perplexed by this. Hold on. Let me just delete your job now, because you're obviously a zombie. Okay, so... This is something I've literally never seen before. I mean, I know that this can happen, but I've never, like, seen it happen, I guess. Well, I'm just going to wall off my prison, is what I'm going to do. Fallout Rain is dead, looks like. This is going to be a long night. Prey Dragon is actually shaking the Weresheep Tavern Keeper Necromancer around by the left lower arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Stray Cave Dragon claws Ronu in the upper leg. Oh. So this is... Hold on a second. Look how old this arm is. I'm very curious to know how old this thing was when it first arrived. Anyway, it just died and came back to life again almost immediately. Urvad's guts are hanging out. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is the longest day of this fort. So Ranger Rick has finally been downed. And so have the two undead. So... Yep, I would... Whoa, hello. Are you friendly? Oh, you are. Cool. Well, that's nice to know. I think that this friendly rotten human corpse here who's bleeding heavily is actually that were creature. Because I don't think that's Clockworks. No. I'm just gonna kill it. So we lost Insulina, Ranger Rick, and those are all the named dwarves that died. As far as injured dwarves, Hops, were you bit? Let's see. No. No, in fact, he was not. He was grabbed. Oh, never mind. You were... I have a question. If a zombie were-creature bites somebody, do they become a were-creature? I don't actually know how this works. But I'm just going to assume the answer is yes. We'll find out pretty soon. Were you bit? Yep. Were you bit? Oh, I never... You must have lost a limb or something because I thought you were a zombie. Rotten corpse. Tavern keeper attacks the rotten corpse. Tavern keeper attacks the broker, but she jumps away. Okay, well, anyway, I'm just going to go start adding bit to all of their descriptions here. What squad are you in? Masters of Die. That's a shame. Servesh, I know you were bit because it already says that you were bit in my notes. You were not bit. Right here. Avos, how about you? You're healthy. Let's just double check. We can recover from this, but oh boy. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, fortunately, there was only, like, one necromancer, right? You got punched, you got grabbed, and pushed. Attacked. Okay, so you're okay. How about, okay. So what I'm gonna need to do... You have to head to bed? Go to bed then, dude. Oh, trust me, this is 1000% gonna be a YouTube video. What I need to do is I need to... Arel, were you bit? Makes a flicking motion. So this dwarf was just made sick by intelligent undead. You're also fine, theoretically. You're just cleaning up vomit. I think we're okay. And I'm going to say that tentatively. But we have to wait a month and clean this mess up to actually find out for sure. Let's see how that siege did. Oh, they haven't... Wait, what? What? Oh, I see. They're still gone. I thought they'd come back. Have a little bit of faith in me, dude. But sure, you could say that. Famous last words. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to wave goodbye to every single one of these dwarves. Because, like... I don't know if this dwarf was bit or not because the combat log is too long. So I'm just going to do this. So Commander Hop, Servish, Black Flag Redneck, Jezza, all of them. Kitty Cat, you may want to get out of there. It's like I really respect, you know, actually, I'm just going to do this. Laborers, orderlies, nobody does this. I feel kind of bad doing this, including dwarves like this one, the Stukos, because, like, you guys were such good dwarves, but man. Why are you hauling a solid conglomerate boulder for this? I don't need a solid conglomerate boulder for this. I just need a block. You always miss one. Oh, we probably missed one. Okay. Well, that's going to be a bloody mess for a bit. Oh shit, dwarves are back. Let's see how the raid went. The iron slipped in and stole livestock. What do we get? What do we get? 4 cave dragons and 1 cave dragon. It's okay, Chad. It's worth it. It's okay. It's worth it. The problem is I need a new animal trainer because my animal trainer died. I could eventually take all 252 dragons. I mean, it'd probably cause some pretty serious lag on my end, but theoretically, yeah. Let me double check. Did I ever turn that on? No, I didn't. Let's go do it again. Although my dwarves are currently locked outside, which is kind of funny. Because turns out the underground area of the fort's a little danger currently. You wonder how dragon meat tastes? Oh, they'd probably be great for livestock. 274 years old, 239 years old. I mean, I'm just slaughtering the beak dogs, keeping the dragons, though. That's a lot of teeth. A dragon slut from Rick and Morty. I've never seen a single second of Rick and Morty, and you know what? I'm good. But I've heard all right things from some people. I'm a bit scared of that sound right now. I'm assuming we just found something new dead that we didn't know was dead previously. And I also need to go here, and I need to turn orderlies back on. Except I'm going to be a bit more specific about who does them. Oh, the zombies were missing for a week. Well, we kind of turned them into pulverized splats, so... Well, I can't remember if that was before or after. We stole the dragons. But what I can tell you, fortunately or unfortunately, where creature problem sorted. Having too many dragons crashes the great game. I doubt that was the problem. Okay, so that absolutely was before that. How about dragon? Yeah. Okay, so that was before the dragons. We're currently rating Sweet Lies. So we're back into the realm of before the dragons. Sometimes necro creatures were the cause of a crash. I guarantee you we weren't getting attacked by necro creatures. Oh wow, that's before I figured out the sand problem. Well, chat, it's 9:30 at night. I don't think I'm going to highlight that because it didn't actually happen. No, it wasn't that long ago. That was just a very, very, very long autumn. Like, actual in-game time-wise, maybe 20 minutes. But there was a lot of long pauses and stuff. We'll do that tomorrow. That's a taste of what to come. Should we have a quick save? We should have a quick save channel point redemption? I don't know about that. I'm just ending, Lanix, but thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Hope your stream was good. The tale that never was, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could highlight it and just leave it as a cliffhanger. What do you think? Chat, should I highlight that or yes or no? Y or N? You think it's fine to highlight? It was awesome? Okay. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you guys down now. Thank you much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for watching and sticking around for the 11 hours worth of YouTube stream. We'll be doing a similarly length stream tomorrow. I've got a video to edit for tonight. Yeah, you missed the 7, Elfie. I think it's bedtime.